Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Thruxton, where we are in nice warm conditions, very warm conditions for us, and it's always nice to know that everybody is trackside nice and early at the start of the weekend for the British Superbike Championship, and this is where it all kicks off. The Pirelli British Sportbike Championship free practice number 1 is very much on track, and well, if you're an avid Thruxton goer, spectator, and you might be one of the Thruxton massive out there. Well, I'm Duncan Vincent. I'm part of BSB Radio, brought to you by Kawasaki, powered by Kawasaki. Alan Hyde and Larry Carter will join me for the rest of the weekend. But you may notice there's a slightly different appearance to the Club Chicane, where I would normally be. Air traffic control, the Jackaroo Cafe on the outside, no more. Unfortunately, they're gone. They have been removed, and a new structure is being built, and that's normally where I would be. I'd be above you guys at the Club Chicane, watching the bikes come all the way through Church, up Brooklands, into Woodham Hill, and that Club Chicane. I also get to pick them up from Nobles, Goodwood Village, all the way down to Church. Slightly different today. We're actually in the media centre, and we will be live in the pit lane as well, bringing you everything that you need to know throughout the course of these sessions, and trying to fill you with the knowledge. If you're watching on YouTube, just bear with us. We are now live audio, but we are just working on the actual TSL link to bring that to you. Just to prove we are here, there you go. Hi, everybody. This is slightly different, but we are here. Alan's just off to the side, and we've got Gavin from Thruxton just off the back as well, making sure everything is A-OK sound-wise. But yeah, what we are going to do is we're going to bring you all the practice sessions, and the most important ones obviously will be the Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only were used by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use nicotine products. But we have free practice, which is an hour. We're going to break that up. Rather than just sit in the commentary box and looking at a screen shouting at random numbers, we will go into the pit lane and we will bring you a live session for the British Superbike Championships for that 50-minute session, which is actually something we've never ever done before. It's always done from the commentary point using the cameras. And now we have the TSL pictures up and running. Wescam is 100% live, and well, Wes may not be here, but he's still here. He's still very much involved in everything that we do. So we'll stick ourselves back on screen and say thank you very much, Wes. We are now up and running. You guys are looking at the YouTube feed. You've got the exact same screens that I have in front of me. I've got the TSL free practice page for the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship. I've got the tracker map on my right-hand side. As you see me doing that, will be the left-hand side. And then across here, I've got what is effectively a log of the session. It tells me everybody who's just crossed the line, and any track limits warnings will pop up on there. Anything that happens on the circuit will be very much in that area there. It gives us a bit of an insight as to what's happening. But yeah, BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, will kick fully into life tomorrow, where Alan Hyde and Larry Carter will join us. But we will keep you guys up to date around the circuit on this fabulous Fast Friday at what is the fastest permanent circuit in mainland Britain. Allard leads you in towards Campbell, then Cobb, then Seagrave. Those 3 corners named after land speed record greats, and they are names that Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave, they just roll off the tongue. Fabulously named corners. You then go up towards Noble, which is a really, really fast left-hander with a few undulations through the heart of it. And then the bike's going to the right-hand side of the tyre, through Goodwood, through Village, and all the way back down towards Church. So that's the bit that you don't really get from if you're watching at home. And why would you want to watch at home? You'd be better to be here. But the bikes actually run down towards Church. It's quite a steep downhill descent before it kind of bellies out at the apex of the corner, and then you start gradually making your way up in towards the Club Chicane at around about 200 miles an hour. I'd like to say gradually making your way up there. But this is a circuit that demands respect from the riders and also towards the machinery, because this is a very abrasive old-style circuit. It does really like to eat tyres. And if you're not looking after your Pirelli tyres around this circuit, you will be in trouble. Pirelli tyres are fabulous. We've got a different construction of tyre for the superbikes. They'll be running on the SCD tyre, which is a little bit harder, shall we say. I was going to say stiffer there, but it's not, it probably is actually. But it's a harder tyre, and it just copes with the stresses and the pressures of having 240, 230, 240 brake horsepower going through the back tyre at lean angle, where the contact patch gets that little bit smaller. But Pirelli give us all the facts ahead of the event in consultation with MSVR. They decide what material they will be using at the circuit for this weekend. So it's quite interesting to look in towards the kind of backstory of how it all gets put together with Pirelli and MSV, because this is a unique place. We come here once a year, and it's something that's just that little bit different. We've seen quite a few riders arrive here as well to do one-off rounds in the past. Remember Marco Morelli arrived here for back when it was the British Talent Cup. He was in for MLAV racing, Fabtech Honda, and he just adored the place. Now, this was a guy who came from the World Championship, the Spanish World Championship, the Junior World Championship, and you see him in Moto3 now, and he absolutely loved the place. He showed everybody a clean pair of heels around here, did Marco Morelli. And that could happen again this weekend, because we have got Shan Onshu here. Now, Shan Onshu is somebody who is just so exciting, so much fun to watch. Whether you're watching him when he is doing the World Supersport for Tenkate, or whatever he's doing, but his training is just exciting to watch. So we'll need to keep our eyes on Supersport for that. And there's a few others as well. Josh Watley's also here this weekend. Steps from World Supersport on a free weekend and finds himself with Chris Hinks in the XMT Triumph. So I think that's a really exciting thing for Josh Watley to be doing. Speaking of exciting, there's a certain man at the top of the time screens just now, if you're watching. If you're trackside, number 47 on the CF Moto, the third CF Moto bike as well. Cooperman's back, Richard Cooper. Now, that's going to be a bit of a fly in the ointment, or a cat amongst the pigeons, or whatever analogy you would like to use. It's going to be exciting to see Richard Cooper back in the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship. He raced when it was in its national form, but it now gets elevated to British Championship level. And Coops, well, he may have been off your radar this year if you have been maybe just purely watching the BSB, but he has been doing other things. And if you keep up with him on social media, you will have seen that Richard Cooper has very much been keeping himself busy and on a bike racing, whether he's been doing, I think he might have done it at Scarborough, but he's definitely over in Ireland doing a few national road races, and he has been pretty fast. He was always going to be fast. He is always going to be fast when he comes back onto the CF Moto in the British Championship. He has happy hunting ground. No matter where you put Richard Cooper, whatever championship, he's kind of that professional plug-and-play racer. Drop him into a championship, wind him up, watch him go, give him the right material and the right machine underneath him, and he will do the business. And that's exactly what we're seeing at this moment. A 120.902, 2/10 of a second ahead of the kids. That's the way you can look at it. I mean, Richard Cooper is probably old enough to be somebody's dad in the grid, but this isn't a junior championship. The Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship is open for absolutely anybody. We've got Richard Cooper at the sharp end, Asher Durham chasing him, Lewis Smart, who's having a really good upturn of form recently, and Aidan Davey. Likewise, Dan Goodman in 5th place. It's great to see Fibertech Aprilia getting forward with not just one rider, 2 riders. He and Harley McCabe really having a good year. The Kawasaki's look good. Charlie Atkins. We've got Carl Harris back up there as well. Championship leader Alfie Davidson. Alfie still has a 34-point championship lead, but if we look back in towards what's been happening recently, we have gone through 3 rounds where there has been 1 race for this championship at each event. That started at Snetterton, Brands and then Oulton, but back to double header duties this weekend. 34 points is quite a big championship lead to have. Alfie Davidson didn't have a good Snetterton. He picked up only a handful of points, single figures, but he's back in the rhythm of things as he got to Brands Hatch and Oulton Park. A third at Brands and a second at Oulton. He will come to Thruxton wanting to maintain that rhythm, the kind of progression that we've seen. He wants to get back on the top step of the podium. That goes without saying. And Alfie Davidson on the Iron Competition Aprilia, bike number 28, run by Ian and Myra Newton. It's a perfect little team for Alfie to be in. There are no factory teams in this championship, but the long association that Ian Newton has had with Aprilia, it kind of makes you think if you wanted to be in an Aprilia, that's the team you would want to be with, just because it goes back to when Ian Newton was racing. And that's not just yesterday, that was a long time ago, and Ian won't mind me for saying that, but he still has the drive, the determination to put a good machine together for young Alfie. And Alfie Davidson is definitely delivering on track. 34 points is his championship lead. And for free practice one, he sits in 8th place, just ahead of Rhys Stevenson and young Harrison McKay, who was having a really, really good run of form. Harrison McKay, not kill. Let's have a little bit of a look. Harrison McKay, where's in the championship first of all? 6th in the championship for Harrison McKay. Back-to-back victories, remember. Snetterton and then Brands Hatch. Arrived at Oulton Park with a huge amount of confidence, Heidi. And over the handlebars he went on the first lap of free practice, and he really gave himself a beating up, a proper egg beater of an incident for young Harrison McKay. And that just took, I don't think it took the confidence away, actually. I'm going to correct myself on that. It took away some of his speed purely through some of the injuries he picked up. They thought they'd fractured a vertebrae in his back, but when it looked back, it was apparently that's an older injury that he may have aggravated. But he actually managed to high-side the bike out of Knickerbrook. But he completely spun the bike 180 degrees and was going backwards up the track before he parted company. And then it was a really long, horrible accident for him, which slid him up the track, and it wasn't good. Aidan Davey has fallen at the chicane. Rider is okay. That's not a good way for the young man from Preston Pans, north of the border in Scotland, to start his weekend. He's in 4th place on the CF Moto. If he can pick that bike up, they will let him bring it back into the pit lane. So I'll keep my eyes on the tracker map for that. But Aidan Davey, he'll have a furrowed brow for that one. The 3 CF motos of Cooper, Davey and Peter Willis, all inside the top 15. Peter Willis also getting some good valuable track time recently. He was doing a test day at Cadwell Park ahead of going to that venue. So that's definitely something that these riders always look for. They're looking for track days here, a track day there, someplace, to get on a bike at that circuit. And it definitely helps you out. 6 minutes off the session to go. Good morning if you're standing at Thruxton. I'm Duncan Vincent, and we're bringing you live track action as it happens. If you're watching us via YouTube, hi. Heidi's over there, just monitoring the situation, making sure everything's okay. It always is at BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. And we've actually got a mascot this weekend inside the commentary. Can I show everybody the mascot, Alan? Is that okay? Right, okay, so he doesn't want to let go. There we go. This is our mascot this weekend. This is Alan's Highland cow. I think it's just so I don't feel too homesick. At one point we'll push a button because it does a dance and it sings a very well-known Proclaimer song. But it feels very nice, that, doesn't it? It's a bit of a... So that's for the people on YouTube. We'll get a picture of that. We'll put that on social media, and we'll see if we'll tag BSB and see if Laura could maybe share it for us. But that's some of the fun that goes in the commentary box. 6 minutes of the session to go for the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship. And it's Richard Cooper at the sharp end. Who would have expected anything else? Certainly not me. Certainly not me. He is a man who is there whenever you expect it. Whenever you unexpect Cooper. Whenever you count, so like almost think, well, he's maybe not got it this weekend. Bang, right to the sharp end. Asher Durham also on that Power Slide Suzuki is having a really good run of form. And that's something that he wants to keep going. He's the man who's chasing Alfie Davidson in the championship. Brad and Dave down there at Power Slide have already said to Larry that they fancy putting together, this is interesting, a superbike for next year in the Superbike Championship. Could we see the return of Suzuki GSX-R 1000? That would be interesting. But Asher sits in P2, just ahead of Lewis Smart. And isn't Lewis Smart having a really good upturn in form? If you remember Lewis from the... Was it Super Teen or was it the Junior Super Sport Championship? But he had a really strong start to the year in Super Teen. Really strong start to the year. And then something happened mid-year and we stopped seeing the Lewis Smart that we know come to the racetracks. The pace had disappeared. Something wasn't right. I believe there was a slight change in the tyre construction and how the tyre felt. And don't think Lewis got on with that. But it's great to see the number 32 up at the sharp end in third place, ahead of Sullivan Mounsey, who's again here this weekend, and who didn't have the greatest of Oulton Parks, but it would be fabulous to see Sully back at the sharp end. Another man who's been off your radar for a little while. He's been away doing the World Championships, Junior World Championship and the Red Bull Rookies. But Sullivan Mounsey comes back here on bike number 4, and he puts himself right in towards the sharp end, just behind Lewis Smart. But a great upturn in form for Lewis Smart, and great to have Sullivan Mounsey back here as well. There was a question I was going to ask. I was wondering if Casey O'Gorman was maybe going to show up this weekend. His younger brother is here racing once again, Ollie O'Gorman. Will we see Casey O'Gorman come along? If he does, he may stumble into the commentary box and we may actually get an interview. You never know. He could even help me on a race. If Larry Carter's listening right now, he's rolling his eyebrows saying, that's never going to happen, Vincent. You're dreaming there. But Sully is on the SimCity's Kawasaki, Sullivan Mounsey, and very much up there at the sharp end. Number 56, course cut at turn 12, 13 and 14, lap time cancelled. Now, well, that was one of the bulletins that went out from MSVR yesterday via their Sportity app. They've actually put a timing loop at the chicane. I'm pointing because it's across there. They've put a timing loop out the chicane. If I do that, it's better. You get more of my arm. Because so many people used to cut through that chicane and it maybe always was not getting picked up because there's so much for marshals to do and you would have to review it on CCTV. So they've put a timing loop in across their TSL, so if somebody does cut across the chicane, bing, picks it up and it instantly pops up on our screen. So it takes a little bit of weight off race control, race direction as well. So I think that's quite a good thing. And the bike who got the lap time disallowed was number 56, Charlie Atkins, the second of the 3 SimCity's Kawasaki's, because we still have Ed Best out there as well. Scoop's listening, by the way, just to let you know, Alan. He's just replied to my Casey O'Gorman thing. So he says, I dare you. I'm going to try. If Casey's here, I want him on co-coms for a race. There's an improvement for Alfie Davidson. Bike number 28 goes up 2 places ahead of Sullivan Mounsey 4 and 71 Dan Goodman. So that number 28 of Alfie Davidson, I would imagine he'll just be going through so many bikes on our tracker map. Campbell Cobb Seagrave area, if I'm not mistaken. Bike number 28. 47 is Richard Cooper, and he's still the fastest man as he heads through Village down towards Church, getting a fairly large, sizable toe off the back of Charlie Atkins as they go in through there. Cooper man, in fact, he's actually slotted behind that now. Actually, he's on the back of Max Wilson on RWBS by Technica Triumph, making his way up now. This is the interesting point on the circuit that the sport bikes are getting to now. If you're across there at Woodham Hill, watch for the slipstream effect. It really will start to take place from Brooklands, Woodham Hill into that club chicane. You also get an extra slipstream on these smaller capacity bikes from, I'm going to say, the exit of Noble Goodwood Village down towards Church. But it's almost like a bit of chess at this circuit. You have to pick your moment. You have to fight your battles at the correct point, because if you do have that run down towards Church on the last lap and you slide through in the apex, you take the lead, you're effectively a sitting duck when you come out of there and you head up towards that club chicane. So it's all about a little bit of racecraft, sense and sensibility. It's almost like a good film title, that, isn't it? We could maybe look at that. Moving on from here. Into the last minute of the session. And I'm liking what I'm seeing on the timing screen. There's a good mixture of manufacturers, a spread of manufacturers. You could call Cooper the wild card, but he's in for 3 rounds, I believe. Or is he doing the remainder of the season? That'll be interesting to see if he actually goes to the Brands Hatch one. But Thruxton, Carrow Park and Downton have definitely been penciled in. I actually had a phone call midweek from young Ali Grant. Ali Grant, he's a guy who looks after the CF Moto concern for Eddie Roberts on the race weekends, Eddie being the importer, and Ali actually said to me, do you still do the bodywork runs up and down the country? I said, I certainly can, pal. I'm not 100% sure how I'm getting down yet. I might need some bodywork brought down from Bike Paints in Cooper. I said, no, not a problem. If you need it, you know where I am, just let me know. He never got back to me, so I hope I wasn't meant to pick that bodywork up. But you'll probably remember the famous stories of myself with the late great Paul Bird packing his crash bodywork, which doesn't happen very often, but one year there was an awful lot of that when they were Beer Monster, and I would be taking it up and down the country on DPD, Duncan's Parcel Delivery, and we'd take that to Cooper for the great man himself. But there we go, the checker flag flies for the end of the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship Free Practice 1, and Richard Cooper takes the checker flag and has a 0.2 of a second gap at the top of the times over Alfie Davidson, who goes P2 right at the end with a 1:21.116, and then Asher Durham Bike 64 in third place. A really impressive start for Lewis Smart, and I know Lewis is better half Ellie will be very happy with that one. Lewis up there in 4th place on bike 32. Ahead of Harley McCabe, he who sits 3rd in this championship. Harley McCabe on 79 on the Fibertech Aprilia for MLAV. Then there's a wildcard, another wildcard. Sullivan Mounsey in 6th place on bike number 4. Sully carrying his usual number 4. Dan Goodman again, 71, teammate to Harley McCabe. 2 Fibertech Aprilias inside the top 10. Aidan Davey 8th on 38. Unfortunately, Aidan slipped off at the club chicane at the very end, but he's ahead of Ted Wilkinson. And Dan Goodman at the very, very end of the session crosses the line and goes fastest. Impressive. Bit of a toe for Dan maybe there of the number 11 bike of Sean O'Reilly. But that doesn't matter. Does not matter at all. Dan Goodman, 120.844. 500ths of a second faster than anybody in the session. Saves the best till last. It's a good first sector, and it was a good third sector. Second and fourth were pretty okay. But impressive run for Dan Goodman. That will do his confidence a whole lot of good. Shuffle everybody down a position that I was telling you. Teddy Wilkinson, now, not 8th, now into 9th. And Charlie Atkins rounds out the top 10. People outside the top 10 looking in. Carl Harris, Rossi Banham, Rhys Stevenson, Peter Willis, Harrison McKay, Kieran Kent, Harry Cook, Joe Ellis in 18th, Brodie Goth 19th, and Big 24, which is Aaron Robertson, the South African, on the Whitney Motorsport Racing Triumph, finds himself in 20th position. But there we go. That brings the first session of the day to an end. I can take that and scribble that off my sheet now, and we will then see the rocket off BMW F900R Cup, which will be on track next. Very tight turnarounds today, only 5 minutes between sessions. We are on a time schedule here which is a little bit restrictive at Thruxton, purely because of the nature and the proximity of close houses and villages. We start at 9, we will be finished for 5 o'clock. But there we go. That brings the first session to an end. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Right now, we'll put the advert screen back on. Don't go too far. Aha! Pit lane bound for a bit of this session. Do hope we sound okay in everybody's ears. Just covering all bases this morning is what Alan Hyde wants me to do. He's going to make me jog to church next down the runway. Just because he can, I think. That's more or less the vibe I'm getting. But we thought we'd come into the... Hi, Peter. I heard that in my ears there. He's going to give me a round now for talking about him. Yeah, a little bit of pit lane action for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup as we come in this weekend. Now, Barry Burrell told me that he was only doing one round this year, and it's kind of snowballed because we once again have Barry Burrell in the championship, and he is listed as number 1 for the Halliwell Jones BMW. I think they smell a championship bid in 2026 for Mr. Burrell, Esquire. So what are you going to do if your man's in for the championship? You're not going to say, well, we're not going to bother. Maybe the purse strings have just been loosened ever so slightly for Barry Burrell, and they've given him a little bit more of that Halliwell Jones fortune to go and spend and get himself a little bit more track time. So I'm down beside Two Strokes Racing. Peter Eaton with his stands are all out there. Let's grab a quick word with Pete. How are you this weekend? Nice and warm at Thruxton?
Absolutely. This is my home circuit. As you can see, the Southampton Club and badge on my arm there. So yeah, it's cracking circuit. We love being here.
What's the mood in the camp? What are the boys saying about it?
This is Liam's favourite track. He can't wait to get here. Every year I need to do Thruxton. That's where I go really well. He's got well, it says he goes really well. He gets stuff thrown at him. He's been smashed in the face by bits of bikes 2 years on the run. He's got a thing to do here, and he's out to do it. He's really out to prove it.
Peter, good luck.
Thanks very much. Cheers all.
I like that. Two Strokes Racing. They have got the Southampton District Motorcycle Club on that. And the Liam he's talking about is Liam Vela, bike number 14, the Lincolnshire racer. So lovely to speak to Pete. Not spoke to him in quite some time actually, as we have a little look in the garage and give the guys a wave at Nitrous and PBM. Storm Stacey's bike comes out from his pit box for a little bit of warm-up action. Now, on my Facebook before I came down here, I actually said to Josh Corner, and I actually said, anybody got any ideas for playlists or podcasts you can listen to in my 7.5 hour drive? And Josh Corner came in and said, you should go and listen to this one, and it wasn't Chasing the Racing. So I did have to actually pick him up on that and say, well, you know, I don't think Grace Rouse is going to be happy with you pushing other podcasts. He did send me a little text message though, but it was a bit of a tongue-in-cheek joke because it is a long way down here. And speaking of a long way down, a man who's come from a long way down is Jason O'Halloran. The Osho, welcome back to Thruxton. How are you?
I'm really good, thanks. And you?
I'm great. It's great. I mean, it's like we're on holiday here. The weather is gorgeous. Are you excited about Thruxton?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the weekend. Obviously, I've got great memories from Thruxton. It's always been kind to me. We're coming off the back of a better performance at Alton Park. You know, we found a bit of speed there, which was good. Improved the bike, and straight away my speed improved. So yeah, looking forward to carrying that on to Thruxton and seeing what we can do.
It was lovely to be able to talk about you in a really positive way at Alton Park. We saw that speed increase. What did you guys find in the bike?
We just improved the chatter slightly. You know, like the chatter's been affecting me quite a lot. I call it chatter, but it's chatter slash a really bad vibration, and it's really hard to manage. You know, like after a couple of laps on a tyre, it becomes really difficult to ride the bike. And straight away from the change that we made in between Brands and Alton, I felt immediately better from the first exit at Alton, and we showed that across the weekend. So yeah, now we've just got to start building, and you know, it's difficult when you're riding a bike and you're just chasing a feeling all the time and you can't get it. It's hard to start improving your performance, and we did that straight away at Alton. Perfect time to do it before coming here. Obviously super hot this weekend, so it's going to be a difficult one, but yeah, looking forward to it.
Jason, thank you very much. Good luck this weekend. I mean, the Yamaha memories. He maybe doesn't want to mention too many things about Yamaha when he's riding for Honda, but 100% that man knows how to go around Thruxton very fast. And we'll very much keep our eyes on that as much as we possibly can. We need to try and get a television screen. Only 8.5 minutes of this session to go. If I come into the AGN Steelstock garage, they have got a screen which I'll borrow for a minute, and it's Barry Burrell who is fastest from Christian Smith, then Kieran Smith. Nicky Coates up there as well. Big Catch. I wonder if that's still the nickname that Glenn Irwin wants us to use for Nicky Coates for this weekend. Kenny McLeod up there, our flying Scotsman, up there in 5th place on bike 34, ahead of Harley Preble, having a really good strong start. Davy Grace. Dale Thomas on 93 in 8th place. Now, Dale Thomas, got to say, he has been one of the revelations in the mid part of this season, showing great pace and getting towards the sharp end in 8th place on 93. Ahead of Simon Bastable and then Liam Vella, who we've just heard from Liam Vella's pit boss? Yeah, the man in charge of that team, Peter Eaton. So really, really good to hear from Peter Eaton. He's a local man here, and whenever you see two-stroke racing, they've got nice light baby blue with luminous yellow flashes through their actual clothes that they wear. I can see Scott Redding's on the pit wall. He is out there by the looks of things, probably keeping an eye on his good friend Luke Foreman, who has all sorts of good fun and good vibes in this. Carries the same race number as Scott Redding. Let's pop over and see if we can just grab a very quick word with him. He's on form this weekend. We caught up with Scott yesterday. Scott, you keeping a little eye on Luke?
Yeah, just having a little look. Was out having a rip the other day, so just trying to help him, get him up to a bit of speed.
He's looking better. He's making good progress.
Yeah, he is. He raced mini bikes and that, and then didn't ride for years and years, and he lost a load of weight to come back racing. So why not try and help your mates if you can?
100%, Scott. 100%. Good stuff. There's a lovely little grassy area here actually across. You get the pit wall, then there's a little bit of, well, it is grass, although it's yellow. There's not a lot of rain in the air down this neck of the woods. I noticed that as we were coming down the road yesterday. Jordan Ashington pops in. That's Peter Eaton's other rider. Shall we pop over and see if Jordan wants to say something? Frankie B makes his way across towards the pit wall. Good morning, Kaza, if you're listening back home in the borough of Peter. This is Jordan Ashington's bike in here in the background. And this is one of Peter Eaton's other riders. There's Liam Vella and number 9 Jordan Ashington. Jordan from Bradford on the George Racing two-stroke racing backed BMW. A little bit of an issue there with the, don't know exactly what they're working on there on Jordan's bike, but something 100% not ideal. Looks like it's something to do with the clutch actually, and how the clutch lever feels. Maybe it's just a little bit too light in his fingers, and he's missing that little vital bit of feel as he heads back out in circuit. Peter, very quickly, what's wrong with Jordan there?
We're just having a little issue with, I think, the clutch. They're quite sensitive on the clutch on, so when he goes in to drop it into gear on the quick shifter, it's kind of fighting it. So I said, look, forget the quick shifter, ride it like an old school bike.
And away he goes. Right, good stuff. And here's Luke Foreman in the pits now. Stops up. Scott Redding parks next to Luke. And now we have mentioned in the past that Luke Foreman has lost a lot of weight to go racing again, and it's a huge amount of weight. The leathers look so baggy on him now, and he's out there. He's got the same number as Scott Redding. Foreman Taxi Racing, and there's not a lot of time in this session, so I don't think Luke will stay in the pit lane too long. He'll want to try and get him out there and get him back up to speed. Scott will give him a few tips and hints and send him on his way. Heidi, I do hope this sounds good. It sounds good in my ears. There's a really nice radio reception, and at the end of this, beautiful, almost as good as that voice in my ears. Almost. At the end of this session, I'm going to pop back round towards the podium and check Larry's mic there. And let me see if I can just very quickly speak with Ryan Vickers and Spider, who's down here. Ryan, if we can have a very quick word with yourself. Welcome to Thruxton. Are you as excited as I am and your teammate Jason O'Halloran to be here?
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic to be here at Thruxton. One place that I missed last year going to World Championship, because it's the most fantastic track on the calendar for simply being the amazing racing that it always brings every year. It could be one of 8 people, you know, it always is. We're always coming into that chicane. Slipstreaming on a superbike with 8 people is great. I really like the different approach to this weekend. It's not about all-time lap time. It's not about being extremely fast. It's just about tyre life. And I really like having that different aspect of racing come into it, because we don't get that so much nowadays. So yeah, extremely good to be here. Weather's amazing, and looking forward to it.
How competitive do you think you're going to be in the Honda around here?
Yeah, I think good. The Ducati and the stuff like that is not going to have the advantage on acceleration here, because simple reason is they won't be able to use that extra power, that extra speed, because they'll destroy the tyre. So it is simply going to be down to normal, you know, tyre life, who can save it the best, and hopefully. I mean, I've raced against the Honda here, and it actually seems a really strong bike around here in the past. Obviously, I've been on the Yamaha, also a really good bike here. Had a lot of success, me and Jason. So it'd be nice to bring some information and some points to Honda as well if we need to. Maybe the bike will be better. We don't know. So I think we're both excited to get out there and see where it sets us.
Good luck, buddy. Thank you very much for your time. Great to see Ryan here, smile on his face. I was going to speak to Josh Corner, but he's heading straight back out on the track. Bobby Very is all here as well, sitting next to me. As Josh Corner goes on track, is Bobby Very going to follow him out? Yes, he is. New leathers for Bobby Very with that red rose off that area in the UK on his back. Kenny McLeod's in the pit lane too, and Kenny looks pretty chilled on his BMW. That was a superbike coming out of a garage. That sounded like a train stopping in the station there. The brakes very, very loud. Kenny's up here, he's got Laura with him, which is his ever-present better half. But he said, let's get a quick word with Kenny. How's Thruxton so far, Kenny?
Oh yeah, enjoying it. First time racing here last year, so coming back this year, at least you have a bit more of a reference point. But yeah, fastest track in the UK, what's not to enjoy?
Definitely opens the eyeballs first thing in the morning going round there.
Oh, absolutely, it's one way to wake you up for sure. Again, people can't test at Thruxton, so it's a good level there. It becomes more about the rider more than who does the most kind of riding. So.
Yeah, on you go, Kenny, not long, we'll let you get back out there. Quick change of suspension, and he heads back out onto the circuit. Away he goes. That was just a very quick couple of turns of, looked like preload, I'm going to guess, that getting put onto that bike from the guys at True Heroes Racing. Down here, True Heroes Racing. A lot of riders have been on their books in the past, gone through the True Heroes stable. And if you remember, I think I'm going to say this correctly, when Salty came back for that one-off ride at Cardwell Park when he slept half up the mountain, I think Salty was with True Heroes at that point. But we could revisit that later on. Don't know if he's here this weekend. And when I say Salty, I'm talking about Dave Sellers. So we need to get back to a little bit of a TV in a garage just to bring you the last minute and a half of this session. As it happens, it's a lot cooler today actually. That's something else you can say. When I arrived yesterday, it was some 38 degrees. It's right now 9:45 in the morning and 23 degrees. Barry Burrell still fastest from Kieran Smith and Christian Smith. No change there whatsoever. Nicky Coates still in that 4th place from Kenny McLeod 5th. Dale Thomas, Josh Corner, Harley Preble, Davy Grace and Simon Bastable, as we said before. Liam Vell has been knocked out of the top 10 in 11th from James Higginson, Alex Pearson, Jack Tynan, Lee Devonport, Aaron Dakin, and all the way down there in 17th place, bike number 4, which is James Dutton, the Bury St Edmunds rider on the CTR 2nd Chasing the Racing motorsport bike. Just ahead of Josh Smith, Rhys Coates and Bobby Very in 20th place, just ahead of Darren Fry. Now that's very good to bring Darren Fry into it because I'm actually in Darren's garage just now, technically the AGN Steelstock FS3 garage, as certain superbikes get pushed out from the garage to get a little bit of warm-up time, because Quattro Group British Supersport is next, and after, in fact no it's not, it's the Moto 4 next, RNG Moto 4 British Cup, then Quattro Group Supersport, then the superbike session happens on track. But the last 10 seconds of this session, we shall try and find another television further down pit lane, which will be closer towards the actual control line and race control. And then we'll head back round and check the microphone in Larry Carter's post-race area at Thruxton, which I'm pretty sure will be absolutely fine. Alan Hyde was here not long ago with the British Touring Car Championship, and the microphone worked ace in that area as well. As we pop into the Hager PBM garage, it's a moment of calmness down here. And as the checker flag pops out, it does look like Bobby Very's improved 14 places up into 7th, which he did need to do actually. He's got himself in towards that sharp end. But Burrell and the Smith twins have taken the checkered flag. Barry Burrell, Kieran Smith and Christian Smith, with Nicky Coates still in that 4th place. It does look like situation pretty normal, but Kenny McLeod's on a pretty quick lap around the back of the circuit on 34. Kenny could improve from 5th place, and he might be able to shuffle himself up ever so slightly as he crosses the line. Just got to get Kenny out of the club chicane and across that line. And no, he doesn't actually improve in position or time. The lap drifts away towards the end, but it's all about Barry Burrell once again. 0.6 of a second Barry Burrell has in his pocket over anybody else, and that 0.6 of a second is a pretty huge gap there as we come out of the Hager PVM garage. Get a picture taken there. Tried to breathe in so it looks slim, Alan. You won't have that problem, Heidi. And let's go back round to the kind of podium area here at Thruxton, underneath the old podium, as Storm Stacey's Ducati gets pushed back around. and we shall try and avoid any of the bikes that are coming in. Lee Devonport there. There's a whistle in the background. Always worry when you hear a whistle getting blown. Is it you that's in the road? It's somebody else. But good to see that all the tented village area is up and running as well. They've all got their televisions and their powers in. Bikes are getting prepared for the session after the RG Moto4 British Cup. But this is the area where we wanted to come and test out, because this is the Thruxton podium. And the microphone works just a treat on this podium. We can actually even climb the steps and stand on the top step of the podium. There you go, Alan Hyde. Everything works just perfect. Larry Carter will be a happy, happy little bunny. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Up next, RG Moto4 British Cup. On track now, the RNG Moto 4 British Cup free practice number 1. And, well, they're here in a slightly different from where they were last time, put it that way, as everybody is. But these guys were actually at the British Grand Prix, where they got to showcase their ability in front of the MotoGP paddock, as you would very much expect. I got to say, very impressive to see Ryan Frost back to winning ways. He took a double at the British Grand Prix, and where they did support the MotoGP. The 17-year-old for Fibertech Honda stood on the top step of that podium, and he was in fine form. We also saw Jack Dunnaby on the podium. We saw Luke Fitcher on that podium as well. One of the surprises of that weekend was actually, Jack Burrows didn't have a good weekend. He had his worst weekend of the year. He crashed out of the first race, and he had to battle his way through the field, and he could only get back up to 8th place. Such is the depth of talent in the RNG Moto 4 British Cup. And you may think, well, why were they the only class who were supporting anybody at the British Grand Prix, the MotoGP? That's because this is a Dorna sanctioned championship. We run it in the British Superbike Championship paddock, which is fabulous. MSVR, one of the few places around the world who are actually allowed to use the Moto 4 tagline, as the red flag pops out pretty early in this session. So we'll bring you a little bit of an update when we can with why the red flag has come out. But Moto 4 can only be used in certain places around the world. There's South America, there's us in the UK, obviously across in Spain will have it as well, and across on the other side of the world in the Far East. But it really is a great thing for us to be able to use that Moto 4 tagline, which I think is great. Super stuff. They can then basically showcase their talent. That's why they were there. It's a Dornaback championship. It's a road or the pathway to the MotoGP and the MotoGP paddock, and that's why our RNG Moto 4 British Cup was there. So the red flag has come out for us very early in this session, which is a great shame. We don't have any information as to why that is, but when we do get some information, well, that was quite high pitched, we will bring that to you. Alan thought that was funny as well. Yeah, I don't know where that went. It seemed to go to like 3 octaves and a key change up there. I'll bring you updates when I can. But 22 bikes on track. Ollie O'Gorman is here this weekend. He's 22nd. He is basically on an out lap. I wonder if he's maybe had a bit of an issue out there himself. Alan Hyde has come in. He's started us all off, and he's going to head off and have a bit of spectating, and we'll catch up with Hyde later on. Hopefully he has a bit of sun cream on that forehead, because it's starting to get warm out there now. But I'm Duncan Vincent. Welcome to Thruxton. It's fabulous to have you here with us today. Unfortunately, number 18, a faller on the start straight, and he's going to take a trip to the medical centre. That's not what you want to have your weekend starting like. It's Daniel Stevenson, one of the Rocket Racing team, the little brother of Rhys Stevenson, who races in the British Sport Bike Championship. So there we go. Red flag pops out very early in the session, and we shall keep you up to date as and when the session will restart. It won't be too long, hopefully, and we'll get Daniel taken to the medical centre for a checkup. At the red flag, 3 laps completed. 24 Ryan Frost, the Fibertech MLAV Honda fastest, from 16 Jack Burrows and 67 George Bowes. So here we go, live once again for the session that was unfortunately red flagged just a second ago when we had Daniel Stevenson slide off on the main straight. He's taking a trip to the medical centre to get checked out. Now, I did tell you that the Moto 4, the RNG Moto 4 British Cup, they had actually been at the British Grand Prix, where they had a supporting cast towards the main event, the MotoGP. Championship points coming away from that after Ryan Frost picked up a nice double. That's his 5th win of the season, 4th and 5th wins of the season, which he got there. He's had 5 wins, 3 seconds and 2 thirds. But Frosty has a 21-point championship lead over Jack Dunnaby and then Jack Burrows, with Marco Holt the Bolt in 4th place, ahead of Mason Foster, Luke Fitchett, George Bowes, Tyler Humphreys and Harrison Day, with Clayton Evans rounding out the top 10. Clayton's not having the greatest of years, I have to say. It's he's a little bit off pace, a little bit off colour, and hopefully things can maybe start to turn around from Thruxton, a place where we have seen him go pretty well in the past. But with that session unfortunately being red flagged, kind of throws a run plan into a little bit of jeopardy. They might need to shorten any ideas of what they're doing, but I'd imagine the teams will just want to get the young riders out there on track and make sure that they can get used to Thruxton once again. Some of them won't have been here before, some of them are very maybe new to it. We have to look at thinking about our good friend who joined us in the commentary box, Henry McCartney, new to this championship. Henry back after injury, and obviously Hudson Cooper as well. Hudson Kai Cooper, another person new to this championship. Have they been here before with another club in Dundee Racing? It's not a place where you can just come along and do a track day. Thruxton's very kind of unique in that sense. 17 minutes of the session to go. Let's pull a chair up and get close to Alan in the timekeepers area here, and we'll have a little look and see what's happening on that television screen for the times. Again, tracker map showing us where the guys are on the circuit, and all bikes now out there. Ryan Frost with the nice yellow blob on the tracker map shows that he is fastest. And Frosty, who will be wanting to try and show that he has got the measure of everybody here at Thruxton. They'll have come from the British Grand Prix. His tail will be up. He'll be feeling pretty good. And that's obviously how it works. You know, confidence is something that riders really do thrive on, especially Frosty. He's been in this championship a lot longer than the rest of the riders out there, and he'll be looking to just try and say, look, I'm the guy. You need to follow what I do. I'm going to disappear. I'm going to win this. That team that he's in, Fireprotect Honda, have got some great data along the way as well. From when you remember, I did mention Marco Morelli, who was one of the racers who came along here as a wild card, raced for MLAV in the Spanish CEV Championship, the Junior World Championship, and had a weekend off, so they brought him here and they put him on track, and Morelli was very fast. So they've got that great data to go back to in that team. But Frosty himself, to have a 0.2 of a second lead around here, he knows that it's all about slipstreaming and trying to position yourself on the track rather than just have that out and out one lap pace. You're obviously going to be thinking about race pace. You're obviously going to be thinking about how you can position yourself in the middle of the pack, because it will be a big slipstreaming pack all the way around this big circuit that we have here. These little bikes. I went down to Church last year. We're down the bottom of the runway at Church with Murig, the marshal down there on the inside. It was a fabulous place to be. And you listen to the little Moto 4 bikes coming down there, they're flat out all the way towards you. They don't even roll for that corner at Church. They keep it pinned all the way through the apex, full lean angle, but try and keep the knees tucked in as well, because that slows you down. So it's incredible to watch them at work. They get so hemmed in behind the bike and behind that little perspex bubble. Get your toes in, get your hands in, get your elbows in, your knees in. Everything has to be in, out of the wind. And that's what gathers you the momentum to take you all the way up towards Woodham Hill and that club chicane, where we do see a lot of fairly big, bold overtaking manoeuvres taking place quite a few times. We've been in the former commentary point across there, which is now gone. They're building a nice new facility at Thruxton, which is good to see. And it was actually, what I can tell you, it was Rob Collard who actually had the demolition job across there. And I think Rob was one of the first guys in to start putting the digger in and removing it. And if you don't know that name, he's a pretty well-known name in circuit racing in the UK. But maybe 2 more wheels to his name, 4 wheels for Rob Collard. But it was Collard Demolition who started taking it down. But we have seen some great manoeuvres into that chicane. It's a great place to watch from. It's a great place to pick up the action as they come through Church all the way up towards that club chicane. I was speaking with Steve Day this morning because he's actually, the TNT compound is along just at that club chicane. I said, you must have a great view of the club chicane. He goes, mate, we're inside a Sprinter van doing our commentary. So I was thinking, the glamour. I'm in the back of the media centre and Steve Day is in his Sprinter van. I said, I hope you've got aircon. He says, I hope we've got aircon as well. But for both of us, we love watching that club chicane, the action that you see going in there. And it's just a pretty special place to watch from anywhere around the circuit at Thruxton because it is so fast and it is so unique. So with what have we got left? 13 minutes of the session to go. Frosty is still top of the times. If you don't have an official souvenir programme, you need to go and get one. You can pick them up from various outlets around Thruxton. The official programme, £7 off your hard-earned money will pick you up one of the best souvenir guides that you've ever seen. It's like a spotter's guide. Everything you need to know is in that programme. And you could then turn to page number 69 where the entry list for the RNG Moto 4 Talent Cup is. And you can look at all the riders and the bikes and pick up the numbers as they're making their way around the circuit. 24 is Ryan Frost and he is fastest. From 16 Jack Burrows and 63 Jack Dunnaby. Dunnaby's having another really, really strong year. We'll have to say that on the Cavara Projects Honda with Peter Lucy. Ryan Sachs will be still very much involved in that as well. It's Cavara Projects by RS. Ryan Saxby is one of the guys who's always been so good at looking after the small bikes and tuning them and getting absolutely everything out of them. And these teams in this pit lane, they're great to watch because there's a bit of rivalry with the teams, as you understand. Whether it's Cavara Projects, Fibertech, whether it's City Lifting, whether it's the Wilson or Mortimer, there's so many good teams out there, all vying just to try and find that little bit of a competitive edge. As Luke Fitchett makes his way into the pit lane, and he's quite animated down there on the number 7 Cavara Projects bike actually, and that's not what we're normally seeing with Luke. He's normally a nice, calm, cool, collected kind of fella. But he was also down at Goodwood recently. I don't know if you caught that on some of his social medias. He was riding some really, really nice machinery at Goodwood. And to get yourself up that very, very iconic hill climb on something that's just a little bit nice underneath you. I think there's a lot of Ducatis getting ridden there. The Ducati celebration. We saw that Storm Stacey and Michael Rutter were riding Tony Rutter's bikes, which I thought was a really, really nice little fitting tribute. But Luke was down there also and managing to get his leg over some exotic machinery. But the top 3, Frosty, Burrows and Dunnaby. With Mason Foster, just a big improvement on the last lap round for Mason Foster. Goes up 5 places into 4th on 88. With Alex Remisel Lomas, a further improvement for him as well. He follows through an equally impressive 5-place improvement. Now, he's somebody who has just got a little bit quicker every session that he's ever ridden the RNG Moto 4 British Cup bike. We saw him at the start of the year, the winter test. Looked okay, almost in the bottom half of the field though. But Alex has got himself right up towards the sharp end and looking really, really strong at a couple of these events, which is great to see the young Spanish rider showing that he's come across here, and he shows that we have got a lot of talent because he's not disappearing at the sharp end, but he's also very much making his presence felt, as is Marco Holt, who goes up a couple of places into 4th on number 37, the City Lifting. Now there's something up with Luke Fitchett's bike because it's now been pushed out of the pit lane. So what I'll do, being an investigative journalist, I'll run down to the pit lane and I'll find out exactly what's wrong with Fitchett's bike. So the mechanic who was taking Luke's bike away has no idea what's wrong with it. He says it just stopped, as we see Clayton Edmonds in the pit lane. A very tall Clayton Edmonds nowadays. Clayton Edmonds is taller than me. Good grief. How are we this weekend? Are you looking forward to getting going? You have grown so much.
Yeah, I'm excited to see where we can get with this weekend. Just trying our hardest, trying new things from last time. So
You got a note in your tank there. Can you tell me what this note means? Actually, it says no humping, just push it.
basically, where I'm bigger, when I keep braking and then going all the way to the front, and then I'm diving all the way on the front, and then it's just unsettled through the corners. So they said stop humping, so that I put my bum back a bit more.
I like it. I wonder where you're going with that one. Thank you very much. Let's grab Luke Fitchett, who's across here on the pit wall, just over this lovely little grassy area there, and let's see if we can just grab a very quick word. Look, what we saw you come in so quick, animated. What's wrong with the bike? It's been pushed away.
Yeah, I'm not really sure at the moment. It just started pulling back a bit on the run up to the last chicane and grabbed the clutch and it just died on me. But yeah, first time here and the track looks good from what I've seen in the first couple of laps. Bumpy to what I'm used to, but yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
And super wide as well. That's one thing about Thruxton. So many different bits of tarmac to use.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Silverstone was a good introduction, to be honest, because that's also one of the widest tracks on the calendar. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of lines you can take, and it's finding the right one to get the lap time. So
I'm going to grab a quick word with Peter Lucy if I can, just to get a word with the boss. Welcome to Thruxton. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. What's the plan for you guys in this free practice session, and what do you tell the youngsters before they go out?
Just to take it easy, learn the track, and get a good time.
Yeah, get a good time, because you're obviously on track twice today. Will they push on later on?
They will, yeah.
What do you know what's wrong with his bike? He didn't give too much away there.
No, there's something wrong. Don't know yet. He'll be ready for this afternoon later on. We're not out till 4, so.
But to fall off the back of the step. Hopefully it's nothing too bad.
Yep, hopefully.
Thank you very much. There we go. Well, Luke did say it was kind of like tightening up a bit, which is never good. We don't like the fact that it was tightening up. We've got Ryan Saxby here just telling Clayton Edmonds when to go. And Clayton goes. Like that. Saxby orchestrating everything from the actual pit wall. And away goes young Clayton Edmonds. It falls silent now in the pit lane until we get another one passing in the background. Henry McCartney's team across there. Danny Webb on the pit wall. Danny in the same hotel as I am. Caught him. I was checking in last night as he was doing the exact same as Marco Holt. Now in the pit lane, Ryan Saxby having a bit of a chat with Marco. Number 37 on the City lifting bike. They're going to take out the rear tyre and going to put a newer tyre. And I don't know if it'll be brand spanking new, but let's just see exactly what they're doing. Everything is so cute on these little bikes now. If you don't kind of get that, the wheel spindle so small, so thin, the nuts very small that goes on it as well. That's because these are proper kind of production Grand Prix bikes, and everything's made to be super light and super good. Let's get a very quick word with Marco. How are you today? You well? You looking forward to Thruxton?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Just came in for a quick change on the bike. Yeah, the track's really nice. Bit bumpy, but yeah, let's look forward to it.
Yeah, Luke Fitchett said the same thing. First time here, super bumpy and super wide.
Yeah, it's really wide, to be fair. A lot wider than most of the other tracks. Obviously bar Silverstone, but yeah, no, mega.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, Marco. So it's not a brand new tyre in there, but it's a newer tyre. And then what they do is they pull the bike back onto compression, and they start it by just spinning it. So cool. So when I say pull it back onto compression, you rotate the wheel in the bike backwards, so it puts the piston right up to the sort of sharp end, and away you go, and it starts up. And they get Marco Holt back out there. Great work from the City lifting guys. A nice quick turnaround, not a brand new tyre, but just a different tyre in the back of that bike. And away he goes. Maybe slightly less laps than the tyre that was in the bike. But I was mentioning Danny Webb, across there looking after Henry McCartney. The Stanford Racing team really have had a bit of a glow up. They really nice looking livery. The vans are good, the team clothing is good as well. And let's just see if we can have a very quick word with the man on the pit wall right now. Danny, looking good so far. How is Henry, first of all?
Yeah, he's good. You know, we stumbled across something at Silverstone which is going to help him. You know, he's such a big lad on a small bike. But you know, hopefully we give him a bit more support now, and he can run up where we know he can run, because he's a really talented lad.
You enjoy this, don't you? Enjoy being the team boss back in the paddock?
I don't know if I enjoy it. It's more stressful than racing. But yeah, you know, we've worked with Henry for 4 or 5 years now, and then to build a team with Stanford Racing, it's incredible to give him an opportunity, and you know, we're learning as well as Henry. So yeah, it's the start of something. It's the start of something very big and very new. You know, we're running 2 bikes at the TT next year as well, and but yeah, it's all good.
Thanks, Danny. Thanks for your time, buddy. Just to let you know, Ryan Frost still fastest from Jack Burrows and Marco Holt, with Jack Dunne being 4th now. Mason Foster up there ahead of Alex Remisal Lomas, Clayton Evans, George Bowes, Harrison Day, who was sensational at the British Grand Prix, Tyler Humphreys in 10th place, and thoroughly Trevor down to 11th. Number 67, Fowler at the chicane. That, of course, is George Bowes, but Ryder is okay. So anybody who's looking for George Bowes, George slipped off at the chicane, but he is badged as being okay, as we turn around to see Luke Fitchett making his way back from the Cavara Projects pit wall. He'll head back to the paddock and pick himself up just a little bit of fluid and have a little bit of a think about the bike. But he did actually say that it felt like the bike was pulling back. Now let's hope that wasn't the bike tightening up, and let's hope it's not an engine that is going to be required in that bike. But kind of a classic kind of line that comes from what would have been an engine on its way out. If it starts to pull back on you, that's not what you want to have. 2.5 minutes off the session left to go here, and we can see the teams all just standing on the pit wall having a bit of a watch of what's going on. The grid racing, the MLAV team across there, Fibertech Honda by MLAV Racing. A lot of bikes to look after, a lot of personnel. That's just how it goes. We've also got the Burrows Engineering, RK Racing, Burrows Engineering team, and Wilson Racing, Gary Wilson's team down here, right at the pit exit, beside the kind of light gantry where Jack and Olga are sitting, and they're basically in control of the lights at the end of the pit lane, and the checker flag will go out from that area. But nice to hear from Danny Webb. Remember, former Grand Prix racer Danny Webb. Been there, seen it, done it all, and then, yeah, now back in the pit lane here, feeling the stress, as you can understand. A bit more stressful being a team boss when you're looking after a young rider. And that used to be roles reversed, and Danny would feel just the stress of actually delivering on track, but now he's got to deliver in all areas, on track, off track, put the team together, and quite an exciting expansion for those guys coming their way in 2027 as well. But there we go, only what we've got left now, 1.5 minutes of this session left to go, and then we will have the checker flag popping out. So checker flag for the RNG Motor 4 British Cup. Free practice 1 sees all bikes take the checker flag. And Ryan Frost fastest with a 1:22.158. Jack Burrows a good strong second place, and Jack Dunnaby in third. It's like the big guns have got themselves to the sharp end already around Thruxton. Good to hear from Marco Holt in the pit lane. He's good in fourth place. Mason Foster, Alex Remisel Lomas in sixth. Harrison Day, who I said had a fabulous British Grand Prix. Harrison Day is having a fabulous year, full stop. You know, rookie year. Son of Josh Day, who was a really, really strong racer, Superbikes, Super Sport, you name it. Josh Day has been there and done it. Tri-Options Cup as well, if I'm not mistaken. Very much looking to impress in his rookie year. Ahead of Clayton Edmonds, George Bowes and Tyler Humphreys in 10th place. I have the legend that is Richard Coventry standing outside my commentary box. He's about to come in here. We better go and say hi to Cov, and we'll be back with the next session. On track now, we have the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, free practice number 1. And what's interesting here, we have got Jan Onchu with us this weekend. How cool is it to have somebody from the World Supersport Championship? It's not his first visit to the BSB. I'd like to point that out. I think this is a championship that he actually enjoys being involved in. Cast your memory back to Donington Park, where Tom Booth Amos came along and decided to try and get Jan Onchu a ride as well, and he jumped on a Gearlink Kawasaki, and wow, was he not fast. The battle at the sharp end of the race was Stapleford on the McAdam Factory Triumph 765 with Jan Onchu and Tom Booth Amos very much in the mix. And Stapleford did a very un-Stapleford manoeuvre, if you remember back. This is last year. He tipped off at McLean's. Jan Onchu went on to take the lap record away from Tom Booth Amos, and Tom Booth Amos, I think, got a victory. They had a lot of fun involved in that weekend. And Jan Onchu is back again, but he's back replacing a rider. We would rather he wasn't here replacing this rider, because Ben Curry, if you're listening, Ben, I don't know if you're here, get well soon, mate. We really do want to see you back as soon as possible, because Ben Curry, a great shame that he tipped off at Oulton Park, picked up quite a few injuries, a couple of lung injuries and issues going on with ribs. And Ben, if you're listening, get well soon, mate. We do miss you. We're delighted that Jan Onchu is in the paddock, but we would rather have you on that bike and have Jan Onchu just here as a wild card on an R9 Yamaha. But the McCams team have fielded bike number 61, Jan Onchu, so they won't have to change too much on that bike. The number's exactly the same, and away he goes. But yeah, Ben Curry, unfortunately, he went down at Old Hall Corner at the start of it was actually the middle of one of the free practices at Oulton Park, and that was a great shame, a really great shame. But he did put a really nice update video out, so if you have seen that update video, you'll be very much aware that Ben Curry is on the mend, and he's a tough little Aussie. He really is. He won't go away without a fight, as we've seen that for quite a few times. Luke Stapleford, well, he's fastest in this session. Finds himself on the Scars Ducati in the Tented Village, which is just beside my new commentary point. If you are unaware and you have not arrived at Thruxton yet, the old air traffic control, that's gone. It's gone. The place where Peter Hickman joined me for quite a few times. We've had Lee Jackson up there. Dom Herbertson, another person who come across and visit us in that commentary point. It's gone. It's gone. The Jackaroo Cafe's flattened as well. Thruxton is on the up, and they're building a new structure across there. So we had to find ourselves a new commentary point. Alan Hyde has put together one of the best commentary points I've ever actually had. The only thing is you can't see a view of the circuit. That's a bit of a shame. But I've just had Richard Coventry, the TV director for TNT Sport, in here, and Lee Wright, his number one man, and they're going to give us an excellent feed in towards here, so we'll be able to see plenty of stuff that's going around the circuit. Right now we're using the fabulous TNT screens, not TNT, the TSL screens is what we're using. Live timing, tracker map and log. TSL timing brought to you by Omologato and 1P Mobile here at Thruxton this weekend, as it is every weekend. But with Stapleford being fastest from Jack Kennedy and then Harry Truelove, Cam Hall up there as well in a good 4th place. Ollie Bayliss in 5th place. Now this isn't the first time we've not seen Bayliss be directly at the sharp end within the first 3 or 4 laps. It's a place that he just wants to get used to. Spoke with him a little bit last night on Instagram, as you do. Sent him a message, hope you see this. He says, I see it. So we started having a bit of a conversation, because there's a new name in this that I wanted to quiz him about, because it's a young Australian called Hayden Nelson. So there you go. Hayden Nelson from Australia, Lionheart Motor Racing Team on a Kawasaki 636. And he just randomly in the conversation dropped in saying, oh yeah, it's my cousin. I said, no, it's not. You're winding me up now. He goes, no, genuinely, it's my cousin. It's my mum's side of the family. It's a cousin. So, fabulous. And to get this first-hand information, yes, we'll also send Larry Carter scurrying around the paddock, and I'll do exactly the same. But really, really helpful for Ollie Bayliss to give us that. He's fast. He does Australian Supersport. He says you're going to have to watch out for him. He's popped over here with his dad Craig, and yeah, fabulous. Grew up on the dirt track like Ollie, and was second in the Supersport Championship this year in Australia, so he knows how to get it done. Bearing in mind we've seen quite a few Australians come over recently, and it's something that we've seen for a long period. Cameron Swain, who is the Supersport Cup regular, 24th place, Australian Supersport champion last year. He's 24th. Hayden Nelson 27th just now. So there's room for improvement. But we also have Josh Whatley here. Now that's another man who would think, hang on a minute, we know that name. Where's Josh Whatley? Well, he went directly to Moto3 with MLav for a couple of years. Now finds himself a home in the World Supersport Championship on the Ducati alongside Leonardo Ticini in World Supersport. But a weekend off, Josh Whatley finds himself on Chris Hicks's, which I think is brilliant, XMT Triumph. Fabulous stuff to see that he's been picked up and giving a run at Thruxton on the XMT Triumph. We'll see how that unfolds. We obviously have Jack Mahaffey in the mix, as we do week in, week out. Learning another new circuit is Mahaffey. The speed that we see from Jack Mahaffey is fabulous. It's just that the consistency needs to be that little bit better. If we could be a little bit more consistent with Jack, I think the results will come. It's like he's almost having to push just that little bit too much to try and say, look, I'm here, I have arrived, in order to remain here. But you've got to get the results to remain here. And there's the commentator saying you need to step back a little bit. So he's not going to listen to me. Mahaffey is a fast racer, and he is giving us some really good results. Emmanuel Brenton also returns to this championship, and you say, well, that's another name that I remember you talking about the last couple of years, Duncan. But was that not in the Talent Cup? It was. And Emmanuel is on the Millionaire Competitions Racing Yamaha R9. Manny, a lot taller than he was. He basically outgrew the smaller bikes. And Emmanuel Brinton, who first popped onto the BSB scene, if I'm not mistaken, it was at Brands Hatch, where the family came over for a holiday, packed the leathers in, ended up riding one of, I think it was Gary Wilson's spare bike, if I'm not mistaken. But myself and Larry Carter noticed one thing about Emmanuel Brinton that weekend. He had Alpine Star leathers deckled up in Monlau with Scalextric sponsorship, and we thought, this isn't just somebody here having a little bit of random fun. This is a doer, and Emmanuel Brinton was. He came over for the next year after that, full-time on the Cavara Projects bike, and gave us some fabulous, fabulous racing. And he now finds himself a home in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. This was announced a couple of weeks ago at Oulton Park, when Millionaire Competitions stepped into the paddock, into the actual racing side of the paddock. We've seen them moving about, doing some social media and some competitions. Hence the name Millionaire Competitions Racing Limited. But to put Manny Brinton on that bike number 23, this will be an interesting step in that young man's career. Stepping into the lion's den, if you like it, that is a Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. And Free Practice 1 has 30 minutes to go. And that's it. Kind of giving you a splattergun effect, looking at some of the new names that we have got. But it's Stapleford and Kennedy who are the top two. Then it's Corey Tinker. Corey Tinker, in fact, it was, as I say that, Dean Harrison. Dino goes into P3. Dino, unfortunately, well, when was the last time that you had a race meeting that you saw John McGuinness and Dean Harrison crash up? There you go, long time ago. McGuinness tipped off the Honda UK Super Stock bike at Knickerbrook, and Dino unfortunately scooped himself at the Shell hairpin. He was just asking a little bit too much from the front end of that Honda CBR 600, and down he went on the braking phase on full lean as well. But Dean Harrison showing great pace, really has stepped up, and is now showing himself as one of the top line supersport racers in the UK. I was just about to start talking about number 37, Corey Tinker, because Corey, very impressive run for Corey Tinker to find himself inside the top three. Slips down to fourth, but that is by no means a bad account of himself. The JDM, Josh Davis Motorsport Ducati. You can always spot Corey, number 37. He's got the helmet with the kind of the long hair just poking out the back. Not too long, but it's a fairly big head of hair that Corey Tinker has. And you can see him on the 37 Josh Davis Motorsport Ducati, the lovely purple, silver and black bike, and really doing a good show of pace and speed as Corey Tinker. Josh Whatley goes up 18 places and puts himself into 11th, so nestles himself in behind Ollie Bayliss. And he is nice and close with Ollie Bayliss. That's what we like to see. He's just ahead of Lucas Brown and Shannon Chu as well. So That's a pretty talented run of riders. 10th Bayliss, 11th Watley, 12th Lucas Brown and 13th Shan Onchu, with Max Wadsworth nestled in behind him in 14th. So impressive gaggle of riders. Number 23, Manny Brinton, improves, but he doesn't have a transponder working. So Millionaire Competitions have got the bike ready, got the bike on track, but I don't think they've put the transponder on the bike. That's a bit of a shame, but we'll pop into the pit lane at some point and make sure we grab a word. 29 super sport bikes entered for Thruxton. A little bit lighter on numbers than I would like, but we still do have all the main doers out there. And well, it's right in the middle of family holiday season, isn't it? But when you're at the British Championship level, that usually tries to get put in between race meetings. That's what we like to see. TJ Toms, 18th place for the GNS number 2 Kawasaki racer. Bit of work to do for TJ. He has had no luck. Now, every rider will say that if they're not getting the results, but TJ hasn't had any luck whatsoever. Neither has the GNS team. It's just one of these things, you know. If luck's over there, TJ finds himself here, other side, which is a great shame. It will come good. He knows he's got the pace. The team know that they have the ability in the rider and themselves. But yeah, it's just when luck's not going. We saw him retiring from a really decent run at Oulton Park and towards Lodge, the last corner. Another improvement for Josh Watley. He goes up into 8th place on bike 70. We're going to keep our eyes on the TSL tracker map, brought to you by Amulagato on 1P Mobile, as he makes his way down through Village in towards Church Corner. He's about to break the next intermediate beam, and I'll see that coming back. It's a 21.912, 21.9 seconds. Luke Stapleford's fastest in that area, and he's a 20.8. So Josh Watley quite a chunk of time away, where he's knocked it off this lap. Just to give himself a little bit of a cool. He's in a nice space on the track, which is good. Behind him is Max Wadsworth. Ahead of him up the road is Hayden Nelson, the newcomer. But Hayden Nelson crosses the line and heads in towards Allard as Watley just comes out of the club chicane. So there's a nice bit of space on the track, and that's what you're looking for. They will also, though, be looking to try and give themselves some idea of picking up a toe. You pick up a toe, you can kind of visualise where you need to be to make that final slipstream on the run up towards the club chicane. But they won't want to show their hand. That's one thing that these riders will not do. They will not get behind one of the other riders that they think they'll be racing against and show, I could slipstream past you here. It's basically giving somebody free advice on how to defend from you. So that's it's always a little bit of mind games. It always goes on. And these riders are at the peak of their game, top of their powers. Ollie Bayliss, 5th place improvement for Ollie. He goes into 6th place, 1.2 seconds away from the fastest time by Luke Stapleford, and he's done a 1:18.445. I caught Ollie cycling the circuit last night. He was out there with Cameron Dawson. They were putting in some good laps, and that's how these riders do get to know circuits. Obviously, there's nothing better than being on the actual race bike. But when Bayliss can't be on the race bike, he will cycle lap after lap after lap. He was doing that, and while he's out there cycling, his better half, Keisha was in the PBM hospitality with JC and Scott Redding having a little bit of dinner. I know he's out there cycling the track. I did like that. She's very much got her priorities in the right place. Let Ollie go and do his work, and I'll just sit and relax. But it was so incredibly hot yesterday. We're noticing the temperatures already up to around about 26 degrees here at Thruxton today. That's around about 12 degrees away from where it was yesterday. It was 38 degrees when I arrived here yesterday. It was absolutely stifling at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It has cooled off a little bit because there's slight cloud cover there, but the actual air temperature also is going down, which will help. It will help everybody, and it will also help the machines, because the machines like to have cooler air to go faster. If they're gulping in that warm air, it does affect it just a little bit, but it's more the tyres and the actual physicality of racing a bike in a leather suit with a helmet on around here on top of what is effectively a heat generator. That's what you're sitting on. Every part of a motorcycle gets red hot, as you like to say down here, when you're riding it. You know, the heat comes back up from the engine, the seat's roasting, your feet get red hot in the feet pegs, you've got an exhaust up one side of you, you've got an engine underneath you, especially on like Jack Kennedy's 600 Honda. It's revving its little bits off and it's just generating heat. You've got a massive radiator at the front of the engine which pushes hot air back up into towards you, and it's a radiator, so it generates heat. It's physical around here, and the heat as well, the actual natural ambient heat, a little bit lower, is working perfectly for the racers this morning. We'll see how it goes after that. We do have a full Superbike session to come your way after the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. 50 minutes of the British Superbikes in association with Pirelli, and it'll be interesting to see exactly how they get on, because as I said earlier on, the tyre for this weekend from Pirelli is the SCD. They can use the SC1 for the free practice part of it, but for racing it's got to be the SCD. Should there be a red flag as well, 9 times out of 10 at every other circuit you're not allowed to change tyres, but Thruxton we do change that, and you can actually change a tyre should it be needed. Now, what have we got left? 5.5 minutes to go. This is Duncan Vincent in a commentary box at Thruxton with nice air conditioning behind us, which is good. Bringing you the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. Free practice number 1, which has Luke Stableford on the Scars Ducati at the sharp end leading the way. Behind Luke Stableford, Jack Kennedy on the Honda UK CBR 600. Jack, well, still very much digging deep, fighting the fight that he has got. He will never go down without a fight, Jack Kennedy. He always stands up, and he can be counted in that garage. And Scott Hargreaves, the Honda UK boss, delighted to have the likes of Jack Kennedy and Dean Harrison in that side of the garage. But championship being led by Stapleford with Kennedy second. That's exactly what we're seeing on our TSR timing screen, brought to you by Omologato and 1P Mobile. Third place in the championship is the man who sits 7th place in this session, Ollie Bayliss. Bayliss, remember, didn't do the first 2 rounds, and he only now finds himself 64 points back off the Stapleford Championship lead. That's very impressive. He came in here, he has had 6 wins, 1 second and 1 third. He has been the man on a mission. Will that continue this weekend? It's a different circuit, Thruxton. It's unique. He has got a bit of work to do. He is now in 9th place because Jan Onchu has just gone ahead of him into 8th place. So this will be something that we definitely need to keep our eyes on. But championship 4th place, Ben Curry, unfortunately not with us this weekend on the injured sick list. Get well soon, Ben. We can't wait to see you back soon. Then it's Dean Harrison, Harry Truelove, Oliver Barr 7th place in the championship, just ahead of his teammate on the 3B Construction Binge Pro Ducati, Carter Brown. Then Lee Johnson, and Lucas Brown comes back in 10th position. Behind Lucas Brown, we have got Lee Johnson, Lucas Brown. Billy McConnell's 11th, actually. Skippy McConnell, who we have seen on the second of the MMB Ducatis. And Billy starting to get up to speed. He was on the Triumph at the start of the year, stepping in for the injured Bradley Peary. But then that's kind of changed. And, yeah, he finds himself on the MMB Ducati. And he finds himself a really, really good, strong home on that MMB Ducati as well. So with 3 minutes of the session to go, I'll grab the radio mic and I'll vacate the commentary box just now because the A-team have arrived with cables everywhere. Radio Dave and TNT are now here, so I'll just disappear for a quick second. We'll head across towards the pit lane and we'll pick up the commentary from that pit lane and bring you up to speed with everything that's going on across there. So don't go too far. We'll be back in a second. And there is your second as we quickly leave the commentary point just now because you don't want the commentator being in the road of the fitting team. And also it'd be good to get across into that pit lane to find out just exactly how things are going for the guys in this session. With, I said, only a couple of minutes of the session to go and keeping everybody pretty much sharp and on their toes. As I look and see the board, 2 minutes 17 seconds off the session to go. And as we come into the pit lane, yeah, a lot of people down here. And I'm standing right beside JB Davis's XMT Triumph setup. Let's make our way up the pit lane ever so slightly and see if we can have a little bit of a look in the Raceways team. The Macam, a couple of Macam's R9s, which are going to be looking lovely. On track, Jean Onchu. And also Harry Truelove. If you could just pop in and have a quick look at the television. Television's hiding in the roof. Get out of Barry Stanley's way, trying not to stand in front of anybody's view. And let's have a look as we're in this Raceway garage. We've got Jean Onchu in 9th place. And where is Harry Truelove? He's in 11th place. So 9th and 11th for the two Yamahas. I like how they've got the television suspended from the roof in here. That's really handy. It's still Stapleford, but it's now Stapleford from Harrison. It's no longer Stapleford and Kennedy. Dean Harrison finds himself 0.3 of a second behind Luke Stapleford at that sharp end. Then Jack Kennedy in 3rd place. Corey Tinker, Oliver Barr, Josh Watley in 6th. Carter Brown, Jamie Davis, Sean Onchu, and Ollie Bayliss drops down to 10th place for Ollie. So last 50 seconds off the session, and the temperature is starting to really get up hot and sticky out here in the pit lane. And that is something that the Superbike teams are very much aware of. They'll be keeping an eye on that. But also these Supersport racers, as they start to collect their pit equipment before they head back towards their area in the paddock, have a quick debrief after the session, and then find out exactly how things have gone. But yeah, they will notice that the temperature is up, and the riders will notice that the minute they come off the track as well, because they'll stop, they'll pop the visor and they'll think, good grief, where did that heat come from? And that's something that they're going to have to try and deal with the best that they can. So we look across there, Jamie Perrin, former racer, now turned mechanic with the Raceways McCann's Yamaha team, makes his way back across in towards the McCann's garage. And we're going to stay here to try and catch up with Jean Onchu as he comes in, as Jamie heads into that garage. Garages at Thruxton. We have got the Superbike garage, and there's a garage each for Jean Onchu and also for Hazard Truelove, which I do like to see. Dave Binch makes his way back towards the paddock. Decent session for Oliver Barr and for Carter Brown. He'll be happy with that one. Both bikes back in one piece. Carter, unfortunately, he tipped off, if you remember, at Oulton Park. Turn number 1 and pretty much destroyed the bike. Great shame. It's one of these things when you do fall off a racing bike, if it slides along the track, perfect. If it digs in and starts cartwheeling, it just destroys all the expensive parts that you need to look after and keep. And that's exactly what happened to Carter Brown, unfortunately. So he was less than impressed with his small error that cost the team quite dearly. As we get our own Superbike teams back in now, the Superbike tyres are all getting put into their bikes, and they're on track next. So if you aren't in a spectator area, it's probably a good idea for you to get to some sort of spectator area and get yourself ready, because you're going to have 50 minutes of the British Superbike Championship coming your way next. We'll try and get an interview with Jean Onchu when he comes back in here, and we'll see what he says. Until then, we're probably going to take on some water and get a little bit of sun cream. There's a bit of a tip for you. If you're on the bankings today, water and sun cream and shade, definitely going to be your friend. Right, we've got the boss man of Raceway's Yamaha here, which is always good to have a chat with him. We're looking inside the Supersport garage just now, Steve, before the Superbikes go out. Shan on to you. Now, obviously, we don't like Ben Curry being injured. That's never good. But what a replacement rider you've picked up.
Yeah, we was umming and ahhing whether to replace Ben or not, you know, for this round. Obviously, Yamaha said, look, you know, Can would be interested. And obviously, he's a Yamaha contracted rider. So, yeah, we just, with the help of Stuart, just sort of made the job happen.
And obviously, he's a world-class rider, and he's shown that the bike is the real deal. We've seen Ben showing that, but for him to jump on it and have such a good free practice, obviously gives you great hope for the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, obviously expectations are high because, you know, obviously he's a very fast rider. It's been very interesting to see what the differences are, what he says between our bike and the world bike. So obviously we have a few little differences. We have a shorter swing arm and stuff. So, yeah, see how we go.
Superbikes on track next. How's Bradley?
Oh, he's up for it.
Is he now? Yamaha circuit.
Yeah.
Is it still a Yamaha circuit? Do you believe that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the motor's going to be strong, and I think the Ducati will probably work now. So, yeah, which is, you know what it's like. It's all about the last 4 or 5 laps here, isn't it?
It's going to be red hot, isn't it? Literally.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you very much, Steve. Cheers. So yeah, Can on to you at the back of the garage there. Steve's just about to go and have a little word with him. He looks so cool, calm and collected, ready to go. As I look into the garage next door, team manager Ian Derbyshire, as the Leon Haslam's Motor Rapido bike comes out and is about to get fired up. We'll try not to get in everybody's camera shot here. Brand new set of tyres for the Pocket Rocket as he goes on to track. I'm just seeing that the team manager has got a moon boot on. As there goes Leon Haslam. Let's quickly find out what's happened to you, Mr. Team Manager. What have you done?
I'd like to say how excited coming out the loop, leading the club race, but found on a hole, mate. Broke my ankle on Friday, sadly.
Good grief. Was this Friday night that you fell down a hole?
No, Friday afternoon, enjoying a little leisurely walk with my lad, and yeah, little slip down a hole.
Oh God, get well soon, Ian. That's it's never the best thing to do, but hop about the place. There goes Glenn Irwin out. We're just about to see Scott Redding coming out. The tyre warmer's still on the Hagar PBM Ducati. As out of the pit box comes your defending reigning champion Kyle Ride, as he looks down the pit lane and throws the leg over the nitrous competition Ducati. Nice yellow accents and flashes as out comes the Hagar Ducati. And Matt finished. Now, if any of you eagle-eye photographers out there will be getting a picture of Scott Redding, he's very much on the matte finish for that now, and photographers like that because it's meant to be easier to get a picture of. And also, it's more aerodynamic. There's a tip for you as well. There goes Bradley Ray and Storm Stacey. And I think we'll head upstairs now and get ourselves our programme, a little bit of sun cream, and bring you the full 50 minutes of Superbikes. So let's split this session up. Let's do some commentary box and also some live pit lane for you as well, so we can actually get a feel for what's happening in that pit lane. I do hope you could hear everything that was going on earlier on. A fair bit of noise happening in that pit lane as we're there. And a lot of heat as well. That's something that I need to tell you. It's searingly hot in that pit lane. Really, really is. And it's just a little bit of a heads up for anybody who is spectating around the circuit. Please make sure you're looking after yourself today. Healthcare, personal healthcare, is something that you have. You've got to really take care of when you're here at Thruxton in this intense heat that we have. Water, hydrate, shade, and sun cream, please. But it's the Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. Zin 18 plus, not risk-free, contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only used by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products. And we see the Pocket Rocket fastest of anybody. He came out of the garage, actually. He was one of the first out the garage into the pit lane, and he just looked ready for this. Leon Haslam looked absolutely pumped up and ready to go. And away he went onto track, showing that he and that Moto Rapido Ducati very much have the feeling underneath him. But wasn't it good to hear from Steve Rogers? How's Bradley? Oh, he's up for it. He's ready. Is it still a Yamaha track, though? That's what we need to ask. Time will tell. Will that new Ducati put to bed the ghost of previous Ducatis, which just did not work here? The side grip, the edge grip, it was always difficult to watch, but it always gave us that bit of a topsy-turvy result, and seeing the big Ducatis towards the back. Bimotas, well, we have seen Max Cook go so incredibly well here. He's a young man who is making fabulous steps forward in his superbike racing career. And there's no reason why that Bimota shouldn't go well here. The edge grip that the Bimota gives, the feel that it has going through the corners with that lovely Italian Bimota design chassis. Owned by Kawasaki now. There will be a lot of crossover, you would imagine. But also, the beating heart of the Bimota is still the ZX10RR engine. The engine which we saw win races last year. Christian Iden won at Aston, if you remember. And they were very much at the sharp end. Max Cook, if you remember last year, rode into the back of somebody going in towards church and gave us all a terrifying moment. He didn't really actually know that had happened. And then he folded the front in towards the last club chicane as well. That just springs back into memory. Yeah, exciting times. Exciting things due to happen for us this weekend. Okay, so the best ever lap around here is a 1:13.843. We have seen that getting destroyed everywhere this year. The lap records which Shaky has held for quite some time. This one dates back to 2016. But those lap records have been getting beaten left, right and centre, and we usually see it done in the qualifying or the pre-qualifying, but they get kind of close in the free practice session, the hour free practice session that we have, but not today. This is only a 50-minute free practice session, so it's slightly different from what we would normally have. Effectively, they've got 10 minutes chopped off their session. That's quite easy for us to talk about. Is that a big deal for us watching at the side of the track? No. Is it a big deal for the riders and the teams? Well, yes, it is. Because 10 minutes of valuable track time getting taken away from you is never great. But just with the way the time constraints are for us running at Thruxton, it's very important that every session is just that little bit shorter than it would be. So you kind of got to be on your A game from the word go. So your first exit from the pit lane is possibly a little bit different from an exit anywhere else around the country. If you've got 5 or 6 runs planned throughout the course of a session, maybe the first one has to get shelved and you go straight into run 2, 3, 4, 5 onwards. The first one could just maybe be bedding in brakes, bedding, stretching a chain and just getting a feel for a new set of leathers. That can't be done today. That can't be done in this session. You need to make sure you hit the ground running in this one because it's only 50 minutes. And we have got Bradley Ray fastest from Leon Haslam, from Danny Kent, Ryan Vickers and Scott Redding being your top 5. What's interesting about that, we've got 2 Yamahas inside the top 3. Pretty much standard for Thruxton. We've got 2 Ducatis in the top 5 and also a Honda. But more impressive for me is we've got Danny Kent up there. This is something that has been pretty tough to watch at certain points throughout the course of the weekend, of the year. Danny Kent's a world-class rider. And we all expected jumping from the Martrain team into the TES Cheshire Moulding squad, that was going to be a match made in heaven. He's got a great teammate in Rory Skinner. Wow, this is going to be good. But he just can't pick up the feel that he had last year, and it's annoying Danny, obviously. But for us, we just feel like we're getting robbed of that world-class talent at the sharp end. Now, he's always gone well at Thruxton. Remember when he was on the Lovell Kent Honda a couple of years ago, the little team that he put together. They had a linkage failure on the bike, if you remember, going out of Seagrave Corner up towards Noble. And that got pretty messy, shall we say, in that area of the track. But it's great to see Danny Kent back at the sharp end. I want that to continue all the way through the weekend. We've got Danny in 4th. His teammate Rory Skinner is in 8th place. That's good showing. The Yamaha's already at that kind of sharper end of the field. Kyle Red sits in 18th place. Nothing to worry about whatsoever. He will not be bothered. Nothing seems to faze Kyle these days. You know, he's won the championship, got off his back. He defended the championship, which is even harder to do if you speak to legends like Kenny Roberts and other people. But he's done that. So it's almost if he's just cruising along and enjoying life, playing golf, and managing to turn on that nitrous competition Ducati whenever he and Shannon Etheridge think, right, now's go time, let's do it. And they can deliver like that. No problem. Bang. So Kyle being in 18th place is not a problem in my eyes in this early phase, because Glenn Irwin is up there in 7th place. His teammate on the sister bike, and only 7/10 of a second away is Glenn. Oulton Park was a bit of a disaster for Glenn. They went in a strange direction with an engine specification. I'm not 100% sure what it was, but Glenn said it was like taking a butter knife to a gunfight. It was for the good of the team, though, that they tried to do that. So that was something that they all wanted to do. In fairness, it cost Glenn massively, because his free practice 1 was a disaster. They didn't get the bike ready and out on track for free practice 2. And then when he did go out for the pre-qualifying session, if you remember, the bike didn't feel right. Now, for Glenn to come in and say that's quite a big statement, because he's a super bike rider. He'll tell you if a handlebar's a millimetre or 2 millimetres out of place. So if he says something didn't feel right in the bike, you've got to come back in. You can't expect a rider in Oulton Park and be happy with that. And the bike, for an engine swap on one of these Ducatis, gets taken back to component parts. The engine is a massive part of it. The chassis bolts onto the front and the back of it. It's a big stress member. So it's not just a case of having a chassis and you drop the engine out and then put the new engine in. This is a huge, it's almost like a Lego mechano set where you have to build it around the engine. Unfortunately, it just didn't work for Glenn, and it kind of put him on the back foot for the course of the weekend, and he tipped off in one of the races at the actual Hizzy chicane, if you remember, towards the end of the weekend in race 3. He's at the sharp end straight away. We've seen Glenn Irwin on the podium at Knockhill this year. It should be a much more regular occurrence, and I think this Thruxton, if this new Ducati works well around Thruxton in the hands of these guys who have got them, I think this could hopefully be a stepping stone for that number 2 nitrous competition Ducati of Glenn Irwin to be back at that sharp end. That's what we're looking for, and we'll keep our fingers very much crossed for that. Taking a little look at our tracker map that we have on circuit, which is a fabulous tool that TSL do give us. Thank you very much to Richard Evans and Sam Jones, who are upstairs in the TSL timing room. What it does tell us as well, there's a lot of riders in the pits at this moment, just doing a few changes. They will go out there, and this is kind of typical for every event that we have. Maybe a 5 or 6 lap run, back into the pit lane, sit down with your engineer, and then work out the pros and the cons of how the machine's tackling this Thruxton circuit, and what the riders would like to change in it. Remember, Thruxton, 2.35 miles long. The fastest permanent mainland circuit in the UK. This place needs to be given a lot of respect. And we've said this earlier on in other sessions, it's respect of the bikes and the machinery. Yeah, if you're abusive to your tyres around here, you simply will disappear towards the end of the race. And for many, many years, we had so much fun watching Billy McConnell smoking anything that he got his leg over around the back of the circuit here in the Superstock class. You'll remember that. He was incredible to watch. But ultimately, it does make you then drift back in the race. So tyre management is something that the riders will think about here, and looking after the machine. Fast corners, you don't want to have any issues at any of these corners, because if you do, well, it can have a pretty devastating effect on the machine. And then the team trying to put that back together. Because see Fraser Rogers making his way down towards Church. Fraser's in 14th place, 1.3 seconds away. And he's another person who he keeps telling me that, I'm doing personal best. My lap times are better than I've ever been, but he still finds himself on the wrong side of the pre-qualifying cut line, or just on the wrong side of the top 15. And that's just the competitive nature that we have with the British Superbikes. And it's a tough category to be in. There's nothing harder. Joe Sheldon-Shaw returns again this week for the Whitecliff CDH team. I'm delighted to see him back, but also I haven't heard too much from Luke Hedger. Probably worthwhile checking in with Hedger at this moment in time, sending him a message and seeing exactly how he is, because there was that issue where he slipped at work and he tumbled from a roof and it caused himself a right bit of damage to Luke Hedger. And this is a Hedger circuit as well, isn't it? This is where the Whitecliff CDH Honda in the hands of Luke Hedger would have been that perfect orange, white and blue disruptor. There's a good word for Luke Hedger around here. But yeah, Joe Sheldon-Shaw is back this weekend. We also had we got Josh Brooks, but we don't have Dan Brooks as we look towards our screens, because Eugene McManus is back, which is good to see after that terrifying incident that young Eugene had at Brands Hatch, when he effectively just jumped off the bike going in towards Paddock Hill after a slight coming together with his teammate Rhys Irwin, which put him on the grass. No fault of Rhys Irwin's, it's just one of these things. There's two guys on superbikes ending on the same tiny piece of tarmac and not working. But Eugene McManus, bike number 15, is very much back, and we'll actually go and catch up with the McManus clan after this session. That's what we'll do. Ilya Mikhalchik in 19th place. Well, that BMW has been showing us that it's got a lot of speed and form. If you remember what we saw with Ilya, we spoke with Ian Wallacott at Oulton Park on quite a few occasions, and Wallacott was he was telling me, Duncan, I did say that we would come good, but you don't have any patience, and I don't have any patience. But the Rocket BMW Motorrad Superbike team in the hands of the speedy Ukrainian, the big Ukrainian, there you go. Ilya can have a pretty ashen face sometimes. He doesn't give a lot away, but I've seen an awful lot of more smiling from Ilya in the recent rounds that we've had. Happy to come jumping out the garage and have a bit of a chat after a session, because he's been in that sharp end. The BMW around here on the SCD tyre might be a bit of a handful, but then again it might work perfectly for that team, that Rocket BMW Motorrad team run by IWR Ian Wallacott. Pretty local to you as well. You'll notice that if you have got yourself a race day programme, which I'll hold up for everybody on YouTube, you can see that. That's the front cover of the programme. A couple of local guys, or local teams on that. The Motor Rapido team from down in the West Country, and Ian Wallacott as well. We couldn't fit the three teams that are local to this area on there. The third one would be Neil Pearson's NP Honda from Taunton. And speaking of Taunton, I'm going to be meeting up with a couple of good friends who come from Taunton. They come to every round at Thruxton, and they also do brands. Look forward to seeing my good friends Dave and Josh Greenslade. We'll catch up with those guys. I believe they're doing some hospitality this weekend as well. But yeah, that's the third team from this area. And Braden Elliott riding the number 51 NP Racing Honda. He's in the pit box at this moment in time. But I have to say, for Neil Pearson, that's taking nothing away from anybody else who's been on that bike. Braden Elliott's the real deal to have on that bike. And he will drag that tiny, tiny little team forward and get them maybe just from the very back in towards that mid-pack. We've seen Braden Elliott riding for a good few years in super stock, and we saw him for the Dow Kawasaki concern as well. Rhys Irwin goes up into 19th place, just behind Ilya Mikhalchik, who's in 18th place. But there was the big shuffle at the top where we saw Kyle Ride go up 13 places and put himself into that top 5. But then Max Cook just shuffled Kyle down one position into 6th. It's quite easy to hear that Steve Rogers is eyeing up that Bimota as one of the bikes to beat around here, and it could be one of the flies in the McCam's ointment, and not just in the hands of Max Cook. We need to look at Joe Talbot as well. Joe sits in 16th place, but he's putting together a pretty good run. He should improve. He goes up 2 places to 14th place as he crosses the line. A 1:16.579 for Joe Talbot. We've seen Front Row Joe making these great runs at circuits which he really likes, but this is a very unique place to come on a superbike for your first time. This is where he really will get to open it up, feel the speed, at lean angle, not just on a straight like where it's Snetterton. This is a place where the sustained high speed is something that will have the eyes a little bit wider on front row Joe Talbot's face. On that lovely AGN Steelstock FS3 Bimota, and we'll pick up on that in the pit lane if we try and get a quick word with Joe as well. 29 minutes of the session to go, and a lot of people in pit lane, but Bradley Ray is one of them. He's also fastest with Leon Haslam in second. Max Cook goes up another 2 places on the number 30 AGN Steelstock Bimota. He puts himself into P3, and he's 0.3 of a second away from that fastest time. Redding in 4th place. Well, Scott Redding's arrived at the circuit in better condition than he did at Oulton Park. He was trying to play it down. You know, nobody ever likes to say that he's unwell, but Scott Redding was not a well man when he came to Oulton Park. He'd had, shall we say, a bit of a virus, a bit of a stomach bug, is what we're led to believe. And he was very much on the back foot. He didn't look a good colour. And, you know, that's one of these things. You know what it's like yourself. You wake up with a feeling not too good and you have to go to work. You're never really on song. You know, you might actually stay at home and take the day off when you're sick and lie there and feel sorry for yourself on the couch. Superbike riders or any racers can't do that. If they have a day where they're not feeling well, they've just got to suck it up and get on with it. But you never really perform your best when you're feeling that little bit under the weather. We still saw a decent Scott Redding at Oulton Park, but we didn't see Scott Redding. This weekend will be a little bit more different, a place where he likes to come. He likes the weather here for sure, as everybody does. But being second Ducati to Leon Haslam, not too bad, considering in recent years we would have seen, unfortunately, the Ducatis down 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, all the way down to the bottom end of our TSL timing screen, brought to you by Omologato and 1P Mobile. So there's hope at the beginning for these new Ducati teams, that they do look really strong. Haslam second, Redding in 4th, Kyle Ryde in 6th, and Glenn Irwin in 9th. So the Ducatis, good few of them, 3 of them inside that top 10. Crossing the line, Rhys Irwin and Lee Jackson, Rhys Irwin and Jason O'Halloran, sorry, with Lee Jackson out for an outlap on his number 14 Dow Honda. And another team who seem to always just be on the cusp of the edge for the pre-qualifying cut line. Lee and Josh are always in that area. They're always together, so it shows that their bike is kind of at the level it's at, and they just need to try and make these small improvements. But that's what we have when we got the British Superbike Championship. Around us 2.3 miles of pretty fast Thruxton. The top 13 bikes, Charlie Nesbitt being 13th, covered by 0.9 of a second. It is tight. And for instance, we have got 1, 2, 3 guys all on 0.4 of a second behind Bradley's time. We've got Kyle Ryde, Christian Idden and Ryan Vickers, 0.489, 0.491 and 0.492. A thousandth of a second separates Christian Idden and Ryan Vickers, and that thousandth of a second is the difference between 7th place or 8th place. So yeah, there's a lot going on here, an awful lot going on. And the Dow Honda guys will be trying to just see if they can find those tiny adjustments to get them inside that top 12. We haven't mentioned Storm Stacey yet, apart from in the pit lane as he rode out onto track. And what popped up on screen there, number 2, lap 5, lap time disallowed from a course cut. That's Glenn Irwin getting a lap time taken away. So that's being updated while Glenn's in the pit lane. They've had a look back at that, the timekeepers and race control, and they've given that just that little bit of a fix, which is good. Glenn won't be too bored about that. He's still very much inside that top 10 from where he sits. But that popped up on screen pretty quickly there, actually, and then disappeared in towards our log. On track, Max Cook and Scott Redding, Jason O'Halloran, Charlie Nesbitt, Joe Talbot, Lee Jackson, Rhys Irwin, Richard Kerr and Joe Sheldon Shaw. Everybody else sits in pit lane to make slight adjustments. Redding Power leaves, he's on an outlap. We did have his mother-in-law was over for quite some time. I think she's now back in America. Dana, JC's mum, and she was really enjoying the racing, going to a couple of rounds before heading back stateside. Had the privilege of taking her around the Brands Hatch circuit in one of the safety cars for the guests at lunchtime, and she videoed it and screamed the house down. But yeah, it was always good. And I think Scott likes having the family around. You know, his uncle Daryl's always in tow as well. At the hospitality for PBM and in the back of the garage, and he's been a kind of stable addition to the Reading team, which go around, whether it's Grand Prix paddock or whether it's this paddock, which we now are lucky enough to have that man riding in, Scott Reading. He will be pushing this weekend. We know that. Absolutely will be pushing this weekend. You know, there's 30 points separating them now. That's starting to get a little bit chunky for some likings in the championship. Kyle Ryde, 30 points ahead of Scott Redding. Bradley Ray sits 59 points behind Scott Redding, and Leon Haslam 25 points behind Bradley Ray. So the championship isn't as condensed as we might have thought it would be. And remember, Kyle's done that purely on the basis of getting 18 points for a win. And it's been pretty close, 18, 16 and 14. But I think Steve Day hit the nail on the head with a really, really strong fact. From Oulton Park 1 to Oulton Park 2, the guys had scored basically the same amount of points, which was very impressive. The run has been extremely consistent. But Kyle's had 12 victories, 2 seconds and 4 thirds. Scott Redding 4 victories, 8 seconds and 2 thirds. Bradley Ray 2 victories so far this year for Brad, only 2, with 3 seconds and 5 thirds. And nobody else has had a victory in the British Superbike Championship. It's only been split by those 3 names, Ray, Ryde and Redding. Or the 3 R's, as Larry Carter called it. When he was at school, it used to be reading, writing and arithmetic. Like the roll of the R there. That was just for all you guys who like the purple, when I say purple as well. There we go. The air conditioning's on in here, but it seems to be getting a lot hotter. Let's have a quick look at the TSL stats and tell you what the weather is like outside on the actual ambience, and see if we can keep our eyes and see if it's getting a little bit further up. My watch tells me 27 degrees. Current track temperature 38.8. Current air temperature is 26.1 degrees. Now remember, that's actually taken by TSL in the shade. So the track temperature, I should say. So yeah. It's big temperatures for us this weekend. Not as big as we had yesterday. Thankfully, a lot of people in the paddock will be saying that. They don't want to get just that little bit too hot out there. A 1:15.567 is Bradley Ray's fastest time that we've seen around this 2.3 miles of Snetterton this morning. And that time is 0.27 seconds ahead of Leon Haslam. Haslam's only got 200ths of a second in the pocket on Max Cook, and that could be one of the big dangers for this weekend. Max Cook at Thruxton home circuit. He's just up the road in Swindon. He's not too far away, and he will be looking like he's pretty potent this weekend. Jason O'Halloran spoke to us, remember, at the very start of the day, pre Superbike session. What was on track? Was it Sportbike? It was. And the Osho said, you know, we've had an upturn in pace. He's only 8/10 of a second away and finds himself in 11th. Along with Rory Skinner, who's 8/10 of a second away, he finds himself in 10th. But that's the interesting part of Jason O'Halloran. He has found this pace. He likened it to chatter, didn't he? He says we've got that, kind of got rid of a little bit of the chatter, but it's not chatter, it's just a vibration which goes through the bike. And we've seen that quite a few times when we've caught visuals of Ryan Vickers. If you remember at Snetterton going through Quorum, the bounce that Vickers had on that bike was quite something astounding, actually, as he bounced its way through. And you can see the vibration going from the front wheel through the middle of the bike and in towards the back wheel. So there was definitely work to be done by Honda, but it sounds like the Osho has found it, and that 8/10 of a second gap is not huge, but it does already make him into that area where you'd like to be. Rory Skinner has just put a personal best lap in, a 1:16.3. He moves, well, he stays in 10th place. Storm Stacey goes into actually 9th place with a 1:16.297. And Glenn Irwin splits Skinner and O'Halloran, and now makes it 3 guys that are 7/10 of a second away from the fastest time. Glenn Irwin goes into 11th place. Again for Glenn, improvements along the way. What they are looking for is the top 12 positions for the pre-qualifying, not for this one. And another Yamaha that we haven't mentioned that we probably should actually have, and I feel a bit bad for not mentioning this man, Christian Eden, the Senkat Yamaha, up into 7th place for Christian. A really strong showing in that 7th place as well. 4/10 of a second away. You know, it's one of the tracks that he was probably looking forward to coming to because he is on that Yamaha. It's meant to be the proven package around here. He's still got to dial the bike in, along with Pete Jennings, his crew chief down there. And it's not a case of, we've got the Yamaha, it's the golden ticket. You still have a lot of work to do in the background with that. And making that count is something that is absolutely key. As we watch and listen to Redding and Haslam crossing the line. Redding just make his way through Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. He heads out towards Noble in the fast side of the circuit with Ilya Mikalchik in towards the Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave area. And it's Leon Haslam who is with him. Mikalchik has just left the pit lane. So Ilya on an outlap. And Leon has got Ryan Vickers for company through the complex as well. In fact, has Leon come into the pits? What did he do there? Let's have a quick check of that one. No, Haslam has gone through. He's just disappeared from our tracker map for some bizarre reason. It's always worrying when the tracker map swallows a number up and then you can't see them any longer. But the majority of the bikes starting to come back out. Bradley Ray, Leon Haslam, Max Cook, Scott Redding, Danny Kent. Your top 5 all on track. Kyle Reid and Christian Iden, 6th and 7th. They sit in the pit box with Ryan Vickers out there as well. Storm Stacey's in the pit box. And then it's Rory Skinner, with Rory Skinner in that 10th place. Just be looking to try and make sure that there's a little bit green shoots of positivity out there in that Cheshire Moulding Garage for both sides. Danny Kent showing that in 5th place. Rory Skinner, well, both bikes inside what would be the transfer spot for pre-qualifying into Q2 right now. But that's meaningless because this is only free practice 1. But it's a good place to start your weekend. Having said that, I've said that to Brooksy before a few times in the past. And he said, yeah, unfortunately, I think we've hit the ceiling already, and that was free practice 1. Everybody's going to get faster as the day goes on. That's just how it works out. But we will very much keep our eyes on the progress for those guys on the Cheshire Moulding Yamahas. And great to see Storm Stacey up there as well. Storm, who is very active on YouTube with the blog and the vlog. And I'm pretty sure Lord Stacey will have his merchandise trailer here this weekend. So if you've not got a Storm Stacey t-shirt, like me, if you don't have one, why not go and pick one up? Or pick up a hat. There is plenty for you to do. Remember, we've got the Zin Zone as well. Dave Neal will be on the Zin stage. It's on the outside of the circuit here. And Scott Fanner has sent me all the details that I need to know about that for you guys. Zin Zone outside. Go and see Dave. Go and listen to some of the rider interviews that you get. And why not get such thing as hospitality VIP upgrades for Sunday? You can get pit lane tours and exclusive viewing at Church Corner. If you've never done that before, it's mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing when you get taken down to church. I am going to go in there for a session today. Alan Hyde assures me the microphone might be at the limit of its existence if I go around there. But there will definitely be one session where we go to church and we stand with my good friend Murig, who's on the apex of church, and it's just so fast. Why not get closer to the action? And you could do that at the Zin Zone, the main trade area. They're giving away some great prizes. Next door you can find official BSB merchandise as well, with Harlequin teamwear guys. Why not go and show your colours of your favourite rider? Get the BSB merch. You can look almost as good as some of the riders, maybe some of the staff as well. And this weekend we've got something that's completely new. We've got the Honda Ride Free. Now, that's the first time we've seen this. It's making an appearance at Thruxton. Never seen it here before. It's very popular activity. Gives people a chance to learn to ride a motorbike for the first time in a safe and controlled environment. So, do you fancy that? Honda Ride Free. You book on early. So that's what you want to do. Book on early so you don't get disappointment with it filling up. You can book at the Thruxton Centre. Great opportunity. Don't miss out. If you're here and you've never ridden a bike before, Honda Ride Free. There's something for you. And then you could take that away with you. And who knows where you go from there. Before you know it, you may be a biker on track. But lots to talk about. There will be lots of rider interviews that we'll give you through the course of the day with the weekend times as well that Dave Neal will be doing on track. Now, Yamaha 1 and 2 with 15 minutes of free practice 1 to go. Bradley Ray, Danny Kent. Bradders still has a 0.2 of a second gap over the incoming Cheshire Moulding Yamaha of Danny Kent, but the McCams Yamaha fastest of anybody by 0.255 seconds, 2.5 tenths from Danny Kent, with Leon Haslam, Max Cook, and Kyle Ryde arrives and says, hold my Ducati, watch this. 1:15.464, fastest time of the session, Kyle Ryde. Nitrous competition, Nitrous coin, Ducati. Up at the sharp end by 1/10 of a second over Bradley Ray. Personal best sectors across the board for the defending reigning champion as he puts himself at the sharp end, and that's what we've seen through the course of almost every meeting that we've gone to. The Ducati is looking strong here this weekend. Eli Michalczyk also improves. He was up 6 places into 12th, which shows he has got pretty good pace. And I'm just trying to see who's done the most laps in the session. Who do you think's done the most laps in the session? If you're listening trackside, or if you're listening via the YouTube. If you're listening via YouTube, you'll be able to see the same screen as me, and you'll know that it's most laps of the session, Jason O'Halloran with 22 laps for the O-Show. That's a lot of laps around Thruxton when you think about it. 22 laps for Jason O'Halloran. He really has put on the maximum and trying to do as much as he possibly can. So we've got a good few comments coming in on YouTube as well. So good to see somebody says, hi, good job, Storm, which is always nice. Is Ryan Vickers doing free practice? He certainly is. But when you maybe heard him talking to me, it wasn't the free practice for the Superbikes. So Ryan Vickers very much out there. Matt, hello. Let's go, lads. Another great BSB weekend, which we do like to see. As Gav comes back in, our amazing Thruxton sound engineer. Looking through some more of these comments as the session is still green with 30 minutes of it to go. A lot of riders in the pit lane. Good morning to Gary Littlemore, who says morning dunk. Thank you very much. Somebody putting their riders, their favourite riders first here: Storm, Vickers, and Cook. Hope it's a good one. Now, Max Cook got a merchandise stand here this weekend, and he has got a lovely little special box. You get a T-shirt, I think you get a badge, and you also get a cookie. I like that. That makes sense, Max Cook. I think limited numbers is what he said in his social media. So that's probably something that you would maybe like to go and have a little bit of a look at. The merchandise stands for Max will probably be on the other side of the circuit where most of the trade areas are. Somebody saying, I assume Lee is going to be sitting out this weekend. I wonder how his arm is doing. Hoping for a speedy recovery. And looking at that one, the Lee, I would imagine that would be the Lee Johnson that you were talking about there. Didn't actually catch the full bits of that message. Lee Johnson, if you remember, he tipped off at Oulton Park and he did himself a little bit of damage, which is a great shame. So the single Sencat Triumph that you would see out there would be in the hands of Freddie Barnes in the Supersport Championship. And yep, we'll come back to that one later. I'm pretty sure Lee will still be here, so we'll try and get a bit of a chat with him if we can at some point. Freddie Barnes finishing his session in 20th place earlier on. On that Sencat Triumph. Which Freddie Barnes is making great progress in Supersport actually, and I'm pretty sure that he will have an eye on what's going on the track right now. Fraser Rogers, 3-place improvement, 14th, 9/10 of a second away, gets himself into the same second as Kyle Ryde. A 1:16.455 for the TAG Honda man. And remember, TAG have announced it already. They came out pretty early saying that they will be leaving Honda. They'll be moving from Honda across to Ducati machinery for 2027. And the big question is, who will the riders be? I would imagine Charlie Nesbitt and Fraser Rogers will be desperate to try and be the chosen riders to stay with TAG Honda, which will be TAG Ducati. But that's something that they'll need to perform on track. Right now, 14th and 15th, Rogers and Nesbitt both together, separated by 0.05 of a second. So it shows they're pretty much in a level playing field with each other. Jason O'Halloran 13th, Fraser Rogers 14th, Charlie Nesbitt 15th, and Joe Talbot with Lee Jackson and Richard Kerr. Brooksy in 19th place. Maybe worthwhile body swerving that garage for a chat with Brooksy after this session, if that's where he finishes with 10 minutes to go. There's room for improvement and time for improvement. but it might not be the happiest Josh Brooks to find himself in 19th place. He's got some pretty good memories of racing here at Thruxton in the past. Rhys Irwin, the rookie, in 20th place, just ahead of his teammate Eugene McManus. I do hope that Eugene is okay. They wouldn't have brought him back too early, that's for sure. They would have made sure that he was perfectly fit and healthy before anything like that was going on. And if you're around the circuit, you'll notice that, yeah, it's gone a little bit quieter as everybody makes their way into the pits for the last bit of a chat with the race engineer before they get sent back out for the final run towards the flag, which might be a bit of a push, might be a push lap. It will be interesting to see who has used the SED tyre. I think everybody will have in this session, but they could use the SE1 tyre at the start of the session. So it'll be interesting to see what the difference and where the lap time was actually generated from. Glenn Irwin's on an out lap. He's been in the pit box for 22 minutes. It tells us on screen here. That's a long time actually for Glenn Irwin when you think about it. 50-minute session. That's almost half the session sitting in the pit box. He's only done 8 laps, and his fastest was on lap number 6. Also, Storm Stacey, 9 laps, fastest lap on lap number 8. These guys are massively, massively short on laps. When you look at Joe Talbot, who's done 25 laps, and the Osho has done 24 laps. Not even in double figures for Storm Stacey or Glenn Irwin. So maybe little issues already being chased at that side of the garage for those guys, or that side of the pit lane for those guys. But very interesting that they are short of laps. Storm Stacey now goes into double figures. But that's a lot of track time that they've given away with 8 minutes of the session to go. Here comes Rhys Irwin, personal best across the board on the Master Mac Hawk Honda. He leaves the club chicane. He'll cross the line. Is it an improvement for him? Yes, it is. 5-place improvement for Rhys Irwin to go 15th. That's a fairly big jump. A 1:16.493 puts himself a second away. You know, you sometimes look at numbers on sheets and you see Rhys Irwin 16th, 17th, 15th, 14th, and you think, well, that's not that great. But then you look across, you know, the rookie is only a second away around this circuit of Thruxton, which is very, very impressive for a rookie stepping into the Superbike class. He is the defending, reigning Quattro Group British Supersport champion, but this is a completely different vibe and different animal when you get on top of it, the Superbike. But that's a good lap for Rhys here, that 1:16.493, to be 0.02 of a second away from being 9/10. I think that's great. A really, really sensational lap for young Rhys. And looking for his teammate Eugene McManus. Well, we'll take a little bit of heat off Eugene because he will be a little bit stiff and sore still. There's an improvement for Storm Stacey. He goes 4th and Glenn Irwin goes 8th. So those two guys who don't have a lot of laps to their names have got pace. And we've seen this a few times from Storm. A lot of time spent in the garage as the team try and get everything perfect on that Batham's AGN Ducati. Out he comes, bang, 4th place. Glenn Irwin, bang, 8th place. 6th place improvement for Storm Stacey, 4th place improvement for Glenn Irwin. That's big, that's chunky. That's what they're looking for as well. 15.835 for Storm Stacey and a 16.023 for Glenn Irwin. Also Charlie Nesbitt up 5 places to go in 11th. Jason O'Halloran up 2 places to 13th. So a lot of people improving towards the end of this session, as you would naturally expect. Kyle Wright sits in the pit box, as does Danny Kent and Leon Haslam. Rory Skinner is still in the pit box, as is Joe Talbot and Joe Sheldon Shaw. Everybody else is on track, apart from Graham Irwin. Now, why has Graham Irwin got the exclamation mark next to his name? Have I missed something on screen? I don't think so. But Graham Irwin, bike number 8. That usually means he's either turned the bike off before he's come into pit lane, and he's sitting in pit lane, so he's rolled over the pit entrance line with no power going to the transponder, so it doesn't pick up. Or the other side of that is the bike's unfortunately had a tip-off out there and he's laying it against the tyre wall. That's the exclamation mark. We'll hopefully find Graham going out in a minute or two, or it will be updated on our screen to pit in. I'd like that. So keep our eyes on 22nd place, Graham Irwin. But yeah, this is where it gets that little bit more interesting towards the end of the session, to see who wants to put in that ultimate push lap And I can't see Kyle Ryde not coming out for at least the practice start towards the end of this. With 5 minutes to go, you're giving away far too much time sitting in that pit box. Richard Kerr, 7th-place improvement on the SM Honda. Wow, SM Racing Honda, Richard Kerr goes to 12th. 0.8 of a second away. That's the type of thing that Luke Hedger will be kicking himself for this weekend, unfortunately. Get well soon, Bushy Hedger. But Richard Kerr, he could be one of the other disruptors. We know Richard Kerr races well around here. We've seen that in the Pirelli National Superstock Championship many times before. We know he's a good racer around here. Good racecraft. Positions himself in the right areas of the track in order to maximise what he has underneath him. And to put that tiny little team up into 12th with Andy Jameson behind the laptop for his crew chief, that's good. Good going. Still waiting for Rory Skinner to leave that pit lane. Kyle has come back out. He's now on an out lap. Makes his way with Jason O'Halloran round towards the Campbell Cobb Seagrave area. Rhys Irwin behind that. And then Joe Sheldon Shaw in the mix as well. Joe Sheldon Shaw 23rd, Braden Elliott 24th. So JSS not last of all, second last, 2.2 seconds away. He said at Oulton Park, he goes, look, I'm just not fit enough. I've not done any riding this year, and I've kept my fitness up for Supersport, but you jump on this, wow, different animal altogether. As Danny Kent goes purple through sector number 1. Cheshire Moulding Yamaha is following Kyle Ryde down through the Goodwood Village down to Church. They break the next sector. What comes back from Danny Kent, 20.465 through there. He is the fastest man in that area, and he's right on pace. Danny Kent is on pace to go to the top of the times if he can hold that up through the next shorter 16-second split that we expect to come up. 16.252. What does Danny Kent do? Well, he's lost a couple of tenths going through Church, ever so slightly, drifted away. But this could move Danny Kent, maybe, well, I don't think it will move him into first or second. Let's see as he crosses the line. No, it doesn't. It does a 15.884 compared to his 15.822. So he was in the ballpark for the first half of that lap to improve, but then lost not a chunk of time. When you think that 0.2 of a second is a chunk, well, there you go. That's what he lost on that lap going through the Church area. Ilya Mikhalchik up 5 places into 11th. Good stuff for the number 17 Rocket BMW Motorrad Superbike team. And Christian Iden improves 1 place to 8th with a 1:15.954. Kyle's gone purple through sector number 1 now. And this is where it starts to get interesting with 2 minutes and 7 seconds of the session to go. He's got Danny Kent on his tail as they come down towards, and Kyle was purple through sector number 2. Danny Kent rolled it through the first sector, 30 seconds to go through it, so he's backed it off through that first area. Kyle is on an absolute mission. Purple sector 1, purple sector 2. What can he do through sector 3? Rhys Irwin just goes through that area. Leon Haslam has been quickest here, and he still is quickest by 0.5 of a second over Kyle Ryde. Kyle about to extend his lead in this free practice session from 0.1 of a second to 0.2 as he crosses the line. Does he? 0.4 of a second. He gets a whole lot of time in that final sector. Wow, that's an impressive. Into the club chicane, through the right, left, right, and drive out of it. He gains 0.3 of a second. That was very impressive for Kyle Ryde. 0.480 now, the gap at the top for him. Interesting stuff. 1:15.087 to a 1:15.567. That was a good lap for Kyle Ryde. That was almost a bit of a statement and a push towards the sharp end. But here comes Leon Haslam. He's answering back through the middle sector. Purple fastest of anybody. Crosses the line. Does he improve? No, he doesn't. It drifts away for the Pocket Rocket. 1:20.4. I think he must have got into that gaggle of traffic that we can see on the screen going through Allard, which Scott Redding appears to be in. But no other real sectors jumping off the screen at us at this moment in time, which is pretty strange for the end. Normally you get a bit of a roll for, you almost think you want to think of the roll for pre-pole, but the pre-qualifying session will happen in the next session, free practice 2. Across the line goes Rhys Irwin again, Another decent lap for Reese, 118. G.G. McManus follows him through with a 122.7. And Kyle Reid, well, he knocked it right back off towards the end there. Storm's bike has a full factory Akrapovic exhaust system on it this weekend. They have switched from Arrow. So there's a little bit of a tidbit from my good friend Dave Neal Esquire, who's on his way down. He can't be that far away from being here, Dave. I mean, you're an hour and a half away. You're milking it a bit, saying you're making your way down. Only up the road. 7 hours 28 minutes for me yesterday, David Neal. That's what I'd like to say. That's how long it took, and I felt every one of them. Checker flag goes out here as Christian Idden gets a lap time disallowed. Lap number 23 for a course cut. Max Cook had a lap time disallowed, and Glenarvan very early in the session. Been a pretty quiet log for everybody in that one, but Leon Haslam did improve right at the very end to put himself between Kyle Reid and Bradley Ray. He goes P2 by 0.3 of a second. Reid, Haslam, Ray, Kent, Stacey, Cook, Redding, Idden, Glenarvan and Ryan Vickers, your top 10. There are two guys tied for the exact same time down to the nearest thousandth. 15th and 16th, Rory Skinner and Jason O'Halloran. A 1:16.292 for Skinner and O'Halloran. They cannot be separated by TSL timing, brought to you by Omiligato and 1P Mobile. That's how tight it is. So the riders will make their way back into the pit boxes. We'll head into that pit lane and we will bring you some interviews from the guys, the key runners, and see if we can grab board with the fastest man, defending reigning champion, with that 1:15.087 for Kyle Reid. Great lap, great stuff. Back soon. So down in pit lane for a little bit of a walk and talk up the pit lane. We'll catch up with some of the riders in a minute or two. They're still very much deep in debrief with their engineers. A quick word with David Williams before he heads. He gets ready to go out. You looking forward to Thruxton?
I don't know, it's a bit hot for my liking, mate, to be fair, so I perform better in the cooler temperatures, that's for sure, but we'll give it a go. Last year I didn't qualify, hopefully this year I do, we'll see. My riding's come on a little bit since last year, so hopefully it shouldn't be a problem, but we'll see how we go.
Good luck, Dave. On you go. Brand new rubber on the back of that as well. Nothing like hitting the ground running. That's what we like to see. And let's see if we can have a word with the lovely Jordan Bird, who's down here, looking lovely in black today. It's so warm. It's so hot. It's like being abroad, isn't it? It's great.
We should be elsewhere than at a racetrack, shouldn't we? I feel like a cocktail by a pool's more in order today, but yeah, it can't complain, can we?
How did the boy get on in session number 1 for Scott there? We see him 7th fastest. I think the most important thing is the Ducatis are in the top half of the field here.
Yeah, it was a bit of a relief, to be honest. It's no secret in the last few years the Ducatis have struggled here, so we were hoping and praying that the new bike that we've all invested in would have sort of cured the problems that we had the last few years as much as possible. So yeah, it was relatively a pain-free session, which is good. So little few tweaks to go. We didn't chuck another tyre in there as well, so I think there's definitely more to come, and he seems happy, so no complaints.
Happy riders, usually a fast rider. Thank you very much, Jordan. We'll try and get a word with the man later on, because still very much in the midst of doing a debrief and all sorts of stuff. It was Kyle Reid who was fastest in that session. He's at the back of the garage with Shannon Etheridge and Tommy Hill, Paul Curran in there as well, as we watch the guys starting to already strip the bike down and do a little bit of work on that. Looks like they're taking the clutch out of that bike, and obviously the fuel will be coming out of Kyle's bike as well. On track we'll have the Pirelli National Superstock session, as those guys will be heading out for their first time this weekend. We just spoke with David Williams a minute or two ago, and he's excited, looking forward to this, but also trying to see, well, he was just saying if his riding's improved. His riding has improved an awful lot, as in the background you can hear them heading round in towards Allard. I think the good thing for the Nitrous competition team was Glenn Irwin as well was much more punchy in that session. 1st and 9th for those two guys, which shows that they have got a good bit of pace, and if they can keep that going towards the rest of the weekend, that will be something that they want to try and do. We're going to try and get a word with Kyle, but he's just having a bit of a chat with Tommy Hill at this moment in time. You kind of pick your moments to disappear into a garage. You don't want to jump across the big interview that they're having, or the big debrief that they're having. So we're going to come in very, very quickly. He's sitting beside a fan. I don't blame you. You're getting some of that cool air on you, Kyle.
Yeah, it's all right this morning, to be fair. Obviously we climatised yesterday playing at golf in 35 degrees, so this is nothing.
How's the bike? Obviously the Ducati performing much better than previous Ducatis, but you wouldn't have had that pain that the guys had. Obviously it looks good today.
I mean, normally Alton Park we'd have done a full set of tyres, just one set, but you got to start at the front here to be able to save your tyre. So we chucked another tyre out there. That's why I was first, but I think I was still first anyway on the 15.4. So it's looking all right. As everyone will say that this bike is better, but you never know. It could just be me.
You never know what's going to happen. You're looking forward to the racing. It's going to be close.
It will always be close around here. Just trying to set the bike up so you can do low 16s the whole race and then sneak a few 15s at the end. We've got the same tyres what we had for the last couple of seasons, so it's a good start being first. Only I think 0.78 off what I did on the Yamaha in qualifying, so a bit to fine, but I think race scenario we're looking all right.
Good stuff, thank you very much. It's almost like a game of patience is what they've got to do here. They've got to just be a little bit clever and not try and burn everything out at the very early get-go. Other side of the garage, Glenn Irwin's already left. He's gone already on the other side of the garage. Maybe a way to get chains out of his leathers and then come back in something a little bit cooler. But Kyle's right, he acclimatised yesterday. We've got a red flag popping out here very early in this session, unfortunately, which brings the Pirelli National Superstock to a bit of a premature end, which is not good. Trying to see if there's a television in one of these garages anywhere. Can't actually see a television, but we'll come back and give you an update as and when we can, as the bikes all now start to make their way back in towards their pit box in the garage. We'll go and see if we can just maybe grab a quick look at a TV screen that we're seeing here. Cam Dixon is the fastest from Simon Reed, but no real idea why the red flag has popped out there, unfortunately. Not much information for me to give to you guys. Callum Bay, well, he's parked directly at PBM, as he would be. He's his better half is Jordan Bird, and Jordan keeping a bit of a watchful eye on everything that's going on with Callum as Cam Dixon comes in and parks up, and he'll get his tyre warmers swiftly put on before we get anything else happening. Let's move a little bit further down. Oh, there's Can Onchu. Let's see if we can have a quick word with the man himself at the back of the garage, if we can, very quickly. Can, good to see you here. Welcome to Thruxton and the Quattro Group Supersport Championship. How was your first run this morning?
Yeah, it was, to be honest, very nice, and the track is nice. We just try to get used to the track and try to understand the bike, because the bike is quite different than my bike, but it's not so bad. The pace was there and everything is there, so I'm very happy with the work. So we will just improve little adjustments on the bike, and we will see how the second session will go.
We'll come and speak to you after the next session. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, we go. Great to speak to Can Onchu. Looking good there. Tom on the socials for Raceways. Lots of hot bikes in the pit lane. You can smell the hot bikes as well. Is Bradley Ray even still in the garage here, or has he gone? Garages are so small at Thruxton. You're through them out the back once you've done 3 or 4 paces. It looks like Brad has actually disappeared. I don't blame him. There's stifling heat in these garages. As we come back out the front, and Sam Laughing's trying to take a little bit of shade in Storm Stacey's garage. You're just trying to get a little bit of shade here, Sam.
Yeah, it's very warm out there, to be honest, especially down the back straight whenever you're tucked in. You just get the heat of the bike constantly, but sure, it's better than the rain, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, don't mention the R word. We don't want any of that this weekend, absolutely not. So yeah, Sam's bike out there getting a little bit of work. He's back in with the GR Joe Richardson racing team, stepping in while unfortunately Finn Arscott's still a little bit on the injured reserve list for that, not 100%. Storm Stacey looking at his bike. Lola's at the back there. Spielberg will be doing another video for Storm. Storm with the Akrapovic exhaust, we can see that. It looks very similar to what we see on the bikes of, shall we say, Scott Redding and Kyle Ride. Different exhaust idea there. They come away from that Arrow exhaust, as we did hear in a text message that was sent to us earlier on. Storm still very much doing full debrief mode in order to just try and get all the data out of the garage as much as they can. Coming towards the Bemota garage, and Bear, the mechanic for Joe Talbot, just trying to mop his brow there because it is so incredibly warm in here. And that's what I was trying to tell everybody. You know, you've got that hot thing that you're sitting on. The bike is just throwing all the heat back into the rider from the radiator, whether it's from the engine. It's all there, and Sam Laughing's just echoed that. You know, you're basically sitting on this hot thing as you make your way up towards the back straight. You're all tucked in, trying to get out of that wind as much as you can, and then you've just got hotness in your face. The leathers are perforated, but then the heat will just go through the perforations of the leathers and in towards where the rider is as well. So yeah, there's no hiding from it. Joe Talbot 20th in that session for the Bemota on the AGN Steel Stock Bemota. Here comes Ross Burridge in towards the garage, Mr. Racing Department for Kawasaki UK, with a few guests coming in as well. But 20th place for Joe Talbot. I don't think that's any disaster, to be honest. He finds himself 1.4 seconds away from the fastest time, 1.4 seconds away from that fastest lap. More to come from Joe, but he's the rookie has to take that and just be nice and calm and start casually. And the team will be expecting that as well, because, as I said earlier on, if you have a tip-off here at Thruxton, the repercussions for the bike can be can be pretty bad. Darren Fry being a little bit cheeky here, saying there's an awful smell in the garage, and he's pointing towards me. That's love for you, isn't it? That's nice. Team boss being ever so grateful of the commentator coming into the FS3 garage. We're going to get a word with Joe in just a second. He's just finishing up with Jason, his crew chief. He's put his hat on for his interview. And K-Tech very much in the chat room as well. Keep saying a chat room, it's not a chat room, they closed down years ago. Nigel Snook looks happy, as does Darren Fry. Those guys just chatting about various things in the garage, but they both look happy. Nigel does as well, as he should be, because Max Cook was at the sharp end in that session. Max Cook found himself in 6th place. One of the most common sights you see in the pit lane is people grabbing paper towel and trying to cool themselves down. Oh, thank you very much. The fan. Somebody comes across, Bear comes across with the fan and points it in my face and gives me a big blast of nice. Well, it's not cold air, but it's warm air. At least it's air that's passing you, so it does tend to help you. We'll come back to Joe. That's a bit of almost an unhappy look at the pit lane, and we don't want to upset that. And we can come back and have a chat with him in a minute or two. Ryan Vickers, he's left his garage. He's away to get a little bit of water and change, as has Jason O'Halloran. The garage next door to that is a Super Sport garage. Jack Kennedy, well, his team, they have been out. They're getting ready to prepare for the next session. Swanee was standing in the garage door for the team SMR, Scott Swan Racing BMW, just trying to see if they could get that little bit of shelter from this intense heat and sun that we have. Now, isn't it nice to come in towards the Cheshire Moulding Garage and to see a Danny Kent, and to see a happy looking Danny Kent up at the sharp end as well? That's good. Just saying, it's more like it, being able to come and speak to you at the sharp end, P4 after free practice 1. It's only free practice 1, but it's a good start.
Yeah, it's a much better than what we've had so far this year. But well, we know that I got on really well with Fruxton. We did a double here last year, but we're here really. We're not so much focusing on that one lap speed. It's all about making that tyre last for the 20 lapper.
How did the bike feel for you in that session?
Yeah, it was actually really good. Sort of just bedding myself in. That last run, then when we put the new tyre in, we had a small problem, which was making the bike a little bit confused and didn't really understand where it was, so like engine braking was a bit off, but considering we was fighting that, it weren't too bad.
Good start to the weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Danny, thank you very much. That's good to hear. Good to hear, and good to see a nice a happy looking Danny Kent as well. The other side of the garage, Rory Skinner's bike looks like it's in a state of kind of big strip down right now, with Ben Wilson, Stuart Shenton and Mike Skinner all very much doing the business on that bike. Can't see Rory in that garage. Looks like he has already checked out and left. Next door to that, we've got Lee Jackson. Lee Jackson finishing that session in 12th place. His teammate Josh Brooks in 21st place. So it'd be nice to try and get a little chat with Lee Bob. And the contrasting smile on one side and Josh Brooks holding his head on the other side. So that was a good session for you, Lee Bob. We see you finishing in 12th place. Good way to start the weekend. But room for improvement, would you say?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think the first 3 or 4 laps, obviously at Tuxton, you get the best out of the tyre really. But I missed here last year being injured, so the first run out for us on this bike was quite experimental setup-wise, and it just wasn't very comfy to ride. So first set of tyres I didn't really get the best of, and then second set we found a bit of time, but I'm still not comfy, and I'm not trying to find grip or stop the bike spinning. I actually just need the bike to steer better for me, so a little bit of work to do, but yeah, looking forward to the weekend.
I forgot you were injured last year. You joined me across on the outside of the circuit in the commentary box, which is no longer there anymore.
No, I was going to ask you where you're going to do your commentary from this year, because I think you'll get a bit hot up there.
I know, I'm head away in the back of the media building. But what can we see this Dow Honda and you do this weekend? Where do you think, can we see you through to Q2 after pre-qualifying?
I hope so. You know, at the Alton, I don't really know what happened there. It was the worst pre-qualifying of the year, to be honest. But we've got a new engine spec for this weekend, and it seems to be working pretty well then. It was just getting me comfy, and it's, you know what it's like. I'm trying to make a race bike already in FP1, because at Tuxton, that's all that matters. If I can do a race bike, I can do the 1 lap for qualifying. So a few little tweaks before free practice, and then obviously into pre-qualifying.
Is this a special Thruxton race spec engine, or is it something you use for the rest of the year?
No, it's something that we're trying to obviously develop the Honda and keep progressing, and it's not been easy at the moment, so it's not just an engine we've brought here. It's something that I wanted to try and improve and just maintain the tyre life, which will be better for here and also for the rest of the year.
Lee, thank you very much. We'll let you get back to that debrief that's going on there. Other side of the garage, Josh Brooks, unfortunately 21st place for Brooksy, a little bit off pace. is work definitely to be done. Garage next door to that is Christian Eden House. Lee Johnston's on the tools this weekend, so they have found the job for Lee Johnston to do, which is always good to see. I was going to grab word with Chris Barnes, but he's actually speaking with Steve Rogers. I'll get you in just a second. Let me see if we can just have a quick word with Lee out the back of the garage, but he's disappearing now. He's disappearing. Can we come have a quick word? Is that
a long way south you are here?
I feel like I'm in Spain.
Mate, this is it comes before Spain. I just want.
Oh, so does it? Okay, so my geography's not that great, but 7 hours 28 minutes for me to get here.
In the plane.
In the Puma. How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay. Honestly, I'm fine everywhere else. Obviously, just broken wrist, but yeah, it's got to the point now. It's a couple of weeks in it, so the pain's not really there, but the frustration of you've still got the cast on, so yeah, it's annoying. I've got like a removable one now. I cut the other one off just because it was like, it was stinking and the sweat and everything. So yeah, I put this one with some straps and stuff on it, so it's easier to use.
What are you doing this weekend? Are you crew chief or team manager or everything?
We just come down today. We're only here today. We're going on a bit of a camping trip, yeah. So we've come today to just help my crew chief Rogers over on Freddie's side of the garage. So just trying to help them boys as much as possible. Not that I'm really any benefit, but yeah, and like I've took a big interest in helping Freddie throughout the year. So it's been good to see him progress and just see how he works and stuff. So yeah, it's going okay.
Are you doing a bit of signing out the back here?
Yeah, we're just about to sign a T-shirt. You've rudely interrupted this kid getting a T-shirt signed.
I'm sorry. Is this little kid here? Is it? Okay. So what's your name?
Teddy.
And is Lee going to sign your T-shirt? Is it? Where do you want him to sign it about? Show me. Right in the middle. L-E-E. It's not difficult, okay?
Yeah, we'll get there.
There you go. Enjoy camping, guys. It'll be very hot, but it'll be good fun. So that's the General Lee Johnson. Thank you very much to James Whittam for shouting Lee back there. Lee was so mean. Hightailed out the garage in the other direction completely. Next door to that, we have the IWR garage. 11th place for Elia. Now, what appears to be up there? Mr. Wallach is looking at the timing screens, keeping a bit of a vested interest probably in Scott Swan to see what he's up to. But that was another good session for you guys on the Rocket BMW Motorrad Superbike team inside the top 12, 11th. Good way to start the weekend, Ian, for a local team.
Local?
You know, more local than me.
Still 3.5 hours to get here for us.
It's easy, that is.
Yeah, it's better. It's one of the closer ones. It was the closest one, to be fair. But no, it's going good. I mean, as I say, we're steadily, as I've always said every weekend, that it's work in progress. We are making quite a few changes to the bike, altering things, and it seems to be going in the right direction, you know. I mean, it is... everybody's, we're all in the beginning part of the year, although the team were the same, we had to get used to a lot of other sort of personnel. That's come together good. Ela, we've had to adapt to the Ukrainian style maybe, but you know, he's a good lad. He really is a good lad. He's working away. Says few words, but the words that he does say are very meaningful.
Yeah. I've seen him smile a lot more, which, you know, he's very straight. I call him the big Ukrainian because he scares me a bit, but I do notice that he's looking a bit more relaxed on the bike and in the garage as well. Feels more at home.
It's my influence, isn't it? That's what it is. It's my influence. I mean, no, definitely, he's definitely got a bit more relaxed into it. He's enjoying himself. He likes the team. He seems quite comfortable. And you can see this with the results. And I think as long as we keep, you know, putting the effort in and showing Ela that we can do, you know, what anybody else can do, he's more than happy. And which is, as I say, it's always a constant work in progress. But we are getting there.
I mean, he's a cool guy, but how do you keep him cool this weekend in this temperature?
He seems fairly cool. I mean, get very, you say to him, what do you think of temperature? Hot.
That's it, yeah.
This is it.
Very hot. Ian, thanks very much. We'll catch up with you later on. Good man. The garage next door to that is the Whitecliffe CDH Honda, which we've got Dean Hipwell here, but where's the rider? Yeah, absolutely. Do you want a word with me? Of course I want a word with you. You're the boss. Joe on the bike this weekend. Luke's still on the injured reserve list, but Joe 23rd place. He said to me, he goes, my biggest problem at Oulton Park was just not being fair enough to ride the bike. So obviously he'll have worked a bit on that, but good to have him back again.
Yeah, it's great to have Joe back. First thing he said, he's been training hard. He's not touched a drop of chocolate since Oulton, so
he's made some steps, so good, yeah.
It's not easy to do that either, is it? We both know that. But what's the reckoning with Luke Hedger? When do you think you'll see him back?
The aim is to have Luke back at Cadwell. We'll try and get a bit of a run out before Cadwell to see what his body's like. But aim is Cadwell, or if that doesn't happen, it should definitely be Aston.
And what's the plan for Joe this weekend? I mean, what would a result be for you from Joe?
3 podiums, at least 1 win.
I like it. Yeah. I don't want to say but serious because it makes me sound cheeky, but honestly, 3 good results. Can he get into that midfield battle? Because round here it's maybe a little bit easier than Oulton Park, and he's got good racecraft in him.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think if we can at least match what we did at Oulton, we're just staying in those kind of 2 or 3 towards the back of the field. But if we can be the front of them and towards the next pack ahead, that'll be a fantastic result for us, and then we'll all be really happy, and we'll have a beer afterwards to celebrate.
Good luck, buddy. Good luck. You deserve it. Thank you very much. That's the Whitecliffe CDH team. Next door to that, we have got the returning Eugene McManus, which is great to have Eugene McManus back. And on the other side of the garage, Rhys Irwin, who's still in the garage, who might come and have a quick chat with us. He's got his little diagrams out because he's drawing his thing about the bike on the track. Let me see this. Rhys Irwin, 18th place. 18th place, but what I did notice at one point, you were only around about a second away, and we see you end that session 1.4 away. That's pretty impressive for your debut on a superbike here.
Yeah, FP1, it's definitely a little bit of a culture shock, but no, it's good. Like you say, first session at Thruxton, so I feel like hopefully we're only scratching the surface of where we'll end up by the end of the weekend.
What's it like compared to the Super Sport bike from last year?
Oh, just, in a mad way, I still probably shouldn't say this, but I'm not any quicker than I was on that bike last year, but everything comes at you a bit faster, and you have to manage really the grip and the power of the bike a bit more. So yeah, we have all that sort of stuff to enjoy this year. So yeah, like I said, a couple hours now off the bike, and then get to it this evening, so it should be good. Hopefully everything comes at me a bit slower.
Well done, wee man. Good job. Good stuff, Rhys Irwin. The boss. Well, you've got 2 riders back that you should have. You've got Dan Brooks on track just now, but Eugene's not here. How is he physically? Is he okay now?
I'm not sure he'll be okay. The battering season, hasn't he? But fair play to him. He managed to get quite a few laps in last Friday at Mallory to make sure he was fit for this. Strong lap time, but down in the positions this morning. But yeah, we'll keep going, keep working at it. Obviously, they're going to have to learn first time here for the pair of them on big bike. They'll be okay.
Yeah, best of luck for the weekend, Steve. Thank you very much. That's Steve Hicken, the boss of the Hawk squad. On track, the other side of the garage is Dan Brooks. He's on track. And right at the very end garage, we have got Graham Irwin, who's in there for the MET Phonocab Ducati. Those guys have headed off. The bike is sitting in our stands. I believe they're possibly away for a small scoop of lunch, which is maybe on the cards for a lot of people in the pit lane. But there's a lot of work to be done because the superbikes are on track in the not too distant future. They can't just swan away into the back of the paddock and not come back because they will be on track for their free practice 2 session. A lot of people with work to do, that's for sure. Brooksy will not be happy being in the position he is. He knows he's a lot faster than that, and he knows he should be and can be a lot faster than that as well. Wasn't it great to hear from Danny Kent? Seen Danny at the sharp end again, which is where we know he should be and where we want him to be. Honda UK garage, well, that's the Super Sport garage, and the garage next door to that is for the 2 super bikes, where we have Jason O'Halloran and we also have Ryan Vickers. Not in the garage just now, the bike's there in a full state of strip down. Good run though, you got to say, a very impressive run for Jason O'Halloran. He was 16th for Jason O'Halloran, sorry, and Ryan Vickers in 10th place at the end of free practice 1, but the time gap's not huge. So many people kind of shoehorned into a very small time window, which is kind of what we see at Thruxton quite a lot, and we've also seen it all over the circuit all year. 2 minutes off the super stock session to go. A lot of riders starting to make their way back into the pit lane, trying to get away from some intense heat that we have here and give themselves just that little bit of a breather. There's so many fans about the place. The fans aren't actually blowing cold air, they're just putting nice, they're just moving the air around because it is quite stifling and it is pretty hot. PBM look happy with what they've done. You can see Darryl changing the visor for Scott Redding, John Hebson changing the fork springs on his on the fork legs, and Warren Baldersley just making sure everything goes together as it should do. John winds the cap back on the top. Left-hand side of the garage, James Mead with his headset on, looking at their new hands-free monitors along with Johnny Mott. So work very much happening in that side of the garage as well. But we shall take a minute and we'll pop back upstairs into the timing room. There will be another session before we get a spot of lunch on BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki, as the junior 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike guys make their way back into their area in the pit lane. Glenn Irwin has come back. He's eating a spot of lunch himself in the Nitrous Competition Ducati garage. Sitting there with Chris Adams and Ryan Rainey doing the business as you would expect. But at the end of that British Superbike Championship roundup down the pit lane, it was Kyle Reid who ends the session fastest from Leon Haslam and Bradley Ray. Danny Kent in 4th place, who we heard from. Storm Stacey in 5th place with Max Cook, Scott Redding, Christian Eden, Glenn Irwin and Ryan Vickers rounding out the top 10. It's a fast session. You know what? It's only going to get faster. Okay then, we're back with the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. Free practice, their one and only free practice that they get ahead of their qualifying session. So a very important practice for them to all get themselves kind of dialed in and up to speed. Unlike any other event, we don't have qualifying through the course of the Friday. Sometimes you drop a couple of qualifying sessions in towards the end of the day. The only thing with qualifying in the title is the BSB pre-qualifying at 3:30 till 10 to 4. That is it. Everything else is free practice sessions throughout the course of the day. But the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship, they get their one free practice. And they're on track at this moment in time. There is a new rider out there as well. You may have noticed that Tristan Pienaar, the young South African on the Free Tech Yamaha, replaces Ryan van Newkirk, who has gone home to South Africa for a little bit. We'll look forward to seeing Ryan back in the not too distant future. I'd like to thank Clementine, who has sent me in a lovely document on Tristan. He's 19 years old from Cape Town in South Africa. So he's out there on the R7, the little small R7. He normally races a CBR 1000 RR in the South African Superbike Championship. So this is quite an interesting step back. This bike, he will feel like he can very much dominate this bike around this circuit. And it'll be interesting to see how he gets on around Thruxton. Currently sitting just outside the top 10. But Hudson Kenna doesn't really bring us slow riders. That's one thing that we have been noticing with everything that goes on from that team, that little Free Tech team, which they are in the paddock. If you get a chance to head along, why not go and see them? They're just, I think, just behind Rapid Honda, actually, if I'm not mistaken, which should be a good place to go and see the Free Tech race team. You could catch up with Ryan, and why not go and say hello in that area behind RNG and Rapid Honda. But right now you won't find anybody there because they're all on track. Well, there will be somebody there, but you kind of want to keep your eyes on the track action and take the break later on to say hello. But it's Lewis Mullen who is fastest of anybody in this session, with Ben Jolliffe in P2 and Luca Hopkins in third. Mason Johnson, Arnie Carr, Lakin Payne, Marley McKenzie a little bit further down, not being able to come here and do the testing like everybody else has not been able to do as well. So, you know, it's kind of a level playing field when we arrive here. Jamie Hanks Elliott, and then Jones, yeah. Chloe Jones, there you go. Isn't it good to see Chloe Jones back in the BSB paddock? Chloe has been doing the World WCR, the Women's Circuit Racing Championship, and it's been fabulous to commentate on Chloe at the World Superbike events that we have had at Doynton Park. But now we get Chloe back in the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. She's back as her normal number 15 on the MPR Racing Yamaha R7. It'll be interesting to see just how Chloe gets on. We know that she has a very big following. She always has, and you know what, very big following for a reason. Fast racer, world-class fast racer now, Chloe Jones. And interesting that we've got her back here. This is almost like a little bit of a summer sabbatical for quite a few people. We are seeing Can Onchu here. We've got Josh Wortley here as well. Sullivan Mounsey, another racer who has come here for this weekend as well, which I think is pretty good, pretty impressive actually. Nice for us to gain for the break where the World Superbikes doesn't have a clash with us, and people would like to come and race with us at this circuit. So I think that's great actually. If you're watching Trackside, it's good to have your attention here if you've got a little headset radio, and that's the way to listen to BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki. You can pick us up in glorious FM all the way around the circuit, 93.7 FM. You can stream us online via TSL Timing. There's a little arrow down the bottom of the live timing if you go to TSL Live Timing. Brought to you by Amolagato on 1P Mobile. And also you can listen to us on YouTube. The streams do have like a 20-second delay, but BSB YouTube, and we've got sound and vision. We'll give you a bit of a wave to our camera. You can see into our very small, what's Steve D calling it? It's almost Partridge-esque. I think we need to get Steve D and give him a bit of a sorting out actually. He keeps calling it Norfolk Radio, which I think is quite funny, but Alan Hyde has created this out of nothing. He's made a room and a studio work, and it's perfectly broadcastable, and it's working fine. With the help of the legendary TV director Richard Coventry giving us some feeds, so we should have a little bit more cameras than we would normally have as well. We'll be able to see it in the circuit moving forward, because there's not many windows in this commentary box. It does make it quite strange broadcasting to you guys around the circuit and on YouTube, but we do hope you're going to stay with us, and thank you very much for lots of the comments that have been coming into YouTube. I haven't had much time to look at them all. There are so many comments down there, but thank you very much. Great to know that you're all listening, and somebody listening from a wet Thailand. There you go. Well, sorry for that, Graham. It's not wet here. It's only 30 degrees here now. Temperature is going up very quickly. You'll notice that, because I said earlier on it was like 26 degrees. Now it's 30 degrees, and you can feel that. You need to be in an air-conditioned room, or you can see why the riders are not hanging about in the pit lane. They're doing the job, they're getting out there as quickly as they can, then they're going to take in a bottle of like this, the fluid, to try and give them a little bit of goodness back into their body, because you've got to do that. What you sweat out, you've got to put back in, and trust me, those guys are sweating out there on that track. But for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship, as I said, Lewis Mullen was at the sharp end. It's now Ben Jolliffe who's gone up there to the sharp end. It's good to see that Ben Jolliffe, we've seen this before from him. Remember, he had a victory early in the year. If we cast our memory back to Donington Park, that's where we first saw Ben Jolliffe stepping on the top step of that podium on the Dunsley Heat R7 Yamaha. Yeah, wishes it was an R6, but I think we'd notice that one. 2 seconds and 4 thirds also for Ben Jolliffe has come his way throughout the course of this year. There is still work to do, because Marley McKenzie has a 46-point championship lead. But Marley finds himself in 8th place, 1.9 seconds away. He's only done 7 laps, so there's also room for improvement for Marley McKenzie. But that 46-point championship lead comes with 9 wins and 1 third place for McKenzie. He has been the man who's been in control of this year so far, as he goes through and out the back of the circuit. Chloe Jones just makes her way in towards Noble and Goodwood corner. Behind Chloe on the road, we've got 38, which is Finn Harrison, and then Marley McKenzie is tucked up in there as well, trying to get some sort of, not a toe, just a bit of an insight as to what Chloe Jones would be doing around here. Everybody must see Chloe as a bit of a threat. I have to say that, coming back into this championship. If the machine underneath her is good, which it will be from MPR Racing, it'll be interesting to see just how Chloe gets on, because Racecraft has always been so sharp for how Chloe Jones operates on whatever championship she has been in, whether it's the Junior Super Sport Championship, as we used to see Chloe in, and even in the WCR will be good. Kylan Shuttlewood goes up 3 places, puts himself into 9th place. Isaac Mark and Tristan Pinar, who get just demoted a couple of positions. And that, again, we'll keep our eyes on the number 50. Chloe Jones comes up 2 places and puts herself into 11th place in the mix. Very good, very impressive. And that's starting to go in the right direction. Let's keep our eyes on Marley McKenzie, because on his outlap he was personal best through the second, third and fourth sectors, which is not really what you expect to see from somebody on an outlap. But Marley McKenzie very much in the mix and putting everything where it should be. Let's hope he's not used too much of that tyre. Could we see Marley McKenzie again? Yes, personal best through sector number 1. He's got Chloe Jones for company as they go through Noble in towards Goodwood Village and then Church. Lovely series of flowing corners which take you down towards the bottom of Church, and it is a downhill road on the way in towards there. And then from Church you make your way back up Brooklands, Woodham Hill and into the Club Chicane. And what we can see coming in here, McKenzie has gone personal best through the first sector. It's just drifted away ever so slightly, a 23.240 in the next sector, which is some 0.4 of a second away from where he needs to be. And that's just all the gathering speed and momentum of that area that takes you down towards Church. And if Marley has got a bit of a moment on going through there, it's not something that he's going to want to have happening. And it can give you a little bit of the spooks, shall we say. With 8 minutes of the session to go, it's quite a quick session for this, and that will take us in towards the lunch break, which we get from 12:55 to 1:25. quick half-hour lunch break before we go back out with sport bike. And effectively, we have a run-through of the morning again in a slightly different outlook. We will start with the sport bike, then go into Superbike Free Practice 2. BMW's rocket off BMW F900R Cup. Quarter Group British Supersport, then pre-qualifying for the Superbikes, then R&G Moto4 British Cup and Pirelli National Superstock to end the day at 5 o'clock. As again said, normally we'd run until 5:30, sometimes 5:45, even later 6:30. But the curfews that we have for noise here at Thruxton must be strictly obeyed, that's for sure, with the close proximity of some houses not so far away. Mackenzie did improve there actually. He went up to 7th place, Marley Mackenzie. With a personal best lap time. Isaac Mark goes at 1 place ahead of Kylan Shuttlewood on the SBR Perba DKS Drilling ZX 4RR. And Isaac Mark on bike number 19. His teammate Luca Hopkins in 5th place and Isaac Mark in 9th place. So Brogy, Steve Brogan, Baywatch Brogan, has got 2 of his bikes inside the top 10, which he will be liking. But very interesting, at the top, at the sharp end, Ben Jolliffe, Lewis Mullen, Mason Johnston. Yamaha's having a pretty healthy run here, it would seem. Lake and Payne, the first Kawasaki, then Luca Hopkins, but 3 Yamahas all at the sharp end. Maybe just being able to stretch their legs ever so slightly more, which is pretty good. And Isaac Mark continued to put pretty strong sectors together, as is his teammate Luca Hopkins. Luca with a very slow lap last time round. Now, they were all told that they're not allowed to tour. There was a special bulletin that actually went out. That special bulletin was very much no touring through sectors. TSL and Stuart Higgs will be pretty much watching everything to do with that, because you can't. We saw so much of this happening at Oulton Park, where people were slow and getting in the road. So they decided, Race Direction have decided to nip that in the bud. You can't be more than 135% of that sector time down in that sector. I'm led to believe. I will confirm that once I quickly have a look at the Sportity app. But already I saw Richard Cooper, who was pulled up for touring around the circuit in sectors, and if Luca Hopkins is a 2-minute 48-second lap and Arnie Carr's in a 3-minute 13. You know, Arnie Carr's okay because it's an outlap, but Luca Hopkins, don't believe that was an outlap. Let's keep our eyes on that. He's putting good sectors in now, the Luca Hopkins. Personal best sector number 1, personal best speed through sector number 2. So the man on the team SBR Perba DKS Drilling ZX 4RR Kawasaki, bike number 41, 5th place. He comes into this meeting with a whole heap of speed and sits 3rd in the championship, equal on points with 2nd place Ben Jolliffe, 223 points apiece. This is where he needs to try and get his hands into the lead that Marley Mackenzie's got, because Mackenzie's 7th fastest is 1.8 seconds away, and it doesn't look like he has the pace in the Kirkcaldy Kawasaki ZX 4RR at this moment in time. But that's early in the session, we should say. There's a lot that can change from here on in. Finn Page crossing the line, and 22nd place for Finn, just ahead of Holly Harris, and with Archie Ormond down there as well. Jamie Muir, I saw Jamie yesterday actually. Jamie was coming back in after doing, I think he'd done a track cycle actually. Man on bike number 23, one of the Rocket rookies, son of Sean Muir. And it was great to have Larry Carter catch up with Sean Muir at Oulton Park. I have said to Sean many a time, you know, anytime a BSB, come to the commentary box, come and see us. But he's a busy man. I do give him, I'll let him off for that. I'm not holding a grudge, but anytime you're at the BSB, pop into the commentary box, we'll sit you down, you can get a headset on and you can tell us how SMR are doing. Especially now, it's very interesting that we've got a big SMR hospitality unit in the paddock, and that's very much going the way of Scott Swan. like to see that. If you are watching trackside or in the garage and you see the tracker map, the TSL are having a couple of issues with the tracker map today. I do apologise for that. It seems to be playing funny games with us. Just one of these things that when it's wet, we get gremlins in it. When it's too hot, we get gremlins, and it's one of these things. But everything else working perfectly fine for the live timing as they cross the screen. Luca Hopkins again, looking pretty strong. But just drifting away ever so slightly with 2 minutes and 40 seconds off the session to go. As we keep our eye on Isaac Mark again. He's had that improvement. We did hear that Declan Connell slipped off, as you mentioned this. Declan Connell slipped off in the Pirelli National Superstock Championship race. And unfortunately, Deco taking a bit of a trip to the medical centre for a check over. If we get an update on that, I will bring it to you guys. But the rider off number 33 fell off at Seagrave. So Campbell Cobb Seagrave's the last one before you head out in towards Noble Goodwood Village here, before you really open the taps up on the big Superstock bikes. And unfortunately, Deco going down there. Rapid Honda, I saw those guys leaving the pit lane, but want to wait until we got confirmation before we actually said anything about that, rather than trying to guess or surmise as to who had gone missing. It had to be one of the two, but yeah, great shame for Declan Connell. But with Ben Jolliffe, Lewis Mullen and Mason Johnson, the top three bikes in this session, all on Yamahas, it looks pretty impressive. Then Lake and Payne on the Kawasaki with Luca Hopkins, Arnie Carr and Marley McKenzie. They're all Kawasaki's. 8th place for Freddie Oakley, 9th place for Isaac Mark, and then Kylan Shuttlewood. So if you're watching the live time, and you may see that it's just a little bit, there's a few hiccups taking place, a couple of gremlins in the boat today, but the team are working incredibly hard to try and get everything fixed. And we'll just keep you up to date with everything that's going on track as they cross the line with we've only got 1 minute of the session to go before we stop in towards a bit of a lunch break. Lunch break, as I said, will be just around about half an hour. So make sure you get some water inside you. Some water. You'll also get some sun cream and some shade, because we have a fast, hot afternoon in the Hampshire sun down here with 30 seconds of the session to go. Ben Jolliffe has been in charge for quite some time. And another sanction just popping up on the Sportity app there, and that's this time for Charlie Spud Nesbitt from the Superbikes. During free practice 1, he was observed to be touring in Sector 3 in lap 10. So he's been given an official warning, has Charlie Nesbitt. So there's a few people getting pulled up for sanctions today that they really need to watch out for. Charlie Barnes got one in sport bike as well. He got done for speeding in multiple sectors on his in lap. Richard Cooper, I did tell you that he was upstairs. He was in race direction. He was touring in sector 3 on lap 17. Again, another official warning for Richard Cooper. And Max Wadsworth was the other one. Another official warning for Max Wadsworth. He was seen touring in sector number 1. So you're simply not allowed to tour on a lap. You must be at racing speed. If you want to go slow, you ride in quickly, get back into the pit lane. So official warnings for all those riders who have been picked up and pinged for touring. The latest one coming back as we were live in a session onto our Sportity app was Charlie Spud Nesbitt with his issue that he had in his session. There you go. Checkered flag pops out. Ben Jolliffe, Lewis Mullen and Mason Johnson 1, 2 and 3 with Laken Payne and Luca Hopkins, the top 5 for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. We're going to take a quick break now on BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki. Remember, you can listen to Thruxton Circuit Radio on 93.7. We will be back at 25-ish or 1:30 for the next session, and then I will be non-stop until the end of the day. Here we're back after a very quick lunch break there, where we quickly managed to run away and get just a little bit of food and then quickly run back. It's nice to see Thruxton so busy on a Friday. I think that really is good to see. Lots of people round about and lots of people enjoying the bikes that we have on track on this Friday. Black and orange flag for bike number 7 on track, bike number 7, which is Jacob Stevenson. That's not how you want to start your afternoon. Sorry about that, just a little bit of dynamic management being done in the commentary box. It's one of these days where we're having quite a lot of stuff thrown at us, and I've got to say thank you very much to Alan Hyde for prepping everything and getting it set up. Now it's just, it's like an old vintage car right now. Even though it's all new stuff, we just need to monitor it and make sure everything is good. TSL very much back up and running, which is great to see. There is number 14 under observation, which is not what you want to see on the screen, for a possible technical problem on track. That's Hayden Clinton. He's in 27th place as we sit and look. Number 14, the man from Ireland, the Hayden Clinton Racing R7. A little bit of an issue going on for him there. Doesn't give us much more on screen apart from being looking at a technical issue, and unfortunately Jacob Stevenson has now stopped with that technical problem at Seagrave. Right, so what did I find out during lunch break? Well, what I did find out was it takes longer than 3 minutes to quickly walk back from Frank Bird's PBM Hospitality, but I also caught up with Declan Connell in the break. Great shame for Deco. A broken wrist, arm already in a sling. Myself and Jordan Bird bumped into him. She's talking about getting him on the cryo, get him in one of these hyperbaric chambers ASAP. Deco, was interested, but was much more interested in the Coca-Cola Calippo that he was halfway down. He says he doesn't know what happened. Just 1 minute he was going through Seagrave, he tapped on the gas. The next thing he was flying through the sky is exactly what he said. So not great, but if Mum Leona is listening, that's a great shame for Deco. And bad luck's one of these things. Just needs to get out of that rut. He's a tough cookie, is Deco. It's not his fault. It's just luck. That's what happens. Sometimes these things happen in bike racing. And while we're speaking about Jordan Bird there, why don't I say hi to Stevie Hill, the man from Knock Garage, who has had a bit of a fall. He's in hospital. Stevie, we hope that you're well. Proud sponsor of 80 Racing Callum Bay. Stevie, and we wish you the very best. So get well soon from everybody here at BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. I got a nice other message sent to me over lunchtime via Alistair Seeley, actually, the wee wizard. It's not for this session. We'll read it out in the next session for the wee wizard. But what I can say is, well, they're currently sunning themselves in Lanzarote. He, Danny and Olivia in Lanzarote's water park activities today. It's almost the same temperature here, Alistair, just to let you know. But we'll give a shout out to the 3B construction team once they get on track. Alistair, who's one of the spotters for that team, kind of rider coach now, if you like, for Carter Brown and for Oliver Barr. Number 94, Fowler at Campbell. That's the first corner at the complex. Liam Wood from Cheltenham on a GGI Racing Aprilia RS 660. He is okay. Campbell Cobb Seagrave, as we mentioned at the very top of the show when Alan Hyde was here with us, named after those land speed record heroes. That's what we would call them, because that's what they basically are. As we are looking at the timing screens, the TSL timing screens back up and running, brought to you by Omologato and 1P Mobile. I'm Duncan Vincent. Thank you very much for joining us. If you are trackside at Thruxton, if you're listening via TSL timing, or if you're watching on the brand new YouTube stream, hi, it's great to have you here. This is our commentary box, and I'm saying that because if you're on the YouTube stream, you'll see the commentary box that we're in. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, bringing you the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship Free Practice 2. Carl Harris, fastest now from Aidan Davey. Didn't Aidan Davey blot his copybook in the first session? Yes, he did. He slipped off at the club chicane from the CF Moto. The number 38 CF Moto slid away from underneath Aidan. The 675 SR RR, lots of R involved in that CF Moto, and down he went. But there's 3 of them this weekend. Richard Cooper has been picked up for the remainder of the season, we're told, and Coops, Peter Willis and Aidan Davey will spearhead the Chinese CF Moto moving forward. Team Moto 12 picking up Richard Cooper. I think that's a really clever thing. If you remember, Coops got involved with CF Moto 2 years ago at Oulton Park, Cadwell Park, and he rode the bike but then said, no, it's not for me. He had a couple of issues that he didn't really particularly like, so he stepped away from it. This new bike, much more new and improved. Let's see how Coops gets on. We've seen it once already today, but now we see Harrison McKay and Ted Wilkinson. Absolute level pegging on times, a 120.849 each. Can't separate them in the TSL timing room. That's pretty impressive. McKay in 7th and Wilkinson in 8th. We caught up with Super Ted. New paint job and all when he was at Oulton Park, his local circuit, the man from Runcorn. And we like Ted Wilkinson. Larry Carter always says Super Ted, like he's got a cape on, and Ted Wilkinson plays up for it very, very well, which I do like. And Ted Wilkinson was one of these riders who we've seen move through the ranks, and he's now got himself into the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship and finding himself a pretty good home here as well. Asher Durham, well, he was second fastest this morning, third fastest actually after Dan Goodman went to the top of the times. Asher Durham finds himself in 9th. Dan Goodman, who was fastest this morning, if you remember. Where is Dan Goodman on our screen? Well, he's in 6th place. I was up and down, I couldn't see it there, but he's right in front of me in 6th place. And Alfie Davidson, the championship leader, was at P2, so it was Goodman, Davidson and Durham. Alfie Davidson finds himself in 11th, but he's only 6/10 of a second away. That's the thing with the Sport Bike Championship. It's so tight, so close together, and packed with talent. As I look a little bit further down, Samuel Munson in 22nd, Zach Weston, we've got Rossi Barnum, Lennon Doherty down there ahead of Brodie Goth. There was rumours that Lennon Doherty wasn't going to come to Thruxton, and I think his dad had decided that they weren't going to come to Thruxton. But William, being the superstar that he is, he got Fife's elite welder, that Lennon calls himself. Bit of a shake, and down they've come, which is great to see. Lennon in 26th place, 2 seconds away. All he needs is a good weekend, and the Doc will be there. He's a proven race winner in this championship, in this paddock, I should say, not this championship. You don't win 4 junior supersport races in the bounce and lose your talent. Lennon just needs that good weekend on the second of the Sencat backed Aprilias that we have on track, because remember Charlie Barnes out there as well, and they both always seem to be very much together on track. Charlie Barnes currently on page number 2 of our timing screen. Do I want to try and change the television channel? This could go horribly wrong. One remote for all the TVs. Oh, that wasn't good. Yep, Charlie Barnes in 32nd position, just on P2. 44 bikes vying for grid position in the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship. So a lot of spaces. I'm just trying to figure out what the actual limit of the track is. That's a very good point. Should find out for that in a second or two, but we'll keep our eyes on the working TSL screens that we have here. Remember, there's a missing bike out there, Jacob Stevenson. He was black and orange flag and he pulled over at the Campbell Cup Seagrave Complex. We also had bike number 14 slide off, which was Hayden Clinton. And thankfully he was perfectly okay. 94 was a faller as well, actually. 94 was a faller at Campbell. Number 14 had no working transponder as well, and the technical problem that we were expecting for Hayden never really come to fruition, so that's also very, very good for him. Time to go, you ask. 11 minutes 23 seconds. And Carl Harris, top of the times on his Rocket Rookies Suzuki. And that's good to see, because young Carlos was he was in the press or in the social media saying, you know, times are hard, struggling to find the finance to to keep the year going. So hopefully that has actually worked in his favour, and it will be that'll be perfect for him to try and see if he can continue the whole season. But the speed is there. Undoubtedly, the speed is there for Carl Harris. Just needs to make sure that he can deliver the goods on track at a consistent phase, because he was putting a little bit too much pressure on himself when he got to Brands Hatch, and he had 2 crashes in the first free practice session, and that doesn't do anybody any good whatsoever. And young Carl definitely trying to see if he can continue for the full year, because we need him out there. Number 90, Fowler at Church, rider OK. Wow, not something that you see pop up on your screen very often. That's Harry Cook off the Jones Dolan Racing Aprilia, rider down at Church, rider OK. Thank goodness for that. Harry Cook picking possibly the fastest corner in British motorsport to go missing, but he is A-OK. Harry Cook in 12th place as well. Harry going really well, just outside the top 10, finding himself in the mix as he would like to be, and getting in about Alfie Davidson and Peter Willis. Zach Shelton ahead of the XMT triumph of Zach Shelton is a big scalp. Remember, Zach Shelton, who picked up a victory at the actual start of the year. Zach Shelton was a winner at Donington Park, then went and had the most hideous knockhill racing circuit that you've ever seen anybody actually having, as he unfortunately was off in race number 1 on the way in towards Duffy's Dip, turn number 1, and then had that huge high side at the Exeter Clarks for race number 2, and then caused, unfortunately, 2 other riders to be picked up and involved in that. And that was, it was quite a telling weekend for Zach Shelton, just to try and get back into his rhythm. It's what Zach Attack will be trying to do, and he's not far away from it. It's just outside the top 10. Give him a little bit of time, and it should come around, and it should hopefully come good for the British Sport Bike Championship race winner. And we're going to see Zach Shelton's a front runner in this championship. I need to say that, very much a front runner. And he'll be wanting to rekindle the little bit of luck that he had. He's had a first, a second and a third this year, but slips down to 7th in the championship after a disastrous knockhill with 2 DNFs, and then only picked up 2 points at Snetterton. Snetterton was a strange weekend for a lot of people. A lot of people struggling at Snetterton. Alfie Davidson struggled, Aidan Davey crashed, Zach Shelton, Ed Best, Ted Wilkinson. These are all guys at the sharp end of the championship. Just didn't connect with Snetterton 300 at all this year. Puts a big hole in your championship when you start doing that. Lucky for Davidson, Alfie had already built up quite a sizable lead in the championship, and it sits at 34 points for the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship as we move into this phase of the championship, because this is round number 7. This is the R&G race of the South. We've had the race of the North. This is very much the race of the South. It is Lee Johnson. I think it was Lee Johnson that gave me a geography lesson when I said I feel like I'm in Spain. He said, yeah, well, France comes before Spain when you're going south. I'll take that in the chin. The General knows his geography a little bit better than I do. I'm not going to question him. The top 4 positions are now on outlaps. Carl Harris, Aidan Davey, Richard Cooper and Sullivan Mounsey. Sully up there at the sharp end. This is his kind of circuit when you think about it. High speed, high intensity, corner speed, drafting. I mean, it's basically got R&G Moto4 British Cup or Talent Cup previously written all over it. And it's what Sullivan Mounsey will be desperate to get involved in. He's only 0.2 of a second away from the fastest time. He's got Lewis Smart hot on his heels, who's only 0.2 away in 5th place. And we actually have 15 bikes covered by 0.9 of a second. However, it's after that there seems to be a fairly steady increase in time down to 30th place. Joshua Proudfoot 2.5 seconds away from the fastest time. Another sanction or another notice coming through from Race Direction that will just open up on our Sportity app now. I see this is for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. Rider number 12, Luke Mossey, issued an official warning for touring in Sector 2 on lap number 8. So this was put out on the Sportity app that all the teams and all the riders log in to get. So everybody gets a notification saying that you're not allowed to tour, and yet so many people are getting picked up for touring around the circuit, which is not ideal. Not ideal at all. Sullivan Mounsey goes ahead of Richard Cooper. Sully goes P3 with a 120.682. He's just going into Seagrave before he heads out into the countryside, if you like it, in towards Nobles and Goodwood. Sullivan Mounsey looking pretty hot and pretty racy, I have to say. Joe Ellis is in that group. Carl Harris is also in that group with Sullivan Mounsey. And then behind him we can see there's another group of 2 or 3 bikes. Charlie Atkins is in the middle of that. Mounsey on a fairly decent stint with these riders. He's only done 9 laps though, so everybody else up into the double figure area, 12, 13, 14 laps for Zach Weston if we look further down. But in towards the club chicane, I mean, this is good for him. He's gaining knowledge about the guys he's racing alongside and with. Carl Harris is very much in the mix of this as well. And I'd like to try and pick out Aidan Davey on the tracker map. He's just going through the back of the Nobles in towards Goodwood area. Number 28, Fowler at turn 3. Campbell, rider okay. Why is that big news? That's big news because rider number 28 is none other than Alfie Davidson, the man from Ormskirk on the Iron Competition Aprilia. The championship leader has gone down at Campbell. That's the first part of the S's. Campbell on the right, Cobb on the left, and Seagrave back to the right. Davidson goes down, and let's hope that he's okay. Well, badged as rider okay, which is good. But Alfie Davidson has done a very un-Alfie Davidson manoeuvre. Now, you would think that because it's lovely weather, it's nice and warm, it's nice and hot, you get lots of grip. That's not the case. That's not the case at all, as Richard Cooper goes to the top of the 120.092. Tracks actually become more slick the hotter they get. And just to give you a little insight into what the track temperature is like for us, let's get the tracker, the weather station up on our page. 506, I believe. Oh, maybe I've maybe deleted it because it's not there. We had track temperature earlier on of some 30 degrees, if you remember that. But what we're trying to find is where my weather station has gone to. There we go. Track temperature now is 47.8 degrees. The air temperature's actually come down. TSL are telling me that it's 29 degrees, although my Apple Watch tells me it's 31 degrees. Who do you want to trust, TSL or your Apple Watch? It feels 31 degrees. But the track temperature, that's a big one, 47.8 degrees. We're almost at 50 degrees track temperature, and it's getting warmer. Wind is next to nothing. There's a very, very gentle breeze. But the hotter a track gets, the slicker the track becomes. The rubber on top of it becomes pretty slippy. And the actual oil in some of the surface can be a little bit slicker, but I think Thruxton's maybe one of the slight anomalies. They've got a different tarmac to so many places. There are seams around the back where big long areas of the racing line have been resurfaced with a different tarmac to what is around it, because it's quite an old tarmac here at Thruxton as well. Interesting. And about all that temperature chat, Richard Cooper has gone fastest with a 1:22.087. Puts himself 0.3 of a second up the road from Carl Harris, who's in the pit lane. Aidan Davies on track. I wonder if Ali Grant will send them out as a united front. There's one for you. Will they put them all out together on track, the CF Motors, to see what they can actually do as a practice, almost a practice for qualifying, and see if they can all tow each other round? Looking at our tracker map is a busy session, and Richard Cooper leads a whole line of bikes as they come up through Woodham Hill in towards the club chicane. Coops, I think he's second in the line there. Aidan Davey is in that group, but where's number 99, Peter Willis? That's what we would like to look out for. 64 Asher Durham, lap time disallowed. Lap 14 for course cut. As they all cross the line together, a whole group of them. We do have Cooper, we have got Willis, and we have also got Davey in there. So all three CF Motos have got themselves more or less together on track, but they're in a group with a lot of other bikes. There's a bit of a gap ahead of Dan Goodman, who has been one of the pace setters throughout the course of this morning. And it's, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like 76 and 60. Well, 60 is Lennon Docherty, and 76 is Rhys Stevenson, who are just a little bit further up the road, as the Doc tries to get a tow of Rhys Stevenson, who finds himself in 24th position, actually. Rhys with a bit of work to do. 1.9 seconds away, and Lennon 2.2 seconds away in 27th place. That's a bit, you don't need to be too far away, but the position shuffle is actually quite sore for some of these riders when they find themselves so far out of place. Here comes Dan Goodman again through the bottom of Church, dragging up towards the back of Lennon Doherty with 41 seconds of the session to go. Time is of the essence for these guys now. Lennon Doherty trying to drop back to possibly get into that group, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen as he comes through the club chicane. You'll get one more lap at this. As he makes a personal best last end of the lap there. A good lap for Rhys Stevenson and Lennon Doherty towards the end, but doesn't come back with any improvement. Brodie Goth does. He goes up to 22nd place now. He was in the mix anyway with Stevenson and Samuel Munson down there 24th, 25th. But as the clock ticks away here at Thruxton, the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship free practice 2 comes to an end. The checker flag flies. First bike to take the checker flag will be James Bull and Carl Harris as they both go through. James Bull, you may recognise that name. Rocker of BMW F900R Cup runner at one time. And a whole lot of other bikes come across to take the flag. Let's see if anybody has anything to try and improve on this, the last lap, but it doesn't look like it. Apart from Peter Willis, who's got a personal best middle sector in the lap, nobody else lighting the screens up with anything too interesting as they all make their way in towards the club chicane. I'm going to say they literally all do. There's a big line of them coming in there. Lennon Doherty, personal best first sector, personal best third sector. If the Doc can pull something out the bag here from 27th as he crosses the line, he's one of the only guys who's lighting stuff up. Does he? Yes, he does. He goes to 23rd place. So an improvement for Lennon Doherty and for Rhys Stevenson. So Stevenson toes Doherty round, and then there's a little shuffle put in there again as Brodie Goth puts in another good lap. So right at the very end, Brodie Goth, Rhys Stevenson and Lennon Doherty all with improvements. And also Callum Beach. Welcome back, Callum Beach. We've seen him away for a little while. He was back before this. This is the first time I've said it though. The UPVC Outlet Racing, Callum Beach with an improvement to 21st at the very end of that session. So there we go. Richard Cooper fastest from Carl Harris and Aidan Davey. It's a CF Moto from a Suzuki and a CF Moto with Sullivan Mounsey in 4th place and Lewis Smart in 5th place. Another fine showing from Lewis Smart. Dan Goodman ahead of Peter Willis in 6th and 7th. Harrison McKay 8th. Ted Wilkinson 9th. And Asher Durham just ahead of his teammate Cam Dawson 10th and 11th. Harley McCabe comes home in 12th place. He's 3rd in the championship and it's 12th on free practice times. Alfie Davidson, the leader of the championship, tipped off in that session at Campbell. Rider OK, along with Harry Cook, who tipped off at Church, of all the places to go missing. Kieran Kent finishes that session in 15th, rounding out the top 15 finishers. We'll be back with the next session of the day, which should be the British Superbike Championship for their free practice number 2, 25 minutes in just 5 minutes' time. Okay, the Superbikes are on track for free practice number 2, a much shorter session than what we normally would have. We would normally have them on track for the full hour first thing, and then a longer second session. But yeah, 50 minutes for free practice 1 at Thruxton, 25 minutes for free practice number 2 at Thruxton. It does diminish quite quickly in time. But we had a really good free practice 1 session. The only thing is, when I tried to go and speak to people in the garage after, it's such as the temperature that's here, nobody wanted to stay in the garages because you've got a hot motorcycle in there. The heat lashes off it. There's hot tyre warmers. The riders couldn't wait to get away. And that's understandable. It was nothing to do with me, honestly. That's what I thought anyway. Fastest this morning was the defending reigning champion Kyle Ryde on the Nitrous Coin Nitrous Competition Racing Yamaha. 1:15.087 for Kyle. 0.3 of a second up the road from anybody else. Leon Haslam put a good show in for the Moto Rapido Ducati in second place. And there's a McCam's Yamaha of Brad Ray, number 28, who came home third. Danny Kent, who we spoke to in the pit lane. We managed to get a word with Kyle and with Danny. Danny was much, much more up than we've heard him in quite some time. It was good to see him back at the sharp end. Picked up a double here last year for the Martrain Yamaha team as it was. Tim and Sonia, if you're listening, hello. I randomly bumped into Tim Martin at Knockhill, actually. He came up for a supercar driving day, experiencing all sorts of supercars. I was walking down the pit lane, and this Irish accent hurled a fairly nice bit of abuse. You know, you take that as a term of endearment. If somebody says something like that to you, Dave, it's almost a nice thing to have somebody say something like that.
It absolutely is. Good afternoon, Duncan. Great to see you. Great job this morning. And what a cosy and bijou little commentary booth you've got.
It's different, isn't it?
It is.
It's different, isn't it? Steve Day is taking the proverbial out of us. Says it's a bit like, what's it, BBC Norfolk?
BBC Radio Norfolk.
Yeah, but it works.
Mate, it's whatever works, isn't it, at this point in time? Because I see your building is no more over the other side.
It's absolutely gone.
It's just framework.
Spent. It's not even that. It's something else. And we also have the might of TNT and Timeline rigging us up across here with special pictures and an orange HDMI cable.
Well, you know it's serious when there's an orange cable coming out.
When somebody plugs something orange into you, you know you're on full beans.
It matches his phone as well.
I noticed that. Phone cover's orange and the cables and his snips are orange as well.
Wow.
Thank you very much. Scott Redding's fastest with a 1:15.539, and myself, Duncan Vincent and Dave Neal will digress a little bit away from the session. We are getting a lot of help from Timeline. Thank you very much, Timeline, and to Richard Coventry and to Stuart Higgs putting together. This didn't exist this morning.
That's incredible.
And Alan Hyde threw it together. Honestly, incredible. I came in last night and put my laptop down and thought, ooh, okay. And then Alan Hyde does his wizardry. And cable management is very much a Heidi thing. So they're all taped down and it's got to look good. And then I come in and look at my side.
It looks, genuinely, Duncan, it looks fantastic. And yourself, Alan Hyde, and the team here have done a fantastic job.
It's like I've not made the bed in the morning. Fraser Rogers has just gone 6th.
Excellent.
10-place improvement for Hollywood, a 1:16.008. This morning, Fraser Rogers did a 1:16.448. So Fraser's found a whole chunk of time. Every week in, week out, he tells us I'm setting personal best lap times. He goes, just so is everybody else. And they've made a bigger step. So for Fraser to get himself inside that top 8, he will be desperate to put that Tag Honda into the second phase of qualifying straight away. He wants to get to Q2. They've both got to impress the team boss along there. There's a big Italian carrot dangling in front of them for next year. It could be yellow. You never know.
Well, no, that's not. I was going to say it's a big red carrot, but it could be a big yellow.
Or it could be any colour from Ducati. They did that lovely Pecco Bagnaia blue one. Remember that? It was lovely.
The tricolore.
And it's the one that Rory Skinner raced last year, that colour. But there's a big opportunity for Fraser Rogers and Charlie Spud Nesbitt. Fraser's 8th, Charlie's 9th. They're separated by a 10th of a second. They want to impress the team along there that they are the guys for the Ducatis.
And local boys as well this weekend. Wouldn't it be great to see them both go straight through to Q2 later on in pre-qualifying?
Well, Fraser deserves it, but so does Charlie.
Yeah.
You know, Charlie's had nothing but bad luck in 2026. Injuries as well. It started at Donington Park, if you remember, at the pre-season test where he fell off going through Starkey's before Schwantzcurve, and it's just one of these things. It's the hand injury that wasn't his problem at Snetterton. He got caught up in the melee at turn number 2. They both deserve it, but nothing's really given to you in racing. You've got to be able to do it yourself. You've got to prove you can do it. You've got to actually deliver. Right now, they're 8th and 9th. They are delivering. But also, we spoke with Rhys Irwin earlier on. He's a young rookie. He goes, I've still not gone as fast around here in the Superbike.
No, I heard that on the way down.
Yeah. He goes, I'm embarrassed to say that. But it just all happens differently. Steve Hicken says everything arrives at you quicker. Everything's coming at you quicker. And you'll stop quicker as well. But Rhys up in 10th place, a 1:16.207. If we look at this morning sheet for Rhys Irwin, 1:16.4. So, and again, somebody else who's picking up a couple of tenths of a second, and you may think, well, that's not really a lot. Well, it is. It is when you're dealing with Superbike times, and you're looking at, we have 13 bikes covered by 9/10 of a second out there, Dave.
And this is an unusual circuit as well, isn't it? It's such a short lap time for one that's, like I say, is it 2.6 miles round at this point. It's a short lap time for a longish circuit.
2.35.
Just a little bit short of what Donington is.
You put an extension on it, going through
a little bit, yeah. That's only 300 metres shorter than Donington.
Yeah.
So, but doing the 1:15s and the 1:16s, they're the lap times that you want to be in. To be having a chance to go through, certainly in the low 1:15s, to go through to Q2 later on. But I think this session here is also a little bit of fencing as well, isn't it? With because it is a true free practice session. We had the longer session this morning. The riders and teams are still chasing setup on the bikes, ready for that pre-qualifying later on this afternoon, and then qualifying tomorrow. So I don't think we've seen fully what everybody's got at this point in time, because it's one of those where you just think, well, somebody's holding something back a little bit. And as you rightly said earlier on, in the Supersport session, nobody wants to show their hand at such an early point, which is a perfectly illustrated point that you made earlier.
Keep your powder dry.
Yeah.
Keep your powder dry, or do it in areas. This is what I saw a lot of, and we have seen before here. People will put a really good first sector in and maybe a third sector in, and then they'll maybe link up the second sector and the third sector and make sure everything flows together. They may not put the full lap in. You're fine. When you go, you're fine. It's not a case of going out there and showing everybody what you can do. You've got to keep something back, as well as the whole slipstreaming affair that we picked up in the small bikes earlier on. Don't draft past somebody towards the club chicane. You know you can do it, so hold back.
Yeah.
Don't actually show them.
Well, you have the run early, don't you? So you know what you can do, and you can just pull the brake a little bit earlier. And it runs in beautifully that way, especially with the smaller bikes, but and on the big bikes as well now, because I know we've got wings and things on the bikes, but they're nowhere near the same level as...
Wings and things?
Wings and things. Well, there are. There's wings on the top and there's things on the bottom. We have wings and things on the bike.
Sounds like a chicken joint, doesn't it? What do you do? Wings and things.
That's our new venture in the winter.
We'll put a banging big donk on it as well when we're at it.
Duncan Day's wings and things.
It's just to see I'm a little bit concerned about Glenn Irwin being down the bottom of the times. He's gone up to 17th place now, Glenn. Glenn had a good run this morning. 1:16.5 is where we sit right now in 17th place. This morning for Glenn Irwin, we're at 16 flat, so Glenn has got more pace to come. It's just, I hope that he can make that jump where everybody else has made the jump. It is clear to see for everybody that this incarnation, if that's the right thing to do, of Ducati works at Thruxton, whereas the previous versions never worked.
No.
And it wasn't just, well, it kind of worked, it didn't work.
It just didn't work flatly, did it?
Well, I'd never seen PBM on the back row of the grid before, you know, and that was where we were. But we've now got Haslam and Reading first and second, a 1:15.4 and a 1:15.5. More importantly, right, we've got a Scott Redding showed up who's fit and healthy. He wasn't well at Oulton Park. He was grey. He was he had an illness. And I said earlier on, Dave, I don't know if you listened. When we wake up in the morning, we've got a bit of a sniffle. I'm going to take the day off today, boss, and go sit on the couch. No problem. Thank you very much. Bye. You can't do that as a super bike rider. You've got to pull up your big boy pants. You've got to get on with the job.
100%. And he said so on stage at Oulton Park a couple of weeks ago. He said, look, nobody really knows, but I am under the weather. And I think that's the second time it's happened this season that he's been into a race weekend where he's not been 100%. He's still salvaging points.
Yeah.
He's still standing on the podium, but the gap that Kyle Ride's putting into him over those rounds, Kyle's still coming out on top on points over the last couple of rounds, and he needs to stem that tide this weekend at what is his home circuit.
I'm happy that Rory Skinner's faster than he was this morning. We've got a 1:15.6 for Skindoo. I'll say it once. Mum will be giving me a row later on. Sorry, listening back up home in Perth. Rory this morning was a 16.295. And we've done a 15.6. That's a jump in time that you're looking for. And his teammate Danny Kent nestled right in behind him. Is it a Yamaha track? Probably still is a Yamaha track, but Ducati is going to get involved in that as well. But it's good to see Skinner and Kent, who have had pace, but they've never had pace at the same time. One has a good weekend, one has a bad weekend. One has a bad weekend, one has a good weekend. It ebbs and flows. But to see them both up there, this is what they need. And you know, Danny Kent still hasn't found that feeling that he had from last year. He still wants to have it, obviously, but he just can't get the feeling from last year now. Before we go any further, need to say another big shout out to Stevie from Knock Garage, who's a proud sponsor of Callum Bay. Had a bit of a nasty fall, so he's in the hospital. So get well soon to Stevie.
Absolutely, get well soon, Stevie. Heal well.
Yeah, Steve Hill, get yourself better soon, and we'll hopefully see you. Easy for me to say, in the not too distant future. That's the heat, Dave.
I can't believe you came out with a CU.
I know.
Brilliant.
See you, Stevie, Jimmy. Yeah, let's move on. We've only 10 minutes left. That's the frantic pace that we have here. The Osho's in 21st. The big Ukrainian is in 20th. That's a slight worry. Ilya was much faster than that this morning. He's in P20. And the Osho, yeah, he was 16th this morning, Jason. But he was talking a good fight. He was only 1.2 seconds away. This moment in time, we find him 1.5 seconds away. He said he found something at Oulton Park, and it just helped with the overall chatter. Then he stopped himself this morning, said it's not chatter, it's a vibration. Chatter's one thing, he goes, this is a vibration. So if they can get that fixed and do something here, he's got good memories from here.
Very much so. Was it 2023 when he was ninth and he just picked riders off every lap on the way through?
And you knew it was coming.
And you could see it, couldn't you? Especially from our position behind the camera, you could see what was coming. And I think it was an outstanding performance from Jason. He is exceptional around here. Numerous wins, numerous podiums. He knows his way around, as everybody pretty much does. They know their way around. But from Jason, his time on the McCams Yamaha, alongside Taz McKenzie, there's some very fond memories here. And he was peaking at Oulton Park. It was great to see that big smile back on his face.
Brooksy was a 16.7 this morning. He's a 16.8 so far. Just completed an outlap. His teammate Lee Jackson, on the hand, was pretty fast. He was 12th overall with a 16.1. Brooksy, and it's amazing the contrasting sides of the garage. I went to the front of the garage and Lee Jackson waved, and I looked over the other side of the garage and Josh Brooks was sitting with his head in his hand. It's just, that's how a session goes for two teammates. It works for some, doesn't work for the other. Lee Jackson, 11th place climb, puts himself 5th. 1:15.6, and he did state that I'm not making the bike for one lap, I'm building a race bike right now. That's what we need to do. If that's a race bike at 1:15.6, it's a pretty impressive race bike that we have. That's a whole chunk faster, 4/10 faster, 5/6 faster than this morning. Yeah, go yourself, well done.
Really impressive. Top Honda at this point in time as well, behind 2 Ducatis and 2 Yamahas, splitting Skinner and Kent.
The Honda's not a bad bike. We've seen that. It's just got this tendency right now to be a little bit of a vibration magnet, and that's what it seems to do. The Dow guy is also using a different engine spec this weekend, and I said, look, is this a special Thruxton spec? They're like, no, it's just where we want to go and develop this bike to make it better. So good place to drag that out and bring it in. In the pits for the Osho, he goes back in after an outlap, and obviously Ilya Mikhalchik follows him into the pit lane. Joe Sheldon-Shaw, a pretty good lap here, crosses the line, improves in time. No, he doesn't. Personal best, drifted away towards the end, but he is ahead of Graham Irwin and Braden Elliott. I spoke with Dean Hipwell. They're looking forward to getting Hedger back. They want Luke Hedger back, hopefully for Cadwell. But just 3 good points scoring, 3 good finishes for Joe Sheldon-Shaw. If they can get in the points, that would be a bonus.
I think he said 2 podiums and a win, didn't he?
It did, yeah, but there was a tongue-in-cheek mark with that one as well, Dave, at the end of it. But, you know, this would have been in my eyes, this would have been a Hedger thing. You would have had that orange, blue and white thing in the middle. And I called him a disruptor this morning because that's what he would have been. You know, he'd have been scything through and into the people on the way to church, not with a care in the world.
No, it's a perfect word.
And away he would go, but unfortunately he slipped at work a bit like Stevie Hill did, and he's hurt himself a bit as Luke Hedger, but hopefully we'll get him back in the not too distant future with 6.5 minutes to go. A lot of people in the pit lane, and they've been there for quite some time, and that's the bit with the shortened run session, running time. They'll have to kind of focus on little areas here, because they're really, some of these guys are only going to get 2 runs at it. You know, Leon Haslam's in 7 laps. He'll maybe get another 6 laps and then he's going to be done.
Very, very different this morning for Jason. What did he say done this morning? 26 laps he did this morning? 25 or 26 laps, and he's only on 3 laps at this point.
That tells me there's an inherent problem down there actually as well. So 3 laps for O'Halloran. We have got 4 laps for Storm Stacey. He's on an outlap now. Person with the most amount of laps would be 14 Charlie Spud Nesbitt in Ryan Vickers as well, and obviously as well Eugene McManus in there with 14 laps. But yeah, complete contrast in laps when you look at it. That this morning Jason O'Halloran 31 laps.
31, that's incredible.
He's done a tenth of that.
Yeah.
Is that right?
What about Glenn?
What about Glenn?
Didn't Glenn do?
Sorry, I like that. Yeah. Glenn this morning, he was shy in laps. He only did 11 laps this morning.
And we're only on 5 now.
Yeah, that is
in what is going to be an hour and 10 minutes getting on for.
The thing is,
track time.
You know that Glenn can deliver a lap time. Glenn is your kind of epic bite the screen man.
100% he can. But from a longevity point of view and a tyre longevity,
Yeah.
they missed out on some strong laps there.
Yeah, Brooksy 9 laps. Richard Kerr was quite impressive this morning, actually. He had a really good run. Richard Kerr in 14th place. Richard's time when the SM Racing Honda was 1:16.209. Richard in this session 1:16.8, so he's lost 6/10 of a second. If anybody could find that, they could maybe return it to Richard.
It would be nice.
He would be very happy to have that.
Gratefully
back.
received.
Yeah, which is a bit of a strange one, but you know they're probably trying different things. Maybe this morning was a qualifying run. Here comes Danny Kent again. Personal best speeds through Sector 1, personal best lap time again, Sector 2 and 3. As we catch Danny making his way towards the line. This will be a pretty interesting run. Will we see the number 52 go up into maybe 4th place ahead of his teammate Rory Skinner? Yes, we do. That's an impressive leap for Danny. 1:15.605 for Kent, and he takes it into double figures for the laps.
Indeed, just looking at 14 and 15, Max Cook and Joe Talbot. Maybe just trying a few things on the bimotor for this session. That at this point in time isn't maybe quite working. You know, to be down in the sort of 116s, early mid 116s is
Certainly
an unusual place.
Certainly for Max Cook around here. For Max Cook, that's the strange one. You expect Max to be at the sharp end. Joe Talbot, first time here in the Superbike. Well, he's ridden super stock here before, so you know he'll be used to the semi-similar acceleration. The Superbike will still pull the arms off you more than the stock bike. But yeah, you're probably right. 14th and 15th. Only 9/10 of a second away, you know, around 2.3 miles. But it shows you that there's 1, 2, 3 guys all 9/10 of a second away. And they're big names, 13th, 14th and 15th. Ryan Vickers, Max Cook and Joe Talbot. It's a very good talking point now. Christian Iden also improved. He went up 2 places into 10th, knocked Fraser Rogers to 11th. So still 2 TAC Hondas inside that mythical transfer spot, which doesn't exist in this session. But the next time we have a session, it will be the actual area for those guys in pre-qualifying where they need to be inside that top 12.
There's a question for you, Duncan. How has track temperature gone up from this morning?
Yeah, we were at 47.7 the last time I checked, but it took me 10 minutes to try and get the correct page. Yeah, well, it didn't work, Dave. Honestly, I tried again, but I'll get it this time. Track temperature now 48.5 degrees, 29.4 for the air. So it's toasty.
I don't know if it had gone up substantially on this morning to change maybe the feeling on the circuit, but with Leon at the front on the 1:15.4 is fairly comparable to this morning, isn't it? So maybe they are using it as a true FP2 because the times genuinely they don't count towards anything at this point.
And I think everybody's trying to build themselves that race bike that'll be good for the last 5 laps of the race.
Yeah.
Save that Pirelli, look after thou bike and rider, and see where you go, because you know, there's no point in you building a 3-lap special around here unless it's the last 3 laps.
Well, that's what you need, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've seen it time and time and time again. You want all the strength in the tyre for the last 3 laps. Maybe they're out running on worn tyres. Yeah. Then nobody's forced to be out on fresh rubber. They could be on tyres from this morning that have done maybe 10 or 15 laps.
Well, I do know in free practice 1 they could run on the SC1 tyre, but they'll be in the SC2, I think, moving into this session. Just let's see what Ryan Vickers does. Personal best first 2 sectors for the Vickers as he comes through Clark's, comes through Church, makes his way through Brooklands, Woodham Hill. That's the next sector as he hits the brakes for the club chicane. And I would expect it's Ilya Mikhalchik. I'm actually looking at the Ryan Vickers, also 2 green sectors. Oh, Vickers, fastest of anybody. That Honda's got a bit of legs from Church up towards the club chicane. This could move Vickers up to round about 4th or 3rd or 4th, I think, for Ryan Vickers.
So.
Where will he go as he crosses the line? He goes 2nd. Wow, what a lap for Ryan Vickers. Where does Ilya Mikhalchik go? He goes 14th. So Vickers with 11th place improvement. Ilya with a 6th place improvement to 14th. That, though, the telling thing about the Ryan Vickers lap, about that lap, is the purple sector from into Church to club. That's all power. And that's Honda powering up that hill. That's impressive.
Well, he's not short on power, is it? No.
No.
It has its issues. We know that. We've seen it. The riders have explained it. But it's not a slow motorcycle in any way, shape or form.
Ducati, Honda, Ducati, Yamaha, 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 Honda, Ducati, Ducati, Honda. And you say, where's the motors? Well, 15th and 16th now. And there's a BMW just ahead of those. So I don't think there's too much to worry about, in all honesty.
And they've done 17 and 18 laps.
And Graham Irwin's just gone ahead of Glenn Irwin in 18th place. Put Glenn down to 19th. Glenn's still in that pit box. 5 laps. There's an awful lot of pit time.
There's a lot going on there, isn't there?
Yeah.
And Brooksy as well in the pits as well. He's in 20th place. But it's a tough one, isn't it? 1.3 back for Brooksy, 1.1 for Glenn. There has to be some kind of turnaround beat for this pre-qualifying later on, and they both got to kind of bite the screen and crack on with it. I noticed on the tracker that Ryan's dropped behind Rory and Ilya Mikkelchik now. He was dragging them around at one point as well, so he's kind of rolled off and given himself a gap with Scott Redding up behind him as they head through Allards towards Campbell.
Just watching the run that Bradley Ray's putting together. He's 14 laps deep. He's now doing a 1:16.6. His best lap was a 15.5. I'm assuming that Bradley would go out there in a brand new tyre. We'll ask him that and then see if he kept one tyre in for that session. I would imagine he would have. If that's his drop-off, it's not a huge drop-off back to a 16.6 from his fastest 15.5. That's pretty impressive. The same would be said for Scott Redding as well. Redding with his last lap time was a 15.8. To his fastest lap time has been a 15.5. So yeah, very impressive. But it's Leon Haslam, the pocket rocket, who was actually flagged in that session as being under observation for a possible technical problem. We'll need to find out from race director Stuart Higgs after this as we meet in the pit lane and find out what that was. Didn't come too much, didn't get the black or orange flag, and the checker flag has now been taken by most of the riders out there. With a little improvement for Eugene McManus at the end, a 1:16.408 up to 17th place. Great to see him back more than anything after that scary incident they had at Brands Hatch.
I could not agree more, Duncan. One of those accidents you don't want to see too often. It was a tough crash for Eugene McManus, but he's a hard little fella, isn't he? It takes more than that to keep him down, and to see him back so soon and see him back at Alton Park was fantastic. Up and about, not strapped up. Yes, still aching. Yes, still sore, but not in plaster casts and everything else. And back here this weekend at a place like Thruxton is incredible. I heard Steve Hicken talking to you earlier on saying he'd done a few laps at Mallory Park just to make sure he was physically okay. And yeah, great to see him back without a shadow of a doubt.
No, 100%. Absolutely fabulous to see Eugene back here. And of course, you're on the Zin stage this weekend, the Zin Zone, which is on the outside area of the circuit. We see the trade stands, I believe.
We are beyond the trade stands as you go into the trade area from the car park. We're beyond the trade area through Ugly & Co and the rest, and we're down at the back just before you get to the crowd banking on the outside of Turn 1 at Allard. So, yeah, really looking forwards to that.
Gets you away from the middle of the circuit, gets you out there with more of spectators.
Yeah, last year we were in the paddock here, but we were behind one of the merch stands, so we were a little bit out of the way last year, which was, it was the first time we'd done it, and the stage was a big old unit last year, as you remember. But the Zin stage this year is fantastic with the tent and the little small podium we have. It should be good fun. We've got a raft of riders, including Chanon Chu.
Well, thank you very much, Dave Neal. It's been great having you in the commentary box. I'll let everybody a little wave on YouTube there. In fact, what we'll do, Dave, we've not done this yet. We'll go full screen. There we go. Is that a warning for everybody that can see that on YouTube? But they'll now see Duncan Dave going into full screen as we bring free practice to an end for the British Superbike Championship. Leon Haslam fastest from Ryan Vickers and Scott Redding, your top 3, with Bradley Ray and Danny Kent rounding out the top 5. Thank you very much, buddy.
Pleasure.
Been good to see you once again.
Thank you, Duncan. A pleasure as always.
We'll be back after a very quick break with the next session. Don't go too far. I'm going to grab some water and some timing sheets. So here we are down in the pit lane. Kyle looking happy at the back of his garage. Is Glenn in his garage? Well, that's what we would like to see. We're all a little bit worried about the amount of lack of laps that we've seen on the number 2 side of the garage. We'll come back and speak to Kyle in a minute or two. He is deep in chat with Shannon Etheridge. Jordan Bird out here. Is there something? What's going on here?
I've got a poorly hand.
You've got a poorly hand. And what is this you're doing to Jordan, if you don't mind me asking, with your bit of metal?
It's just a massage gun, really. We're just trying to release some of the muscle tension between a thumb and a finger. So, as best I can.
There's so much I could say here that would get me banned from radio, so I'm not going to bother doing that, actually. We'll come away from that and we'll go into motor repair. Good grief. What? I mean, actually, I thought that was a good session, and I come into the garage and, okay, team manager, Ian Derbyshire, I thought that was a pretty good session. And I'm now looking at the bike thinking, what went wrong?
Nothing, mate. Mileage engine, so it's all good.
Okay.
Yeah, he rolled out. We knew the mileage. The motor's at mileage, as you can see. We had one ready, and yeah, change it now. Well, we're in a good place.
Don't you guys look strong this weekend? Brilliant, isn't it?
It looks like that, but it's a game of chess here. We tried to set the bike up over these 3 sessions to do the race in the safest but fastest way possible. So 1 lap isn't really what we're looking at. So those 2 sessions have been really good for us. Really, really good. We're happy.
How long will this take to do? Because will we be good for pre-qualifying?
Yeah, of course. So Joe, who's the boss of the bike, he's got asbestos hands, so he's touching everything as hot as possible to get this done in probably the hour.
That's impressive. Very impressive. Good luck.
Cheers, mate.
No problem. There we go. So it doesn't look as bad as it actually does look. That's part of the plan, to change the engine. And they have got a complete unit sitting here with exhausts all ready to go for the other side. Let's see if we can try and grab a word with Bradley Ray if we can. Brad in his garage. He's just having a bit of a chat with Tim Seed, actually, data engineer. Brad Woodage and Mark Woodage on this bike as well. Brad in the front, Mark, Dad, Brain, aka Brains, on the back, having a bit of a chat with the other technician at the back. But Brad's talking to Tim Seed, and that's all a data-led electronic chat that we can hear in the background there. So very, very important that we let them have their little chat. We don't want to interrupt that. That would not go down too well. And you can hear the team actually talking about what they're going to do after Parc Fermé, etc., etc., etc. We'll try not to give too many of the team secrets away. Let me see if I could just go around the back here and have a very quick word with Brad himself. Well, I can see why you're sitting here. It's not exactly cold there, but it's just nice to get some air hitting you, isn't it? How hot does it feel like there on the bike, Brad?
Do you know what? It's not actually too bad once you're out there. You got the wind, obviously, but yeah, it's when you're sat in the box, the fans sort of helping a little bit. But yeah, it's just when you stop, you just end up just sitting there dripping with sweat.
Okay, so P4 in that session. You've had a good run both sessions today. Bike looking good for pre-qualifying?
Yeah, no, it's good. We're focusing, obviously, Thruxton, it's difficult on tyres, so we're focusing a lot on sort of race pace and understanding what we can achieve out the bike and the tyres for 20 laps. So we've only used a set of tyres in each session today, which is good. So yeah, pre-qualifying now, 20 minutes. I mean, you got 2 or 3 laps if you're lucky out the tyre, and that's it. But yeah, no, feeling good. We've got a few things to try for the next one, but it's nice to start the weekend already in the mix.
What does the track feel like? Because the track temperature looks pretty higher, almost 50 degrees. Is it slippy, or is this a different kind of tarmac from anywhere else we go?
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because it's so abrasive here. Like in theory, it should be super grippy, but it spins a lot around here, which is always a bit of a strange one. But yeah, the track conditions are a little bit more on the greasy side compared to this morning. More on the front of the bike, I would say. But yeah, it doesn't matter what the weather's like here. We're always spinning and sliding, so it's exciting.
Thanks, Brad. Good luck for pre-qualifying. We'll catch up with you guys later on. Very best of luck for pre-qualifying. Dad's just walked into the garage as well there. As we go one garage up, we find the Storm Stacey Batham's AGN garage here. I've got a funny knee from kneeling on a bit of mat. That does happen now and again. Storm Stacey P9 at the end of that session. We'll give him a little bit of a wave, see if he wants to come forward and have a bit of a chat with us. Different exhaust on this bike I'm seeing. The switch from Arrow to Akrapovic on the exhaust, but Talk us through how the morning's gone for you and the afternoon, and what's happening to the bike now? Is this just standard precautions?
Not quite standard precautions. Like we had at Snetterton where the oil cooler split, I think we've just had a bit of a problem with the oil cooler now. So putting another one on, we've got a bigger one as well now, which should help. The thing is, we're getting better by round. We're getting there with the bike, we're getting new things. Obviously we've got the exhaust on now, we've got a swing arm that's made to fit the exhaust as well. It's straight. If you look, you see that straight part there that's been made so the exhaust can go through the swing arm, which you can't on a standard swing arm. So yeah, actual overall feeling with the swing arm is a bit different. Doesn't really feel any different, feels about the same. But with the exhaust on, we've definitely got more power. It's definitely faster. The boys said, "Oh, what's it like?" I says, "Oh yeah, it's proper fast. And it's just, when you're on a fast bike, it just feels amazing. We're just struggling for front end grip a bit at the minute, so we're trying to work on that. Rear end grip, I don't think we're actually too bad. But now I've said that, it'll probably end up bad.
Don't say that, don't curse it.
But yeah, it's just bloody hot.
It is pretty warm, and you're still in the leathers as well. Is there not an idea to get out of them? And I've never had anybody drip sweat on my microphone before. That's a first as well.
Well, you could maybe sell that then now. With Storm Stacey's sweat on it.
I wonder what we get for it. What do you think you're going to do for pre-qualifying? Can we get you directly into Q2 here?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. I mean, we were 5th this morning and then 9th this afternoon. I think if we can get through to that top 12, we just need the temperature to drop a bit, but I don't think it will, because obviously we're in the hottest part of the day now, so it's quite hard with this temperature up. You want to get a couple of laps with a new tyre to actually get a good lap time, so we'll see.
Get some fluid in your storm. We'll come see you later on.
Top man. See you in a bit.
Much thank you, Spielberg, as well. We'll let that one move on. The garage next door. Well, I don't know who to speak to in this garage. And for safe radio reasons, I don't know who to speak to. That's what I'm saying there. But we had both Bemotas, 15th and 16th. Let's see if can we have a quick word and it'll be okay. No, I don't want you to swear. That's what I was thinking. I don't know who to speak to in here, Ian. Okay, so 15th and 16th for both Bemotas. Were you guys trying something that didn't work, or was something going on?
No, it was just a race run, so full race distance, or as near as full race distance. So no new tyre, no fast lap, just working on consistency.
So the commentator needs to not be too worried about what he sees in the timing sheet.
No, don't worry about that.
See, that's an experienced man. You're impressed with the man who is in charge of Matt Skook's at the garage. Jason stayed far away. He didn't want to speak to me at all there. Once they leave the garage, he comes forward. I do like that. But there we go, a race run for those guys, and that's exactly what we just saw. That's Josh Corner making his way out of the pit box into the pit lane, and away he goes. We see Jeff Lapworth at the back of the garage speaking with Darren Massey, who's Spider. He's the crew chief for Ryan Vickers. Jason O'Halloran on the other side of the garage. A few kind of screwy faces a little bit there, so a bit of work to do for the Osho. 22nd place. 1.5 seconds adrift off the time where he really possibly should be, actually, to tell you the truth. Super Sport team's good. Let's go and have a look in the Cheshire Mouldings garage as Dino gives us a bit of a wave. Danny Kent still sitting at the back of the garage, which he's got a little fan and everything going on here. Hello. We'll see if we can maybe grab a word with either of the riders if they're maybe in here. Skinner's gone, sorry. Danny Kent in there, keeping himself just that little bit cooler with a fan as his fuel tank now comes back through. And they will stick that fuel tank back on that bike. Danny, the end of that session, P5, only a 1/10 of a second away. So another good strong session. P5, only 1/10 of a second away at the end of that one. Looking good.
Yeah, it was another good session. Boys worked hard in between sessions. You know, the track temperature, we've got to be a bit careful because this is going to be the hottest part of the weekend, we're hoping. And we can definitely feel like the grip out there is not as great. So, you know, sometimes when we've got too much or not enough grip, we take power out, and then tomorrow's going to be cooler, and then we've got to try and think for the racing rather than setting that one lap time.
Is this something you're actually looking at? Because it is meant to cool off Saturday and Sunday, thank goodness, said the Scotsman.
Yeah, it's something that I'm not sure if everyone will be looking at it, but it's something that we're definitely taking into consideration. I'm trying to run the same strategy as I ran last year and just sort of work on what I think will be a race pace, and not really worry about the one lapper.
Danny, thanks for your time. Good luck for pre-qualifying as well. Lee Jackson had a good session there. Lee Jackson was 7th actually. I wonder if he's back in his garage or if he's gone. Where did Brooksy finish up? Brooksy 20th. So no, but the bike is here. Good session that for Dow Honda on one side of the garage. A challenging session for Dow Honda on the other side of the garage. A little bit of work to be done for those guys. I've not spoken with Christian Idden this weekend because every time I come to Senka, he's then gone. He doesn't hang about, Christian Idden. We have got Freddie Barnes in one side of the garage. Good grief, it's Tommy Bridewell. Let's see if we can just have a quick word with Tommy, who's here with the Thruxton Race Circuit. If I can I for a minute, can I have a word? Wallicott's trying to steal Tommy Bridewell. Mr. Bridewell, good to see you. How are you?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. Just hearing my old mate IWR Garage, the Carl Cox Rocket Oxygen BMW.
You've not briefed him very well, Wallicott, have you? No.
Thought I'd get a plug in for him. Just coming. Obviously, it's on my doorstep, and a lot of friends and familiar faces here to come and have a look. And yeah, if I'm honest, just enjoy Thruxton from this side of the fence. You know, earlier it's the first time I've ever managed to go out to the last complex and watch the guys coming into there at, I don't know what, 195 mile an hour, and it makes me think, bloody hell, I didn't realise I was doing that. So I don't know if I'm going to now go a bit slower when I go back to Magny Core, or if it'll give me a rocket up my ass.
Those new Ducatis, I bet you wish you had one of them, these around here, because they work. The previous incarnation you were on was a bit challenging here.
Here for sure, yeah. The Ducati was never the best bike here. It's obviously the new bike will work well here, and I think you'd be a fool to bet against it. But I don't know. I feel like, and I'm going to probably put him under pressure. I feel like I expect to see. Actually, let me ask you. Who do you think I'm going to say I expect to see win come the weekend?
Bradley Ray.
Max Cook.
Oh yeah, Max Cook as well. Yeah, okay.
Start copying now. No, I think. Yeah, I was intrigued to see how the Bimota would go here, and I think now's the time for Max to put himself under a bit more pressure and step up. And I expect to see him win some races here.
It was close last year, wasn't he? He was very much in the mix. It's great to see you, and I think you're here with Thruxton this weekend. Hopefully you are. You have a good time. I'm going to have a word with the big Ukrainian because he's a superstar in the making. We'll come into the garage. Hopefully the mic will work in here. He's looking cool, calm and collected, even though he's still sitting in a pair of leathers. Ilya, the day so far, we're 14th fastest, but there seemed to be a good bit of pace here in free practice 1. So what's your thoughts going into the pre-qualifying session?
It's hard to say, because in FP1 was quite okay feeling when the temperature of asphalt was still quite cooler, but then in the FP2 we had much more temperature on the asphalt, and immediately the behavior of the bike changed, and also the new tires, the hard compound is not really fit the bike is really well. Now we try to understand what we can do to make work as more or less SC1 tire. But yeah, it's now we a little bit struggle with the grip, and we need to understand the way to work with these tires, and especially for the race distance, maybe not even for the quali or for the one lap time, for the distance to fight for our, let's say now, usual position around top 10, 12 places.
Yeah, I hope we can get straight through to Q2. That would be a big step forward. We've seen it. You got the pace, but these weather the conditions aren't always like this, and it's due to cool off over the weekend, which might work in your favour.
Yeah, the condition is crazy actually. I think it's not the usual what UK people get used to it, and also me. But yeah, it is what it is. I think it's better than cold and rain, and yeah, we need to work, and if we can put all together for even 1-2 laps in pre-quali and to go through of Q2, I think it will be good for us for tomorrow.
Good luck, buddy. Thank you very much for your time. Good to get Ilya there, and also catch up with Tommy Bridewell and Ian Wallicott's garage for the Rocket BMW Motorrad team, the Carl Cox inside of it, and Rocket Oxygen. It's what you need, Ian. Yeah, that wee plug.
Say again, mate.
That little plug from Tommy Bridewell was lovely.
Oh, I know, mate. Yeah, it's very easy. Listen, Tommy and I go back a long way. He rode us for 3 years, 4 years. one of the most enjoyable times I've ever had. He brought the worst out of me and I brought the worst out of him, so sadly we spent an awful lot of time in the offices getting bollocks, but you know what, it was worth every second of it, you know. We had a good time. I've got a lot of time for him, he's a lovely lad.
Yes, he's crazy as well. Thank you very much. BMW session has finished. I would like a word with Christian in a minute, but I need to do the top positions for the BMW. Barry Burrell fastest from Christian Smith, with Kenny McLeod in 3rd place. Then we have Kieran Smith, Josh Connor, Nicky Coates, Dale Thomas, Bobby Very, Davy Grace and Harley Preble rounding out the top 10. Well, I said earlier on that I hadn't really seen Christian. I didn't announce that catch of them looking really cool, chilled out. In these conditions, if you can be chilled out. But how was the Superbike session for you, Christian? Because if we look at it here, P11 at the end of that. Thoughts on P11?
Yeah, difficult session really. Went out on a new set of tyres from FP1, tried a few things. We've got basically just a lot of instability. It's really strange. I didn't really have it in the first session, so the first run of the first session, and then since then it's been really bad. So we're not sure if there's something a little bit off with the steering damper or there's something not fundamentally a little bit off. Apart from that, everything's fine. Different working environment this weekend, so we're just picking through a few things. Quite a lot of change in the electronics, so yeah, a bit of getting used to it. The first run was good this morning, FP1. Going around the track as fast as I can.
Kind of tailed off towards the end of that sentence. How are you dealing with the temperature? As good as I am?
It's not too bad on the track really at the minute. Different. I've not actually had anyone. I've not followed anyone yet, so I'm sure in a group scenario it's going to be pretty brutal. But I think it's going to be a few degrees cooler day on day. So yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. Like yeah, the track temperature's hot. The grip is clearly going to be down. But yeah, it's nothing. It's not horrendous, you know. It's all right. So the nicest bit is when you're on the bike. It's when you stop.
Q2 straight away.
Yeah, well, I was pretty upset not to make it last week a week before, because it was the first time in, I don't know, 3 years or something that I didn't make it. So you get used to it. It's actually a little bit, well, no, it is important. It's important everywhere, because it's never easy to get out of that session either, because there's plenty of fast guys, and especially around here, a toe can be more of an advantage in someone who you didn't expect to suddenly put a flyer in, can put a flyer in. Not with ease, of course, because nothing's easy, but yeah, it's more, there's more chance of someone putting in a lap that you didn't expect. So yeah, it's going to be tough. It is close out there. I've not yet put together one decent lap that's all together, FP1 and FP2. My ideals were very different, but yeah, struggling a bit in a few places, and if we can iron them out, then be grand, but I'm sure everyone else will say the same thing. So
good luck, buddy.
Cheers, lad.
Thank you very much. Christian did in there. There's Chris Barnes about to watch Freddie, who's on track. I like the Sencat wife beater that was pushing the wife beater being the clothes he was wearing, not the actual person, pushing the bike at the garage, which was cool to see. Let's see if we can grab a word with Rory. He's at the back of the garage speaking with Steve Plater, Stuart Shenton, Steve Plater and Rory. I was going to call him his nickname there, but that would get me in trouble. Okay, well, that was a much better session there. P6 for you. You and Danny having really good pace this weekend. How does the Yamaha feel in this intense heat that we have?
The bike feels good, Duncan. Obviously, we're to what's historically been known as a Yamaha circuit. So, you know, for us, it's this is the weekend that if we're going to do something this year, I feel like this is the one. So, yeah, trying to get my head around Thruxton. You know, it's obviously good having Danny at the other side of the box. You know, we did the double here last year, and it was nice for us coming here knowing that there's some potential to be had. So, yeah, to be as close to him as what we are so far, I'm pretty happy with that. And Thruxton's never been a track I've kind of had too much success at, but yeah, try and change that.
Can you put yourself in a position for Sunday by getting straight through into Q2? Saturday, Sunday makes it easier by doing the pre-qualifying, getting through to Q2?
Yeah, definitely. You know, we're going into pre-qualifying, obviously, with the aim to get through it and go directly to Q2. But if that doesn't happen, then so be it, and we'll go through Q1. We've done it so far this year, and it still worked all right. So, yeah, we'll see what's what. We'll keep at it, and we'll go from there.
Thanks, Rory. Thank you very much. Good stuff. Let's get into it. Quick chat with him in the pit lane as the Super Sport riders are now on track. I like what Tommy Bridewell said there. I suppose one of the people who I think will be at the sharp end will be Brad Ray, but obviously he doesn't want to go and put pressure on Max Cook. But there is a bit of pressure on that side of the garage because, you know, we've seen what he did on the Kawasaki here. And is it time for them to deliver there? Well, I'd like to think so, but it depends if they can. If they can't, who knows? It is coming. Good to chat with Brad Ray as well. Brad Ray was in fine form there, and that bike is very much in the window of where he wants it to be. the engine swap, very much detailed and happening super quick here in the Motor Rapido garage. Yeah, old asbestos hands himself getting wired right in about the throttle bodies and taking off various bits now. Great to watch how a top line Superbike team dismantles and then rebuilds a bike. It really is incredible to see how fast those guys can do that. PBM look happy in that garage. You know, everybody giving us a bit of a wave there, apart from Frank. I'll take that on board, noted. And then we come back down to Nitro's Coin, Nitro's Competition. I wonder if we can now have a word with the defending reigning champ. He's still here. He's in the garage. He's always in here pretty long and pretty late. And Kyle Ride finishing that session in 8th fastest. So a little bit further away from where we would normally expect to see him. If we just kind of slide across the front of Olga here, who's having a quick chat with him. This will be a golf chat that's going on, won't it?
How did you guess?
I just know what you're like, Olga. I know what he's like. Okay, Kyle, 8th fastest in that session there. Oh, thanks, buddy. That's not for me, but it should be. 8th fastest in that session as he puts the fan in my face. What do you guys got? Yourself and Shannon, I know how hard you guys work at trying to make this bike good. It's not always easy, but have you got a race bike under yet, or have you got a qualifying bike?
Yeah, the most of the people in front, except for Leon, I think, would have had new tyres for that session where we went out on the ones that had only done a few laps. So Thruxton's hard because you see the timesheets, and then I was first earlier because I had a new tyre, and then I was 8th because I didn't have a new tyre. So it swings in roundabouts. The best thing to do is don't look at anything until race 1 and then see where everyone ended up.
How does it feel out the back? Because that's obviously one of the key areas of this track is trying to get through Church and get then good speed and stability in the brakes. How does the bike feel?
Yeah, it's very technical. Not so much the bike, but the rider. The rider has to do a lot around here to be able to do 20 laps at the same sort of speed and save a bit for the end. So easy to get giddy. I'm enjoying it up to it. I've had a solid day. The bike feels a lot better than what I expected it to. And yeah, I've been fun trying to not smoke the tyre, even though it is good fun. But yeah, from this next practice, obviously, is very important. I kind of messed it up last time, so we'll just try and do a lap and then save the tyre for the rest of the weekend, because obviously we have to put stickers on for the next one and we don't get many. So yeah, if we hopefully do one clean lap, and that should do us.
Kyle, thank you very much. I'm just going to tap this man on the shoulder now, if I can, very quickly. Sorry to interrupt you two guys. He's a rider, he's telling me one thing. What are you finding out? What's his feedback like to you, Shannon, as he comes back in? What's Kyle asking for?
He's just asking for just a little bit more consistency over the race distance, really. Mainly with the front tyre. I think we're good with the rear. So just yeah, looking for that end of the race to make sure that he's still got plenty to fight with on the front end.
And good luck for pre-qualifying, guys. Thank you very much. I did see a very quick Glenn Irwin coming in and then disappearing. He was in for a second and Glenn's just in and out. Yeah, definitely saw Glenn coming in there. But there we go. Obviously, maybe with something else to do. He's gone. He's back into the truck. We'll catch up with Glenn later on. Have you had anybody else like an interview? You okay? Oh dear, oh dear. I needed one word there and I got a smile. Well, I suppose getting a smile is better than getting nothing. There we go, on track now with the Quattro Group British Super Sports Championship. Let's grab a television upstairs in the timekeeping room and give you guys an update on how that is going. And it looks like we've got a cafe in the pit lane now, which is something I've never seen before. Can I just quickly ask, Jack, is this a cafe? Is this a little shop? Can I put my order in for a cup of tea?
Well, you can have a cup of tea whenever you like, Duncan, but it's about 50p. Goes towards every marshal to get some of this water delivered.
Fabulous. That was meant to be my commentary box for this weekend. It's now a tea and coffee outlet. Back in a couple of minutes, guys. That was a walk up and down the pit lane talking to some Superbike stars. Little live update for the red flag. Just now we've got some debris clearance from the chicane. So you'll see a red flag coming up for the Quattro Group British Super Sport Championship. Bit of debris clearance. Now earlier on I gave you that little update before we popped into race direction to get a longer update, and it was Manny Brinton who unfortunately had tipped off at the club chicane, and they had to stop for some debris clearance from Manny's bike. So we can see he's sitting in the pit lane at this moment in time, as is Glenn Irwin, Glenn beside the wall with son Freddie. Hope you got some sun cream on, Freddie. Let's go and just have a quick word with Manny. Actually, he sits across on the side here. Probably going to be looking for a bike. Manny, first of all, very quickly, it's good to see you back here. What happened there? What can you tell us?
No, I just tugged the front going into the last corner. I went out on new tyres. I hadn't had new tyres on before. We changed the setup a bit to be a bit softer. I just tugged the front. It just went from underneath me. I'm not really sure what happened, but we'll have to go back, check the data and see.
Good to see you back, Manny. Hopefully get that fixed. Hopefully the bike's not too badly damaged either, which is a great shame. But yeah, Manny Brinton there sliding off the chicane. New tyre run in, just unfortunately tucking the front, and down he goes. But he's perfectly fine. He's up on his feet, and he will then go and check out what's going on with the team back at the garage as we'll make our way in towards the tented village area. Just saw Charlie Spud Nesbitt making his way in there as Max Wadsworth comes in. There you go, you can hear that flashing past our commentary point. Wadsworth heads back into the Macadam Factory Racing Garage. As we come down in towards this area, this is where we saw Charlie Nesbitt a minute ago. Spud sitting at the back of the garage. Let's go and test Larry's mic out and see if it'll work all the way inside this tent. Let's try and get a little bit of air first of all. Here's Charlie. First of all, Spud, local circuit, isn't it nice to be close to home for you?
Oh, it's lovely, to be fair. You know, it's only an half-hour drive for me, so yeah, it's lovely.
How's the bike going? Because there seems to be a fair bit of pace for you and for Fraser this weekend.
Yeah, no, we made some steps with the bike this weekend. You know, the bike's feeling in a good window, so I think with a few more little changes we can definitely make that step forward to Q2.
That was my next question. I'm looking at this here. 10th place for Charlie Nesbitt, 12th for Fraser Rogers. Can you go directly into Q2 next?
Well, that's the plan. I hate going through Q1, but yeah, we'll definitely give it our best go.
Yeah, big support coming this weekend as well?
I think so. I think everyone's coming with their dog and everything. You know, they're bringing a lot, so it's going to be good. I can't wait to see everyone in all the banks full of everyone, so yeah.
As long as they bring sun cream, they'll be fine. Good luck in Q pre-qualifying. Good luck with that one, Charlie. Good to speak to him there. Charlie with a big smile on his face, as he always has done. As Luke Stapleford's #1 man makes his way along. Terry, going back to the garage. Richard Kerr's down here, actually. Let's see if we can have a quick chat with Rick. Could you come to me, Richard? I can't. Fraser Dykes, good grief. Good to see you, Fraser Dykes. Thank you for coming down here. It's a long way. You had a fabulous free practice one. Really, really good free practice one. And a good free practice two. For this little SM Honda racing team, it's going well.
Yeah, definitely a solid FP1 for us. It was good to be back. And FP2 on the timesheets looked bad, but it was actually better than I thought, because it was really like two corners. We were losing all the time in just from a change. So the rest of the track was actually quicker on it, so that's good. So now we have pre-qualifying now to nail a lap and see what happens then.
We need you. We need you, Luke Hedger, who's not here this weekend. We need a disruptor in amongst these guys at the sharp end, and this is the type of thing that you could actually thrive doing on the SM Racing Honda. Getting that good lap, getting yourself in the mix where everybody's trying to save tyres, and Richard Kerr can save tyres, and you can ride well around Thruxton.
No, definitely. I mean, like in 23 or super stock days, you know, it's on paper like the lap times were good enough and to be competitive on the superbike. So I do believe I can do it. The team believes in me, so we're just dialing in things, and obviously everyone's quick. Everyone believes they can run in the group, so it's just a matter of getting that qualifying lap, and then I think if we can do that one lap, I think we could do the race pace then.
Fabulous, Richard. Good luck. Thank you very much for your time. And just next door to that, we've got the MP Racing Garage. No sign of Braden Elliott as TJ Toms rumbles back into his pit box area, but let's see if Braden gets on for pre-qualifying. It's coming next. And it's a big part of the day. The Scars Ducati team for Luke Stapleford's guys are actually in the pit box, and they're having a bit of a look at the timing screens. We can give you an update as to how the session's going. It's Jack Kennedy who is fastest from Luke Stapleford, and Ollie Bayliss with Hazard True Love in 4th, Dean Harrison 5th, Oliver Barr, Josh Watley. A very impressive run from Josh Watley to be 7th place on the XMT Triumph. Normally Josh Wortley is a Ducati rider, just ahead of his teammate Jamie Davies, then Corey Tinker, Carter Brown and Can Onchu up there as well. And now is the perfect time that we've mentioned Carter Brown to do the Alistair Seeley shout out that we got earlier on, all the way from Lanzarote. It must have been a free holiday for Seeley to be over there, that's for sure. But we'll try and find out exactly where Alistair had sent that. I can't find it now, Alistair, and I feel terrible. I didn't delete it. But Alistair, Olivia and Danny away to Lanzarote. Big shout out to Carter Brown and Oliver Barr. Hopefully they can do the business this weekend. Here you go, Alistair. I've now found you. A shout out for free practice to the radio. Good luck to Binch, the OB24 and CB74 this weekend at Thruxton. Currently sunning myself with Danny and Olivia in Lanzarote. Water park activities today. Doesn't compare to spinning up 4th and 5th gear at the back of Thruxton. Oh, well, we know that's true, Alistair. He'll be back for spotting duties at Cadwell Park, which is fabulous. From the Wee Wizard, hopefully you're having a good time and you've got something cool in your hand as you're having a little listen to this. But your boys so far, Oliver Barr running in 6th place and Carter Brown running in 11th place. What have we got left in the session? 5.5 minutes or so as we come just next door. The factory McAdam Triumph team, Max Wadsworth on one side of the garage, both bikes on track, Ollie Bayliss on the other side of the garage. We'll give his Keisha a bit of a wave at the back. And then Lucas Brown for MSG Suzuki. The team just sitting, watching the timing screens as we do. Lucas on track right now doing the business. And the business that he certainly does do, if we have a look at it, he's in 13th position on the MSG Suzuki. Bike number 29, 1.1 seconds away from the top time for Lucas. And he is the very last tent. If you look over from where Dave Neal's Zin Zone is, the very last tent at the end before you go in towards the Thruxton Centre, that is Lucas Brown's area. And here comes Hollywood staggering into the pit lane. Let's have a quick word with Fraser Rogers if we can. Fraser?
It's hot.
It's hot, isn't it? Yeah, it's hot.
It's hot. It's alright for you in a nice white shirt, look.
Sorry for you in a nice set of leathers there.
Yeah, exactly.
You're sweaty.
All good?
Well, I'm very good, but you're looking like Q2 good today. This is what we want to see.
Yeah, we are, like I said, we're just making steps every weekend. It's not easy. Alton Park, I was quite fast, but a little crash and it kind of messed up my flow and the rhythm of that weekend. But this weekend I've been faster. Do you know what? I've not actually tried to be fast. I've tried to be consistent because everyone knows here it's a 20-lap race. It's a long race, and you'll see the lap times we're about to do now. I can guarantee you we'll be going 2 seconds a lap slower than that in the race. So I've got the pace in the race, but I need to put a good lap in now to make sure I'm in Q2 because you need to be on the front 4 rows at worst. So yeah, this is this is the point of the weekend. They can either make it or break it for me. So fingers crossed we can pull a lap out. I think I can do it. I think we've got the bike, the speed, and I know I'm capable. So let's try and dig deep and pull out a nice mid-15. I think that should put us through, and we then go on to tomorrow and have a good race. And yeah, it just sets us up nicely for the weekend.
Are you trying this on your own? Or are you looking for somebody in front of you to tow? What's the thing to do around here?
No, well, you can pick a fair bit up, but you can also spend too much time messing around, wasting your tyres. So I've spent all day on my own. I've done loads and loads of laps. I did a 15-lap run out of the box this morning, and then followed it up with like another 7-lap run the second part of that session, and then I did the full. Well, I did 25 minutes, more or less the whole session then. So I've done loads of laps. I've got the data. We've got the consistency. So there's no reason why I can't do it on my own. So I'm going to do it on my own.
Good luck, Fraser.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Q2 bound at his home circuit. There he goes. I'll be impressed to see Fraser making his way to that sharp end as an enormous American military plane flies overhead here. I think that's what they call the C2 Globemaster. Not that I'm a plane buff, but I do like that. It's impressive if something that size can actually fly in the air as it makes its way away towards someplace else. But yeah, Super Sport session still very much on the go. Let's have a quick look at a timing screen for you guys. Jack Kennedy is fastest. Number 48 stopped with a technical problem at Seagrave. That's Cam Hall, unfortunately, on the GNS Kawasaki. He has stopped. We're less than 3 minutes from the end of the session. And number 73 Fowler at Campbell, a trip to the medical centre. So that's not too ideal at this stage either. Bike number 73. Where was that on our timing? It's already gone. I think it was 73. It is. It's Jack Mahaffey. That's not what Jack Mahaffey needs at all. He also has a non-working transponder on the bike, which is never great, but Mahaffey's going to take a little trip to the medical centre to get checked out. Kennedy fastest from Stapleford and Bayliss, the top three, covered with 3/10 of a second. Dean Harrison in fourth from Harry Truelove, Oliver Bart and Josh Watley, with TJ Thomas inside the top 10 and 8th, Jamie Davis in 9th and Cam Hall in 10th place. Quick update on Jack Mahaffey. He's been badged as rider now OK, as we have 1.5 minutes off this session to go. The top 8 bikes covered by 9/10 of a second. It's pretty tight, and it's good to see that Ollie Bayliss has got a bit of the wriggle on there. He's now only 3/10 of a second away from Kennedy and Stapleford, and we all know when it comes to racing, you get dragged on around here so much. But this is the free practice for the guys in the Quattro Group British Super Sport Championship. But there we go. Nice to come down to the tented village and have a bit of a chat with everybody down there. We saw Corey Tinker going out from the other side. He is round the back. Fraser Rogers now preparing himself for the pre-qualifying session. Getting inside there, taking on the fluids is one of the big parts of it. We saw in that interview with Fraser, Richard Kernet passed, and he had a very, very big bottle of fluid to try and take in as much as he can, putting the electrolytes back into the body. Right, we're going to head back into the commentary point, and we'll come back in a couple of minutes with the next session, and we'll also run through the last couple of seconds of this session and give you the top 10. So we're a couple of minutes away from the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli pre-qualifying session. This is a big part of the Riders' weekend, as we heard from Fraser Rogers and loads of other riders in that pit lane, but Fraser was our last guy. Can make or break your weekend here. This is where they need to deliver that good lap time. Fraser thinks a 1 minute 15.5 will be good enough to get him through to Q2, and he knows he has a bike underneath him that is looking pretty strong for race pace. He spent so much time, Dave Neal, on race pace, as all these guys have up and down the pit lane. Christian Idden, you know, it's the first time in 3 years it hasn't made Q2 at Alton Park, and he says it kind of got to him a little bit and he didn't like that.
No, that's something that's going to grate on Christian, isn't it? He knows his figures, he knows what he can do, he knows what he's capable of, and that's something that won't rest easy on those broad shoulders of his. So yeah, not a great stat for him to recall there.
Yes, I know it's not a start that you want. If only everybody could have seen what just appeared at the window there.
Not everybody wants to keep the kids away from the mantelpiece, wouldn't it?
Yes, good old Steve D. You can see the shocked expressions on our face on YouTube as we look at the window there.
Perfect time.
Yeah, 20-second delay as Steve D comes along. I don't want to tell him that he needs a shave, but he does need a little bit
He
of
absolutely
shave.
does. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, but when you're behind the camera like we are, you know, not in front of the camera, but mind you, we're in front of the camera right now, Dave, so that doesn't make sense, does it?
I think we're good. We can get away with it. Steve needs a bit more work.
Ooh, that's cutting. It really is. At least he's got aircon in his Sprinter van for this weekend as well. We'll catch up in the pit lane after this session, where we do a really good job of avoiding each other in the pit lane, as I'm trying to get the interviews for the trackside spectators and everybody listening online, and of course Steve does his walk in the pit lane for BSB social media, and there's always just that little bit of eye contact as to where somebody's going. You get the, look that way, or I'm going that way. So we do a merry dance down there, and sometimes I just decide to follow him down because he gets the riders to come at the garage, and then they're out the garage for me anyway. So it does work well. But we've been blessed with a few TV pictures in here as well from Richard Coventry. Thank you very much, Cov and Lee. Along there at Timeline, we have got probably 36-inch television in front of us now.
That's a good size, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it is. There's a story behind that television. I'll tell you about it off air. But we've got some of the locked-off cameras. We'll at least be able to see some bikes going into the circuit, because normally for me, I used to be outside of the circuit. I'd have the greatest view across the Thruxton Aerodrome. I'd watch them going all the way through Noble, Village, Church, and coming back up towards me. Gone. One
of the few commentary points that I've never joined you in, so I have nothing to refer to. I never made it into Thruxton Tower, but it looks an amazing proper. As a former assistant air traffic controller in the RAF, I'm used to big views like that, but it would have been lovely to be up there.
Yeah, it was a nice place. It was a very nice place to go and spectate from and commentate from. But it's gone. Part of the massive improvements and renovation scheme that's going through on Thruxton. I've got to say, Alex Thistlethwaite, the new owner of Thruxton, who has taken full control, I believe that's going to be a cafe, then a restaurant and a cocktail bar. And I said, that's perfect. Just stick the commentary box next to that. Which is
where else would you want it?
And listen to the commentary get better through the course of the day. Green flag is about to wave. There it goes. The hooter in the background. Green flag. And we'll change. We'll say bye to everybody, and we'll put the timing screens back on the page now and get this back up for pre-qualifying. This is a 20-minute dash for the top 12 positions to see who goes through into the second phase of qualifying. Important part of the weekend, yes. Somebody is always disappointed in this session, and that's the hard part of it. But it's also one of the sessions I would love to see the likes of Fraser Rogers doing what he does. You know, I'd like to see Charlie Nez, but I'd love to see Richard Kerr. One of these disruptors that we need out there to get in amongst the regular championship runners. And this is a circuit that can give us that.
Well, you said it back at Alton Park, didn't you? That Hollywood himself, Fraser Rogers, had promised that he would get into Q2. He knows he's got the pace. He knows he can do it, and he just hasn't quite been able to deliver that for whatever reason. It's motorcycle racing. There's a raft of reasons why it hasn't come together. But just to see that smile on his face and to get that swagger back in his walk, we'd love to see Fraser and Charlie for the tag team as well into Q2.
Yeah, so green flag waves at the end of the pit lane. We'll see how this goes on for us. Josh Brooks, well, Brooksy will be out there with a bit of a mission. Brooksy needs to do something because if we pick up the sheet from earlier on for free practice 2 classification, it doesn't make really good reading for Josh Brooks. P20 for bike 25, a 1:16.7, 1.3 seconds away from the fastest time. That's not a huge amount of time, but it's 1.3 seconds, which puts them back in the hole, which is not where you want to be. If you're needing to do a mid-15 to get through here, there's a lot of people needing to pull a lot of stuff out the bag and really try and use that tyre to the best of their ability early on, because you will get 3 laps out of it, and then you're kind of done.
It's going to be an upside-down session, this one, isn't it? I think we're going to see all the fast times come in the first half of this session, and then the tyre potentially will drop off. We saw it at Alton Park. Bradley Ray did exactly that. Came out, put a time in early doors, put a bank of time in, put him in the top 3, knew it was good enough for Q2 on the Saturday, and then spent the next 7 or 8 laps doing a little bit more testing and a little more tweaking. So we may see something similar today with a couple of really fast laps in the opening 4 or 5, and then settle into some kind of rhythm after that.
Yeah, I also spoke with Tommy Bridewell out there, which is a quite interesting chat, and he said, who do you think I expect to win around here? Kind of put me on the spot. And instantly thought of Brad Ray because of the Yamaha, and he said, yeah, but Max Cook. But he doesn't want to put pressure on Max Cook by coming out and publicly saying it's time for Max to step up. But Tommy Bridewell, he witnessed how good Max Cook was last year around here. He was involved in it. But he also said, I stood at the chicane in the complex and watched them coming up 195 mile an hour and towards Club Chicane and thought, my goodness, no thank you. It's an impressive place to watch. Seriously impressive, seriously big speed. And especially, it's a warm one. There's no getting away from it, Dave. It is a warm one out there. You certainly don't get weather like this in Scotland, that's for sure.
We've been at Knockhill where it's been in the mid-20s, which is positively tropical north of the border.
Yeah,
and I was chatting to Luke Mossey before we came into the comms booth, and Luke was saying, he said, it is really difficult out there in the leathers and the helmet on top of, as you eloquently explained earlier about the heat from the bike, the brakes, the radiator, every part of that motorcycle is generating heat.
Well, you're riding a hot thing, that's what's underneath it. It's like a radiator, it's like it just generates heat, that's all it is. And you've wrapped your legs around everything that's hot, the exhaust, the foot pegs, the tyres, the engine, the radiator, and it just comes up. It's one of these things, I think, who was it mentioned it to me in the pit lane? It's not that bad when you're actually tucked out the wind, you just get this constant heat soak coming back through your leathers. But Brad Ray said it's when you actually stop and get off. It's like, Storm Stacey was dripping onto my microphone. So anybody wants to buy this muff, it's got Storm Stacey sweat on it.
Storm Stacey DNA.
Ooh. Yeah.
Speaking of banker laps going in early, Duncan.
Yeah, Scott Redding, a 14.8. Whoosh! 14.8. Joe Talbot, 15 flat. Christian Idden, 15 flat. Danny Kent, 15.4. Rory Skinner, 15.5. Lee Jackson, 15.6. If that mid-15 is the marker, Rory Skinner's there. Everybody else is on the outside looking in. 14.874. That is pretty quick in these heaty conditions that we have. This weather does make the track that a little bit slippy and a bit slick, but that's impressive from Scott Redding. That's the fastest lap we've seen this weekend.
It is, and that's something, as we say, putting that marker down early, and maybe it is just get that lap down and then spend the rest of the session tweaking the bike to where you want it. But I think anything that's 114 will put you straight through to Q2. I don't think there's any doubt in that. Fraser, I don't think is wide of the mark on a 115.5, but that could slide to a 4 or a 3, which will put 1 or 2 in that danger zone. But as we saw at Alton Park, there were 4 riders that we would have expected to be in Q2 that went through Q1, and one was very disappointed. So, it's not a given that we're going to see the top riders through into the top 12.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time left on that clock. 14 minutes to go. Early days in this session. We need to see what the Pocket Rocket's going to do, Leon Haslam, because that new engine that Leon Haslam's got in there, he hasn't left the pit lane yet. I'm saying that and I now doubt myself, but looking at the timing screen now, Leon Haslam's new engine hasn't left that pit lane. So that's something else that, I went round there and I said to Hammy, I said, whoa, this doesn't look good. He goes, no, it's mileage. It's what's meant to happen. This was always the plan. He said, look at the back of the garage, the other engine's there, had everything bolted on it, the exhaust, everything was ready to go. The only problem is I feel sorry for them, they've got to try and take apart the hot one. And there was a few, shall we say, faces getting done as Kyle does a 14.5, a 1 minute 14.5, 0.3 of a second underneath Scott Redding. Kyle said he would go out there and he'd have one good shot at it and then he would try and save the tyre. And a 14.5, that's impressive. Very fast.
In terms of having a good shot at it, that is probably the best shot he could have had, from 20th to top spot in one lap, and put in 0.3 into the rest of the field. That's a statement lap without a shadow of a doubt, Duncan.
What to do for Ryan Vickers, 20th position. Didn't speak to Ryan after the last session. Didn't try and give him a wide berth. But here comes Max Cook leaving the pit lane. We have seen his teammate Joe Talbot with that 1:15.071. I'm expecting the Cookie Monster to go sub 1 minute 15 here. I really do think Max Cook from what we've seen earlier on. Put a new set of tyres on that kid. He loves Thruxton. He's local. He's a native, if that's what you go by the term down here. We do in Scotland anyway. I'm thinking that he's going to be right in amongst the mix of the Kyle Reid, Scott Redding. He might split them. Who knows? He might go faster than Kyle. That Bimota is in safe hands here. And especially for Ian his crew chief, Ian Presswood, sorry, completely blanked my mind there. For Ian to say, no, we weren't bothered. We went out on old tyres. We just all the way through that session for race runs. And to still be 15th or 16th where everybody else put new tyres on, that's a big step in the right direction as Ilya goes into 8th place. He was nice, cool, calm and collected. He was so chilled out in that garage. And he's in a good place. They're making progress. And, you know, these are abnormal weather conditions for us and for him. So for that BMW to still be performing inside the top 8 with a 15.5, that's halfway there. You know, that's that mid-15 that Fraser Rogers was telling us about.
And that's it, right in the ballpark, isn't it? 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. It's exactly where Fraser said. And Ilya is such a great character to have in the British Superbike Championship. The reigning Stock 1000 champion. We've had him on the stage a couple of times this season, and he is so entertaining without actually being entertaining. That's quite a skill. Yeah, because he is quite not a dour. He's straight talking.
The big Ukrainian, doesn't give much away,
he
does he?
Doesn't give much away at all. But he's like a lot of riders. You can see the glint in his eye, and it's like, okay, so we know how that works.
I wouldn't want to
really
get
good fun.
I wouldn't want to get him angry in a pub.
No. You're not going to spill his pint.
As Quittem would say, you'd want him on your team. You know, that's what
he's the kind of guy you send in first.
By the way, Rory Skinner sitting on a 15 flat. That's almost a 14 for Rory Skinner. Joe Talbot 15.017. Rory Skinner 15.072. That's an impressive run for Rory Skinner, considering Danny Kent's going out there on a new tyre and done a 1:15.4.
Well, this is what we've seen already this season, isn't it? That everybody's doing PB laps. I'm not sure Rory's potentially done a 15 flat here before. Maybe has he done a late 14? I don't know. But still, doing a 15 flat around here on a Friday afternoon on a Yamaha is an exceptional lap. But this is where we've seen on the timesheets this season, because of the step that the two Ducatis at the front and the two Bimotas have made, the guys behind aren't going slow. Most of them are going faster than they ever have done around the BSB circuits, and that's proven again this afternoon.
My good base setup is key. Rory Skinner's still trying to find that for the Yamaha. Danny Kent thought he had that, but he doesn't have the feel there. Taking over from the Martrain team, which is Max Cook, 1:14.8, P2, 3/10 of a second away. So Max Cook with a very impressive lap. He did split Reid and Redding, so feel quite good about that, actually.
As if you know what you're doing. That's fantastic. Excellent.
As if
well
by
called,
magic. So Kyle Reid, Max Cook, Scott Redding, Joe Talbot, Rory Skinner, Christian Eden up there as well. Very good. Ryan Vickers has done the job on the Honda and put himself into the mix now with a 1:15.240 ahead of Brad Ray in 8th, Danny Kent 9th, Danny Kent 7th, Brad Ray 8th, 7th for Kent, 8th for Vickers, 9th for Ray.
That did change while you were looking at it. That's not you.
Sorry. I've not having.
I'll stick up for you on that
one. Thank you. 10th for Ilya. Lee Jackson's in there. Eugene McManus in a transfer spot. That could be the ride of the day so far if he can hold that one. Let's see what the Osho Jason O'Halloran can do. He's just completed his outlap. He's heading round towards the Campbell Cobb and Seagrave area. Just caught a flash of him going through turn number 1 and heading round there. We'll try and pick him up as he makes his way through kind of limited cameras. At least we're getting something back to our commentary box as they make their way out towards the back of the circuit.
Another good run for Lee Jackson. He's on the transfer cusp as well, isn't he? In 11th place. That's another good run. Whereas at this point in time, Josh Brooks, he's got 0.3 over Josh. It's a slight improvement for Josh, but he's back in the garage at the moment, having done 5 laps. So there's a little bit of time. What have we got? We've got 9 minutes left yet. So it depends whether they've gone out early on a used tyre, saved the new tyre for later in the session. But as we hypothesised at the start, some fast laps going really early in the session. The top 4. Best on lap 2, lap 2, lap 2, lap 2.
Yeah, 100%. And they probably won't do any more because they need to stick at the tyres after this, and they want to save that tyre. But the other impressive thing is Richard Kerr again, 17th place. We've got Brooksy 16th. We've got Nesbitt 15th. Fraser Rogers is on the cusp. Fraser Rogers. Jason O'Halloran goes P10. That's a big lap for the Osho. 1:15.4. That's a new tyre run for Jason O'Halloran, and I've got to say that's the old boy biting the screen there. That 1:15.4 needed to come from somewhere, but it puts Fraser Rogers. He's mid-15. Was he thinking a 15.7 would be enough? Well, I think he was correct with his 15.5. He needs to find just a couple of fractions, maybe a tenth and a half, and that would help Fraser get into where Lee Jackson is in 12th place. If he can do anything better than a 1 minute 15.600, Fraser will be through. He will be trying, as will Charlie Spud Nesbitt. Glenn Irwin is 18th, though. There's a slight worry. He knows he needs to find a little bit more here. And I saw Glenn sitting at the front of the garage, and he was just sitting against the wall. He was on the phone, obviously, but he's not. You said it. You hit the nail on the head. He's not done very many laps this weekend.
It just there feels not an air of resignation for Glenn, but he knows what he's up against now. He's still buoyant, he's still effervescent, as Glenn always will be, but he kind of knows that he's had kind of the annus horribilis this year with the Ducati. It hasn't worked out the way that he would hope. There have been numerous issues out of his hands. He explained to us at Alton Park that it felt like he had a road bike engine in the bike to start the weekend. And as I was traversing the paddock earlier on, his bike was into Frank Ravel's dyno straight after the session that's just gone with the FP2. So it's hard to understand what's going on for Glenn at the moment. We know he's got the pace. We know he's got the talent. It's just things aren't lining up for him at all at the moment.
You win Big Word Friday twice there, okay? I don't know what the first one was, but then I think you were transversing the paddock.
Traversing
the paddock. See, I walked back from lunch.
Wandering aimlessly doesn't sound the same.
Yeah, the first one blew my socks off the day. Let's say that was brilliant. But he has had
a terrible year.
He's had the best of both worlds. He's had a podium, but he's also missed sessions, and it's been a struggle. But you know what? He's never the mask has never slipped.
No,
it's always Glenn. You always get Glenn, and we know that he's fast enough.
Well, he goes racing to win every weekend and be on the podium, doesn't he? So by his standards, this is a tough year.
Yeah. So Charlie Nesbitt did a personal best of 15.8, didn't move him any further forward. I don't know if we're going to see anybody come back out. I don't know if anybody can come back out and do another dig for it. But your Eugene McManus, your Fraser Rogers, your Charlie Nesbitt, Josh Brooks, Richard Kerr, Glenn Irwin, these guys need to. But you know what? There's no hardship going through from Q1.
No, there isn't.
We have seen it in the past. It gives them that little bit extra track time. And it just, unfortunately, uses a little bit more of a tyre. An outlap for Richard Kerr. Richard's got nothing to lose here in my eyes. For the SM Racing Honda.
Pit lane as we speak.
For the SM Racing Honda, he's got absolutely nothing to lose. He put a really good free practice time in, as we'll see Lee Jackson flashing through, chased by Rhys Irwin, and then Eugene McManus round towards. That's a good guess. If that's those two guys,
you're absolutely spot on.
Impressed with that.
And Braden Elliott just following through.
Yeah.
Jerry, just to interrupt. Sorry, Dunk. When you look at the top 8 that are all in the garage now, the action zone is going to be that 10, 11, 12, 13, 14th, 15th place to try and get those last 2 or 3 places that take you straight into Q2 tomorrow. That's going to be the action zone for me, with the guys that are behind that are pushing for that mid-table run. It's going to be vital.
Well, Lee Jackson putting another personal best sector in. This needs to be a clean run for Lee towards the flag, but he's also been chased by Rhys Irwin and Eugene McManus. As we see Lee Jackson with the personal best first sector disappears a little bit in the middle. They're all very much together. 20.483 for Lee Jackson in sector number 2. Let's see what that should be. Ryan Vickers is fastest in that area with a 20.2, so Lee's only 0.2 of a second away with the personal best in sector 1. Personal best sector 3. Lee Jackson, here we go. He knows what he needs to do. He needs to find just that little bit more. And let's see if he can get himself safer. He's already in, but you want to be safer, Dave. You don't want to be the guy in 12th. And he goes one place further up, Lee Jackson, to 11th. And it's Elia, who is now on the bubble on the Rocket BMW Motorrad Superbike team for Ian Wallacott. So he's now on the bubble in 12th place. Number 23 lap time disallowed for a shortcut. That's Joe Sheldon Shaw. Leon Haslam now comes out the pit lane for the session.
So that, you would suggest, on his pace from FP2 would push everybody down at least one step from the top 3 onwards.
Well, let's see what the Pocket Rocket can do. This will be interesting because he has got the pace. We saw that from free practice 1 and free practice 2, which he topped free practice 2 with a 15.4. What did Kyle do earlier on actually for free practice 2? It wasn't a great session for Kyle. He, on an old tyre, did a 15.8. Put the new tyre on, you go to a 14.5. That's a big jump, by the way.
That's a huge step.
So if the same jump can be done for the Pocket Rocket, we should see this could be a 14.3 for Leon Haslam if he hooks up the lap and everything goes to plan.
he has a huge amount of experience, doesn't he? Both Leon and the team. They know exactly what this is all about. He can go out there and put a one-lapper in.
Yeah.
It's not his first rodeo, is it? So he will be quite happy to go out there and do what he has to do. And it depends if anybody's paying attention out there on circuit and just can hook in behind him, because that would be a real push into Q2 for somebody who's maybe struggling to find 2 or 3 tenths out there.
The thing is, Leon doesn't need to do anything silly. He just needs to put a low 15. If you can put that in, that's fine. You just do to get yourself through. Don't do to go out and win the session.
But if you're pulling Glenn Irwin or Richard Kerr or Brooksy or Charlie Nesbitt or Fraser Rogers along with you, who only need 2 or 3 tenths, that can put them into the top 10, 11 or 12.
This is going to be an interesting lap for Leon Haslam. He's put obviously personal best across the board, because that's exactly what happens. He's looking strong this weekend. There is no getting away from that. It's nice to see that experience, and he knows how to look after a bike and a tyre around here. And he gets different. He's been in so many different manufacturers, you know. I've got a bit of hope for this next lap. We saw Max Cook going P2. Can we see the Pocket Rocket put that bike in? Can he go to the very top of the times? 91 course cut, lap 2 disallowed. Course cut, where did he do that? Lap 2. Now, where did he do that about? I wonder if that was at turn 12, 13 and 14, which would be the chicane. Maybe he had to do it. Maybe he doesn't want anybody to follow him, which is quite understandable actually at the end of it as well, Dave.
No, it is. But also, do you have to lose a bit of time before you cross the line there, even in timed practice, or is that just during the race?
Yeah, in the race that happens. For time practice, it just lap time gets... That's you gone. You don't get that lap time.
Well, then you can get a decent run to the line from the outside from there, and you're kind of straightening up the start-finish line, aren't you, into turn 1? Maybe, I don't know.
True. Never thought of that one. We have got 1 minute 50 seconds of the session to go, and this is obviously it's a new tyres run for Leon Haslam as well, because we saw him come into the session this morning getting pushed out with a brand new sticker tyres on that bike as well, which I thought was a really good move by those guys. Start as you mean to go on. And give them start as you mean to go and give the rider that confidence early doors. 13th for Haslam on his first push lap. Not good enough.
Not at this point in time, but I think with another run, as you say, it might have just unsettled his rhythm a little bit if he did cut the course into the final complex there. Ooh. Let's see what comes. Is he on another lap now?
Don't worry, Dave. I'm just changing TV screens.
No, it's okay. You're doing a great job.
Oh dear, this is the problem when you have all these TVs that are all
doing a great
the same.
job. Well, he's done a PB top speed through that first velocity point, so he's still on it from the point of view of trying to get into Q2. And it is for some of these riders, it's vital to get into Q2. Because you want to be pushing on for those front 2 rows, the same as it's been all season.
Yeah,
the front 2 rows are vital in BSB this year to get away and to find that track position that you need to. Just having a look there, yeah, he's in the middle of
problem. Joe Sheldon Shaw in front of him, Charlie Nesbitt behind him. I don't think he wants that. I don't think the Pocket Rocket wants that. He's got 30 seconds to go. He really does not want Joe Sheldon Shaw, taking nothing away from Joe as they come out of that club chicane area. He wants to be at the head of that as they cross the line. As they do now cross the line, it's a Pocket Rocket who I believe will be first out of our view here. Yes, Leon Haslam, then Charlie Nesbitt. This could be the lap for Leon Haslam. He's in 13th place. It needs to be more or less now or never to see if he can get into the second phase of qualifying for the Zin British Superbike Championship pre-qualifying session that we've got on track in association with Pirelli. Clean lap coming up, Dave. It's going to be. Must be.
Well, let's have a look and keep an eye on Charlie Nesbitt's lap time as well, because he's tucked in behind him, isn't he?
So Charlie, we're thinking Christmas is coming. Is heat?
What does he need? He needs 3 tenths to make it into that top 12. So he couldn't be better placed, really, could he?
Yeah, it says a lot about the Tag Honda team, that the riders are both the same. They're basically the same lap time, 15th and 16th out there, separated by 400ths of a second. They're both trying to impress the team down there because they want to be on that Ducati for 2026. What is Leon Haslam doing? Not much, to be honest. Not much at all. I wonder if there's some underlying issue that we don't actually know about. But, he was late to the party. He's done 4 laps. 1 lap was disallowed. If nothing happens on this run round for the Pocket Rocket Leon Haslam, I'll be trying to stagger into that garage and get some sort of explanation from either Leon, who doesn't hang around very long, or Steve Wilf Moore or Ian Derbyshire, the team manager. It'll be an interesting one to see. Haslam takes the flag and is in 13th place. So I got that one massively wrong, didn't I?
We both tried, didn't we?
Yeah.
We were bigging it up and it just didn't quite happen. But there's always going to be an element of of trial and error when you put a bike back together in such a short space of time, which hats off to the team for changing the engine on that Moto Rapido Ducati. Maybe there was something just not quite right. Maybe there's something with the feeling of the bike. Maybe the new parts that they put on weren't quite to Leon and how for a feeling. Freddie Spencer said it in his book, didn't he? Feel is everything. And round here with the speed that we do on the side of the tyre, if you haven't got that feeling to push to the top 5 level, then you're not going to risk it, especially not someone of Leon's experience.
It's all about finding that perfect balance. At the end of the day, there's work to do for Leon Haslam. Maybe that's all part of the plan, though. Rory Skinner gets lap 11 disallowed for a course cut. I don't think that was his last lap, so I don't think that's too much of an issue for Rory Skinner. He still has a 1:15.072. That's a big step forward in performance for Skindu. He'll be happy with that when he's ahead of his teammate, but his teammate's in the mix. You always want to beat your teammate, but you don't want your teammate to be massively off the pace because you want to use him for some sort of data research as well. And Danny Kent likewise, he wants Rory Skinner to be fast, so that's good for that team. You know, there was even a little bit of a wry smile from from Steve Plater as I went into that garage. So there you go. Steve Plater actually looked at me and gave me just that little bit of
you can never be too sure with Buster. He's either smiling or it's wind at his age. You never know, do you?
Approach with caution is what I usually see. He's ready for you, you know. But Kyle Reid ends pre-qualifying fastest from Max Cook, with Scott Redding third and Joe Talbot a standout fourth. Rory Skinner improves to 5th place. Christian Eden likewise into 6th, and Danny Kent is 7th. Ryan Vickers comes home in 8th place ahead of Bradley Ray in 9th. Don't worry, it's only pre-qualifying. Jason O'Halloran, standout through in 10th place. Ahead of Lee Jackson, and Ely McAlchit gets through as well. On the outside looking in, the pocket rocket Leon Haslam. Strange one that, we'll find out. Eugene McManus, Fraser Rogers and Charlie Spud Nesbitt. That's an inter-rivalry that is going to bubble on forever and ever. Josh Brooks is on the outside. Richard Kerr, Glenn Irwin 19th. Rhys Irwin 20th. Joe Sheldon Shaw, Graham Irwin and Braden Elliott round out the 23 runners. Where's Storm Stacey?
That's a good shout. We were so distracted by everybody else that we hadn't
Storm
noticed
Stacey
that Storm hadn't
had
gone
an
out.
intercooler issue, and they were draining the oil out of that bike. So not an intercooler, an oil cooler. Sorry, that's the heat that's now getting to us. The commentary point. They had an oil cooler issue, so something has gone amiss in there. We'll better head down to the Batham's AGN garage.
Same issue at Snetterton. That was an oil cooler split, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was an oil cooler at the end of the Bentley Straight. That was a terrifying moment for Storm and
Without
everybody following.
No, we were so ensconced in what was going. There's another word. So ensconced in what was going on that we hadn't even noticed.
You got scones with you.
Apologies to the AJM Batham's team and to Storm Stacey.
It wasn't until I noticed there's 23 bikes and there should be 24. Larry Carr to be screaming at home looking at the television screen. There's only 23 bikes, Dunk. So there we go. Kyle Reid goes fastest in pre-qualifying. He does it on lap 2 out of 3. Parks the bike after that, as quite a lot of people did, apart from Rory Skinner, who did 11 laps out there. 12 laps for Charlie Nesbitt, who was chasing something. 11 for Richard Kerr. 12 for Rhys Irwin as well. And 7 laps for Danny Kent. So both the Cheshire bikes trying to put a few more laps in, which ultimately does hurt the tyre. But let's go and kind of catch up with them in the pit lane. Dave Neal, thank you very much. Great
Pleasure
stuff,
as always. Thank you, Duncan.
Next time you come back, just turn that temperature down ever so slightly if you
do my
can
best.
outside. There we go, guys. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, or I'll be back in the pit lane in a couple of minutes. Let's go and find out what the riders have got to say for themselves after pre-qualifying. Oh yeah, so the chief timekeeper having a go at me because I was too slow coming down the stairs, and chief safety car driver as well, saying I wasn't going fast enough down the stairs. Okay, we're in the pit lane after that pre-qualifying session, and we're going to try and avoid Steve Day, who is down the far end of the pit lane, if I'm not mistaken. We would love to try and grab a word with Glenn if he's about, just to find out if we can maybe nail what the problem here is. Let's grab Ryan Rainey. There's no sign of Glenn, so let's see if Ryan can give us a little update as to what's going on. Ryan, I need to ask, what is going on? What's the problem for us this weekend in the number 2?
Yeah, we've had a few electrical problems, 2 different ones, one this morning and another one this afternoon. So I think we've got the electrical problems fixed there now, but unfortunately we're now behind the 8 ball really. So we've lost all our setup time this morning, so we're now playing catch up.
How's Glenn?
You can imagine.
I can imagine, yeah. I've seen him sitting outside on the phone, he kind of approach with caution face on him.
Yeah, I would definitely approach with caution at the minute.
Thanks, Ryan. Sorry about that. Let's see if we can grab a very... We'll come back because Shannon's still having a chat with Kel. Can I nip in? Yeah, sorry. Yes, sorry, man. Yeah, and well, I've only got 2 t-shirts. Shannon, leave me alone. I'm always nice to you. Right, Kyle, 14.5. I'm going to steal this seat if that's okay. Thank you very much. Great timing. Thank you, Tommy Hill. Thank you. What a lap that was. And you said you were going to go out and do 1 lap and then come and park it, so that's exactly what we did. An out lap, hot lap, and in. How did that feel to do the 1 minute 14.5?
Yeah, it didn't feel that much faster. Just obviously the bike was working better. Also with new tyres as well, blended together, made it a very good lap. So yeah, I got out of church and I knew it was a good lap, so I just tried to piece my way around the last corner with no mistakes, just to make sure I got through to Q2 and try and do the polar opposite of what happened at Alton.
Well, you're definitely through to Q2 because you were fastest by a mile there. But the more interesting thing is, did you do that on your own, or was there people behind you? Was it a bit of a tow?
Yeah, it was on my own. Brad and Ilya was in front of me, but after the first sector they both pulled off. So yeah, I had a bit of a target for the first sector, but all the rest did on my own. Regardless, all I wanted to try and do was a 14 and get through to tomorrow and get through safely.
That's all we needed to do. Now the focus turns surely towards race pace, or do you still have an eye on qualifying?
I think I want to try and qualify as best as possible, just to get away at the front and see how fast I can go. So yeah, it's not be easy in qualifying, but yeah, the race, we're in unknown territory. We've all done the same speed for the last 5 years, so we don't know what to expect, but I'm on a new bike as well, so yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Shannon Etheridge, can he disappear at the front, or is it not really going to happen? Will it be a pack race?
No, it's always a strategic race here. 20 laps around here is a long way, so it'll just be who can be smart and who can save the tyre, and then see who's got what at the end, really.
You guys are certainly clever enough. Thank you very much for your time, chaps. We'll let you get back to debrief. Really nice of them to stop and let us have a quick chat there. That was supreme. Back off the PBM garage, let's bring ourselves in here because Scott Redding has already left the building. Let's have a quick word with Frank Bird if we can. Frank, for yourself, that was at one point the quickest lap of the weekend. We've seen Scott put in there, and straight away out the box it looked good.
Yeah, really promising to be fair. We just did 1 flying lap and that was it, just to try and save the tyres for the next session. But yeah, it's looking good. We've got a lot promising compared to last year, so need to keep going in this direction.
It's nice to be at the sharp end at Thruxton, isn't it? Because it's not been like that for a while for PBM.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think we've had a good result since about 2018, really. So yeah, no, we're going in the right direction, and same for tomorrow.
Good luck, buddy. Thank you. There we go. That's good to hear. Yeah, everybody's gone. They must maybe Johnny Moat's taking them for ice cream. Maybe that's what's happened there. Let's just nip next door and find out about the Pocket Rocket, because Steve Moore is there, and I think. Oops, sorry, you're doing an interview, aren't you? Yes. Sorry, I didn't want to ruin that. I could maybe get the boss back and wait. That's fine. It's fine. I just need to know. Obviously, we were expecting just a little bit more from Leon there. 13th means he does go through from Q1. Was that a little bit of a hangover from the engine swap, or was everything okay? Or tell us, Ian.
No, exactly that, mate. Engine swap. I mean, they're difficult. Engine swaps are difficult, but not in 36 degrees, maybe 40 in the garage. So we had all hands on deck. We just didn't make the session. We had 6 minutes left, so out lap. We had 3 flyers, and yeah, we just couldn't get a clean lap. We were wedged in between 2 lads, doesn't matter who, and then he broke the lap, and then we got wedged in again, so he just couldn't get the lap in. However, here it's not a disaster because we do get another tyre, so Q1 is not the end of the world based on that we missed that session. But obviously from our other 2 sessions, you can see we've been strong. So we're not panicking. It is what it is, but we're lucky we do get another tie for Q1.
Yeah, definitely helps. And Leon's got the pace this weekend. We've seen that. So going through from Q1 isn't a disaster. Gives you a little bit more extra track time.
Exactly. More time to tell us what's wrong.
Very well. Thank you very much. That's Ian Derbyshire. Hammy is the team manager in that garage. Now Steve Day is with Joe Talbot, so we're going to try and see if we can maybe nip into the back of the McCann's garage and we'll grab a quick word with Steve Rogers. I don't see Bradley Ray anywhere here. We made it through to Q2. Is Brad about, or has he disappeared? It doesn't matter. You're actually more important, to be honest. I get the truth from you. You never get the truth from the riders. But P9, it doesn't really matter in the greater scheme of things. You're through to Q2. But what did Brad say about his run there?
Yeah, we just don't seem to have one lap pace, but we've got really, really good race pace. So, yeah, I mean, we're happy with the race pace we've got. Just doesn't seem to better go any faster just on that one lap at the minute.
Race pace is almost more important at Thruxton than that one lap pace.
Yeah, it is, and that's what we've been working at. So yeah, I mean, we're not too worried. We'll see if we can make a few changes just to sort of see if we can get a lap in tomorrow, get on the first 2 rows. But most important thing is the race.
Steve, thank you very much. McCann's Yamaha overlooking Brad Ray there. Now, I would love to speak to Mark for just a second. Am I right in saying it's a happy birthday today? Am I right in saying that?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I'm not going to ask your age because that'd be wrong. I'll ask Brad. How old is your dad, by the way?
I think he's 65.
65? You were wearing well. From everybody at... Yeah, don't. From everybody at BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki, happy birthday.
Thank you.
There we go. Like that. Yeah. Thanks, guys. So there's a birthday there, so no doubt there'll be cake. We'll come back later on for the cake. Yeah. Next door, there's an empty garage for Storm Stacey. Steve Day has gone down the other end, which is, we're not going to trip anybody up, but yeah, not good. They didn't make that session. I'm going to see if we can have a quick word with Professor Ray Stringer, if I can, and just get the lowdown. Ray, and that was a bit unfortunate. Is that, well, I'll let you tell me exactly what happened, why you guys missed that session.
Basically, we had a problem with an oil cooler, and took us too long to get it fixed. We didn't have enough time.
Not great, but you know that Storm has got good pace. You go through from Q1, you'd imagine to get to Q2 won't be too much of an issue for him, but how is Storm after missing that session?
Surprisingly calm. He took it on the chin, very professional about it, and yeah, it is what it is.
Still a character building learning year for the team, the transition onto the Ducati, so that's good that he's got a strong enough head to take that.
Yeah, I was quite impressed with him the way he was then.
Hey, good luck, thank you very much.
Cheers.
Great shame. That's bike racing, unfortunately. That's what happens in motorsport. Sometimes the problem does take that little bit too long to fix. I did see Joe Talbot, but he's already gone. I've probably taken too long to get down this end of the pit lane. Let's see if there's anybody in a Honda garage who is about. No, Ryan Vickers is very much long gone. The Osho Jason O'Halloran, who did make transition spot there actually, 10th place for the Osho, gets himself through, which is a very good bit of news for him. Danny Kent's at the back of the garage. Let's see if we can have one last word with Danny Kent. We spoke to Danny after every single session today, and he's just limbering up at the back of the garage. His fiancée, Laura, at the back as well. She'll be loving this heat, being very pregnant. It'll be very hot for her. But that's a good session again, straight through to Q2, and it's suddenly got really, really fast at the sharp end. The time's just dropped.
Yeah, very similar to last year, really. But like I said earlier on in the day, we're sort of setting our bike up for a race. For us to go out there and do a fast lap time, we have to put more power in each gear, but then that means spinning up. So yeah, we're solely focusing for the race and not just that one fast lap time.
Takes a little bit of pressure off, though, doesn't it? Getting straight through to Q2.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely. Like I said, we're just trying to sort of work in the same sort of plan as we did last year. It was the same last year as well. In qualifying, I qualified 8th and managed to win the race. So if we can do that again, that'd be great.
You know what it's like to win here. Thank you very much and good luck. That's good. Yeah, fair play. He knows exactly what he's got to do here. And it's a bit the long game rather than that one lap pace. Lee Jackson, 11th place. He makes a transfer spot as well. Almost half a smile on his mechanic Joey's face there. No, almost half a smile. Josh on the other side of the garage, 17th place. It's a bit of a struggle. Should I be brave and see if we can have a little bit of a word with Josh? He's very much deep at the back of the garage and having a chat when it's going to be. And let's see what he's got to say about it. So here's a quick word with Ben as he makes his way out. Okay, so this isn't good reading. It's been a bit of a struggle today from start to finish, and it's not where I expect you to be at Thruxton. What are you missing, Josh? What's wrong?
Tyres from about 6 years ago, I reckon. Yeah, in recent years, the tyres have changed. There used to be like let's say a volume of tyre you could use, and it would be limited. Like you could use it in the first 6 laps, or you could find, like in a race, for example, and you could try and get away, but then you'd drop later in the race. Or you could sort of find a little hole somewhere and stay hidden and save your tyre, or try and limit how much you use the tyre, and then you'd have a little bit left at the end to fight with, sort of thing. And it was sort of up to you how well you had the bike set up. And often that's when we talked about setup, what you were doing. You were trying to make the tyre last and work on preserving the tyre. Where now the tyres have become so robust, you don't have to be careful with the tyre. You can ride as hard as you want, you won't ruin it. But then now it's come down to how much your bike makes mechanical grip. And we're playing around with setup all the time now. It's not set up as in to try and help the tyre last a bit longer. It's just set up as in try and get grip in the beginning to start with. And this track really highlights a lack of grip, and that's something I always struggle with. No matter which bike I'm on, I tend to need to have grip to be able to ride my way. And it was one of the strengths, like one of my superpowers was to be able to maintain the tyre and keep it working through the race. And I think because of the way I ride, or something in the way I ride must have an influence on that. And now when all that's taken out, the tyre's just so hard and low grip, but just sort of, will work the same all the way through the race. Now we're so heavily dependent on how much mechanical grip the bike can make, and we have a very limited influence on how much we can change.
Right, it's just been given an ice cream. For goodness sake, lick that before it goes up to your elbow. I'm mildly jealous that Ben Stafford came and gave you an ice cream there, but let's see if you can finish that in the time I ask the next question. Because it's not something I'm used to seeing you that far down the grid, and obviously there is an issue there. How hard and how much have you guys, I mean, you talk about something's put a band-aid over problems. Can you fix this for the race tomorrow? Because that qualifying, have you got better race pace than you think you've got the one-lap pace is the question?
No, this has been the same for years. Like, I set the lap record in 2019 on a Ducati, and then 2020 we weren't here. 21 and 22 I struggled like mad on the same bike, and then I came here in 23 and 24 on a BMW, struggled. Last year on this bike, 25 struggled, now 26 struggling again. Yeah, I mean, it's not this weekend, it's just a constant issue with how I ride, how I set the bike up.
Is this going to be a long weekend in the sunshine for you?
Yep.
At least you got ice cream, buddy. Thanks for giving us some time, Josh. We'll catch you later on. Honest as ever, straight to the point. Yeah, he gets there, and I had to make him lick the ice cream, otherwise they're going to drip up to his elbow. So there we go. We come up to see Ilya. Let's have a quick chat with Ilya Mikhalczyk. Where did he get to before I make an issue with that one? He's standing there still in his leathers. Ilya, 12th place. The last man to get through to Q2 is BMW IWR for the BMW Motorrad Motorsport team with Rocket Oxygen. Congratulations, you got through, you're in Q2, the last man to make the transfer spot, but you made it. That's the most important thing, Ilya.
Yeah, last man on this train, fast train, and yeah, for sure is good. But I'm still not really happy how I feel, especially with the used tire, because on our bike these tires is not really, I mean, like maybe everyone, but still on our bike it's really hard to use these tires, and the bike just showing that it doesn't like this hard packed tire. And yeah, it's like few corners you can feel some grip are there, but few other corners like on the ice. So that's why it's difficult to manage, and we need to understand how it's work. But also the temperature is so hot, and our bike doesn't like when it's so hot. And normally, if you look on the other championship, when the hot conditions, the bikes are like Ducati and others, it's not big difference between the fresh and hot conditions, but on our bike is, I would say, it's huge different. So I hope next days will be a little bit fresher, and this will also help a little bit to unlock more performance during the riding, and also will help me to feel more natural on the bike.
How gentle do you have to be on the throttle when you're applying it in order not to have spin?
Yeah, you need to be really gentle, because if you little bit just try to be aggressive, it completely doesn't work. So I'm really surprised, because I have really big arm pump, and I normally never had this, and now I have, and because you need to manage with the throttle, and it's a little bit hard, let's say, for the riders. But yeah, for sure it's for everyone same, and I think it will be really interesting game plan to manage the tire for the long races.
Ilya, thanks for your time. Well done. Congratulations, and congratulations to James and the team as well. That's what we like to see. Bit of progress as the Moto 4 session, the RNG Moto 4 British Cup session, is very much on track. Let's have a. So we're going to borrow this television very quickly here and give you a bit of a run through. Sorry about that. There's a socket kicked in the floor. Jack Dunaway is fastest with 6 minutes of the session to go from Jack Burrows and Harrison Day. Marco Holt in 4th place from Mason Foster. He's just come into the pit lane behind me. You can hear that. Luke Fitchett's in there as well, with George Bowes, Clayton Edmonds, Alex Remisel Lomas in 9th, and Ryan Frost in 10th place. Now let's just see if we can grab a word with Whit, because it's always good to get a bit of wit and wisdom. Okay, don't leave me here. What did you make of that session that we just saw Kyle doing a 1:14.5 and then park it?
Yeah, it's a weird place this anyway, because it isn't necessarily in most sessions the ultimate lap that's going to do you any good. You need to be out there figuring out the tyre, and that's what it's going to come down to. This is why I love Thruxton. Very, very different place. People say it's bumpy, isn't it? It's undulations, and you don't get them anywhere else. And no matter what happened there, I still think he's a person who can manage the tyres the best. Whether anybody's going to be confident enough with the tyre to have a go and bolt from the start, we'll see. I hope somebody does.
I'm looking deeper into the pack. I'm looking towards Bradley Ray territory. They've got great race pace. They know the Yamaha works around here. He's through to Q2, that helps, and he'll put a good showing in qualifying, but everybody in the pit lane saying, oh, it doesn't matter, it's race pace, get him in the front 4 rows and you'll be there. Do you agree with that?
I agree entirely with that. If you can get away with him here, and if you've got anywhere near the pace, then you get dragged. And also, it's a place where when you're on your own, you're going to use more tyre. That's just the nature of the place. So if you can gauge yourself and what you're doing, especially with the throttle, on all those big, village and church, that's where it takes the stick out of the tyre, and over the start and finish actually. If you can gauge yourself off somebody else and give your tyre slightly easier time, then you're in with the chance.
James, thank you very much. Enjoy. Catch you later. There's a man that knows all about it, knows how to win around Thruxton, knows how to do the business. Dave Neal talking to Chris Barnes there. Interesting stuff, that. So yeah, maybe it's not looking at the sharp end, maybe just need to look a little bit deeper in towards the pack. Henry McCartney is back in the pit lane. I seem to have just arrived at the wrong time at the Cheshire Moulding Garage. Have I arrived at the wrong time, Rory? Yeah, I have. Yeah. Right, come and give me a chat. On you go. There's Mike Skinner's got 2 ice creams. Give one to Papa Stu, needs a nice lolly. Well, you've got sprinkles on yours. Is that because you went really fast there?
Because I paid for them.
Did you really? And where's ice cream vans? Everybody can know.
Just along next to the bar, I think.
Yeah, so it is. Good session for you there, Rory. Have another couple of scoops of that while I get the time and sheet out and have a bit of fluke. Careful, Mike.
Duncan, I've got a bone to pick with you. Mum said that you called me Skindu twice.
Oh,
you apologised
did you?
the first time, but you didn't.
Yeah, sorry, Mum. Sorry back home. She doesn't miss a thing, does she? No. I just think it's such a cool little nickname I've got for you. Okay, so Rory Skinner did a 1:15 flat there. That's an impressive, big jump in time for you. It is different though, because have you got the race pace? Because it looks like you got the 1 lap pace just now.
I think so. I'll soon find out, I think. Feeling happy enough, quite honestly, Duncan, with how it's all going. Good first day for us here at Thruxton. We tried some things in FP1, actually did some testing, and yeah, it's been alright.
How good is the ice cream? Rate it on a scale of 1 to 10.
It could be rubbish, but on a day like today, it's a 10.
I'll let you guys go. See you guys later. A happy garage down there. Yeah, I did call him Skindu. I've done it again, and I apologise for that. Little pet name. A lot of the garage doors are now just being pulled ever so slightly down, just to try and stop some of the sunlight going into the garage for some of these super big teams. Henry McCartney on his bike, getting a blower. You can hear the blower in the background. going through the fairing on that Stanford Racing Honda, just to try and keep that bike cool. Danny Webb very much at the helm of that as well. And Danny Webb, a great man to have a team, you know, building a team around Stanford as the sponsor. They've got everything they need, everything looks good, and he's been there, he's done it, and he's a guy that I would certainly like to have backing me and young Henry McCartney. He's worked with them for 4 years, I believe he was saying now. So there's John Mott. He's going to come and give us a bit of a chat, and then we're going to head back upstairs, because there's not just a birthday in one garage. So there's a birthday in McCam's garage. It's Brains' birthday today, but you've also got a birthday in this garage, don't you?
Yeah, we have. It's Harry. Big 3-0. That's it. Life's downhill. Life is completely downhill from now on in.
30 years old today. How do you feel? Did the knees ache this morning when you got out of bed and the shoulders?
Oh, it was definitely tough getting out of bed this morning. But where else would you want to spend your birthday than at Thruxton with Johnny Mowat?
I 100% agree with that. Listen, John, you stay here. Thanks, Harry. Let you get back to work. Okay, that was a decent run for the boy there. We spoke with Frank earlier on. Frank seemed happy. You were in direct contact with Scott. What was he saying?
No, I mean, it's like you know, Randy, it's very, very difficult to conserve the tyre. So, yeah, longevity is key around here, and obviously in that FP2 prior to pre-quali, yeah, we did a decent run of 15, so happy enough. Try and fine-tune the bike again for tomorrow.
Nice to have a Ducati that works again at Thruxton.
Yeah, it's been a long time since, I think, maybe 2019, the last time we had a decent result round here, but it's not through lack of trying.
Yeah, thanks, Johnny. We'll catch you later on. Ice creams for tea, yeah, ice creams for tea. Just a birthday in the pit lane ×2. Fabulous. We're going to now pause for some much needed water. Commentators about to catch fire here in the pit lane. Thank you very much, and we'll talk in a minute or two. Well, the final session of the day is now on track, and it's a Pirelli National Superstock Championship free practice 2. I suppose the big talking point for the National Superstock guys, Declan Connell, unfortunately out with a bit of an injury to his wrist, which is not exactly what he was looking for. Definitely trying to get that monkey off his back. I just stopped by his team there after being in race control. Just thought I'd better quickly nip along just to see how things were. Unfortunately caught up with Jamie, which is his girlfriend's dad and one of the mechanics on the team, and just said, you know, it's one of these things, we're going straight from here to Cadwell Park, but it could have been a whole lot worse. He's up, he's walking about, the bike's not too bad, but poor Deco, with his arm already strapped up in a cast, a broken bone, not what he needs. Hyperbaric chamber is very much an incoming thing for he. Luke Mossey's fastest. Now, Mossey actually picked up a bit of an official warning earlier, and I think I told you about this, when he was caught touring on the racing line, which is a very big no-no, not something that the race direction clerks of the course or stewards are looking for. And he wasn't the only one, but what I was saying when I was upstairs to Stuart Hicks was, you know, it's quite strange. You put the bulletin out there that says do not tour, and then you get certain people that are touring, and bizarrely, it's a lot of the really experienced guys who have been pulled up for it. So Richard Cooper, Luke Mossey, to name a few, you know, they're guys who are very much been around a long time, know exactly what they're doing. But just official warnings, no further action taken this time. But yeah, that might come back to haunt them in the future if they keep on doing it. Luke Mossey is fastest. We've just mentioned him. He is the quickest man in this session by 0.2 of a second, and 1:16.475 on his Malenko by Paget's Motorcycles Honda. From David Allingham, and then Carl Phillips right up there at the sharp end. Great to see Carl Phillips having another good attempt at joining the Pirelli National Superstock Championship, the reigning Ulster Superbike champion. He's ahead of Scott Swan, Simon Reed, Matty Truelove, Lewis Rollo, Ash Beach, who I think I met. It was definitely somebody from the Ash Beach Supporters Club as I was walking along past the Deco Connell outfit, Rapid Honda. Make sure you mention Ash Beach. I said I will, and I'm going to stop calling him a veteran because it makes it sound like I'm calling him old, and he's not that old. But he's ahead of Billy McConnell. Ash Beach in 8th, Billy McConnell in 9th, and Ash Barnes in 10th place. So the sole Rapid Honda in the hands of Ash Barnes for this weekend. Then it's Josh Owens down there in 11th place, ahead of Cam Dixon, Callum Bay. Sam Cox in 14th place. First time we've said that Sam Cox is... no, in fact, he's already done a return. He did it at, was it Snetterton, I think, or Brands. But Sam Cox in 14th place, ahead of JVS, Jimmy Van Shakliris, Jamie Coward, Max Simmons. We've got Dan Brooks in 18th after his Superbike berth last time out at Oulton Park. Harrison Crosby and Blaze Baker in 20th place. Sam Laffins as well down there 24th place, a little bit out of place. I would like to say that about Sammy. David Williams, who was just wanting to try and qualify, didn't qualify the last time. 5.8 seconds off the pace for David Williams, but looking a lot better than he has done. He's improved his riding quite considerably, he has said to us. And we've noticed that as well for the man on the Nitrous competition Ducati. When you're running with these guys and racing with these guys week in, week out, your pace will improve as we get locked off camera of them coming through Allard. Rocket Dave is right in the middle of that actually as he makes his way up and in towards the Campbell Cobb and Seagrave area off the track. The temperature outside, ladies and gentlemen, is absolutely stifling. Credit to anybody who is here watching today. I do hope you've had the sun cream on like I have, and you have been hydrating yourself as well, because it is very, very hot out there. Mossey's done 7 laps, and that 1:16.457 has put him 0.2 of a second clear of anybody else. But in true Mossey style, he will just keep pushing on, because what they're doing here is they'll have a set of tyres on the bike, and they'll probably want to run them for quite some time to see what the tyre deg is going to be like and see what the bike feels like once they get to a point of, you know, we've done a lot of laps these tyres now, and when does it start to spin and what does it actually feel like. So the Pirelli National Superstock Championship, they were on slick tyres a couple of years ago, but they now find themselves back on the treaded Pirelli tyres. This morning's time, Matt Truelove was a 16.5 fastest, so Mossey has gone ever so slightly faster than the time put down by Matt Truelove in the PAM session. But Mossey himself was a 16.753 this morning. So he's found 4/10 of a second there, or 3/10 of a second, which is quite impressive for Luke Mossey. He is very methodical about how he rides up. Malenko's by Paget's Honda. He and Clive Paget work well together. They are very diligent in how they put the bike together, what they want to do with the run plan, the setup and everything else. David Allingham comes through the club chicane, accelerates across the start-finish line. We'll see him coming through Allard on the inside. Blue flag are waving as a few bikes leave the pit lane as David comes through. David in P2, 2/10 of a second away. You know, confidence is everything for bike racers. I mean, they're riding the crest of a wave that David Allingham is. It just makes them feel fabulous. David also came and thanked us a lot for having him on BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki. We had him up here in the commentary point, and he says it meant so much to me and my little team, you having me on air. And I was like, hang on a minute, it meant so much for us, you coming and having a shot on air, because, you know, it helps us fill some gaps that we have during the day. And it's not just about Superbike riders. We want to push everybody's story that is around in that paddock. And he says, what was funny though, my dad heard the story about the keys in the motorhome again. It's, we're never going to get tired of telling that story about Eddie Allingham and how he lost the motorhome keys. Or did he? We'll leave it at that just now. But Carl Phillips is another special guy who finds himself in third place, the reigning Ulster Superbike champion. I mentioned quite some time ago Alton Park when we first saw him on entry list. The last time we saw Carl was when he was on the Gearlink Kawasaki in the Superbike class. Right towards the end of Gearlink's tenure in that class, Carl Phillips was the man on that bike. Remember speaking to Carl some time ago at Knockhill when he was the Gearlink Kawasaki Superbike rider, but has made a welcome return to racing at home. The reigning Ulster Superbike champion, he has got a whole lot of speed, as we can see that 4/10 of a second away from the time set by Luke Mossey, and ahead of Scott Swan by a 1/10 of a second. And great to see the progress from Carl Phillips, as what we did see from him at Alton Park has been carried forward from the Bell Bike Sport B&W Racing BMW that he is on, the M1000 RR. And that is something that's quite nice to see guys come across from, whether it's Scotland, whether it's Ireland, and they pop themselves into this. And yes, they have got the pace to do it. Callum Bay's another one. Callum's more or less been in here for quite some time, though. We've seen him for quite a few years involved in the BSB paddock. But to run in the top 10, top 12 of this championship is a difficult thing to do. These guys are absolutely at the peak of their super stock powers, and they get faster and faster as each race goes on, never mind the season goes on. They get themselves dialed into their bikes. I mean, David Allingham right now is riding the crest of that confidence wave, has been there for David Allingham for quite some time. You can't take anything away from D-Bomb. You really can't, in that little SMS Nickel Oil race team that they have got. When they find themselves at the sharp end, David, 7 victories if I'm not mistaken from where we are at this moment in time, and it just keeps getting better and better. When you're riding that crest of a wave, good 7 victories, 1 second, 1 third. And then you got Luke Mossey, who basically follows him across the line every weekend with 6 seconds and 1 third. 49 points, a championship lead for David Allingham on the SMS Nickel Oil's BMW coming in here over Luke Mossey. And a further 35 points back, the emergence of Lewis Rollo on bike number 88, Motorrad Central Edinburgh by MLAV Racing M1000 RR for Lewis. And Lewis does look good. He looks great, and he's come back to the Superstock Championship. Last time we saw Lewis in this championship, you remember, he was riding the Malenko, or was he the Aprilia actually? And then he went from Aprilia into Superbike. Yes, he was an Aprilia. Yes, he was. I'll get that right. He made that step up. I was going to say Malenko by Paget's Honda, but that was the previous attempt at Lewis's Superstock campaign. So to go from the Aprilia across there into the BMW, he has said some very, very complimentary things about that BMW. And whether that was one of the swaying options that got Scott Swan across there, or whether it was just the helpful offer, the olive branch you could say, from Sean Muir that definitely helped tip the balance and get young Scott Swan on that bike. We'll never actually probably know the full truth or full ins and outs of that, what got Scott Swan from the Honda onto the BMW, but he must be looking at what David Allingham's done. Ash Beach stepping onto that bike as well this year, and Lewis Rowland thought, even Simon Reed his own countryman, Speedy Reedy 2.0, would have probably told him a few things about what the bike does and how it works. Yes, the rivals on track, but they're also good friends when it comes to being off track. Josh Owen still on the outside of the top 10 in 11th place on bike 65. Work to do for Josh. Danger Scouse himself is in the pit lane. He's done 12 laps. Fastest lap was on lap number 4. I wouldn't think there'd be too much more to come from that set of tyres that Danger Scouse is on, as we once again see David Allingham coming through that club chicane. Dan Brooks behind him. Another couple of bikes ahead. Cam Dixon in the middle of that as well, and Lewis Rollo. But to see him coming through Allard. There's Lewis Rollo at the front, and it looks like Cam Dixon, David Allingham, and then Dan Brooks as they all go through and head round towards. Brooksy going up 2 places on that lap, actually. Bike number 2 improves 2 places up to 16th. He goes ahead of Jamie Coward and Jamie Van Shakliris. It's a shame that the Superstock bikes don't go to Assen with us. They miss the Assen round out because Jamie is always the kind of poster boy whenever we go over towards the circuit, the Van Drent, across on the far side of the Netherlands. A couple of hours northeast, of Schiphol Airport is where we find the circuit of Assen, and we look forward to going there in September. But as I say, the Superstock riders not going to that event. Alan Hyde's entered the commentary box. He didn't want to walk through the camera shot. He's been very shy. Must be tax reasons that you're trying to hide. Thought so. Heidi. You've come back to a cooler commentary box, but it's still a red hot day outside, Heidi. I'm going to put your mic on for a second and say, how are you? Have you had a good day?
I'm very good. Yeah, I've had a productive day. I've had a day in the office that I haven't had for a very long time, which has been really good. But I just want to mention something that happened this morning when I came into the car park this morning. There is a security guard, a girl on the gate who's indicating where you go.
Can you come this way a little bit so we can see you?
And have I adopted the Dave Neal positioning now?
Kind of, yeah. You look a bit better, though.
Because I was watching. And she was waving at every car that came in this morning at 7:30 this morning. I just came back into the circuit about half an hour ago. She's still waving at every car.
Oh, brilliant.
Which I just think is beyond.
That's an optional extra.
It
is. That's not
it is.
something that is on the job description of the car parkers.
It made me happy this morning, and it made me happy just now.
Well, it's made me happy that you're happy, and it's made me happy that she's making you happy. So I think that's fabulous.
It's a happy day.
It's a win-win situation, and it's been a hot one on track as well.
It has,
We've had some pretty interesting sessions. 9 till 5 here at Thruxton. You know, it does. The noise curfew is quite strict for the local houses that are quite close proximity.
Are you working a 9 to 5, Dunk?
I am working 9 to 5. Yeah,
it's about time.
I know. It's not normally 9 till 5 for old Vincent.
No, it's not. No.
What a way to make a living. Yeah. That's the next thing of the song, is it not?
Exactly. Yeah. Well done.
The Superbikes have given us just about everything we'd expect. Storm Stacey unfortunately missed that pre-qualifying session with an oil cooler issue.
Took it on the chin. Apparently.
Took it very well. There's not much you can do. There's no point shouting at the team. They can only do what they can do. And the Pocket Rocket Leon has them as well. There's work to do tomorrow in the first part of Q1.
There is.
There's 3 spots up for grabs. There's at least 5 quick guys in that group. And it'll be interesting to see just exactly how it all goes. But it's great to have you back here. So many people have been coming in, being very complimentary about your setup that we've got here.
About the studio that we've built in. That rather disparagingly this morning was called Norfolk Digital.
Yeah, no, that's Steve Day. He's just, because he's a Norfolk boy. And he thought, ha-ha. Partridge. Also, Stuart Higgs was asking about our aircon situation. I said, no, we have got aircon. He goes, oh, how's that? I said, Alan Hyde brought his own aircon unit from his house. And he went, so it's mobile. I said, no, we screwed it down.
He literally just said to me as I walked into this room, don't get too attached to that air conditioner.
Yeah.
Attached?
Yeah, because a foolish mistake me saying you brought one in and he thinks it's mobile. And can go, that's because race control have a feeble one up there.
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah.
It's still hot in here, but it's not as hot as it was outside. And I do apologise. I just, in between sessions, I had to run along to the ice cream van and get myself an ice cream purely because everybody was out interviewing in the pit lane. Rory Skinner dinner. All the guys in the task garage at ice creams and Josh
you had
Brooks.
FOMO. I could hear it. I could hear it in your commentary.
Well, I was worried that Josh's one was going to melt all over his hand and drip over the
so
floor.
you were caring about that.
Yeah.
And then...
And Brooksy, by the way, Brooksy, I've never seen anybody attack an ice cream like Brooksy. It was almost gone in 3 scoops. He went for it full on, moved the flake and went bang, bang, bang.
I just got the impression when Skinner was the finals, the straw that broke, wasn't it?
When they had a spare one in the garage that never came my way, I thought, that's love for you. Maybe if I hadn't called him his nickname back home, I might have got that from Mike. But no, it was good to pop along there. What have we had happen today? Well, not a great deal of bad things have happened on track. Declan Connell has broken a wrist, unfortunately, which is a great shame. We won't see Deco racing. Harry Cook, I just met him. He went down at church. He says, I just hit a bump and I fell off the fastest corner in the UK motorsport, and he went down there.
Incidentally, I've only just noticed, but you've got these feeds from Cov.
Yeah. When the cameraman's name's below it.
That is fantastic.
It is, isn't it?
Really, really good.
So that'll be pretty interesting tomorrow. I don't think much of Jeff's feed right now, which is the one with the flashing one.
Having a snooze.
Yeah, Jeff's disappeared, and so's Peter.
Snooze in the sunshine.
But it's great that Cov and Timeline have come along.
That's really cool.
I mean, I'm normally okay here because I get the binoculars and I can see across the far side of the circuit, but that option has been removed from us
Have you
now.
told everybody that you knew you were coming in this room with no view of the circuit this weekend, yet still you bought your binoculars?
No, I haven't, no. And I pulled them in my back, and you said, what are you going to do with them?
I don't know.
I don't know, I'm going to balance this television on them, that's what's happened. Yeah, that's the silly side of Vincent. I don't know why. When you go to a race, I mean, I always pack too much.
Yeah.
But I always bring everything, and because if I forget it, I'll need it.
Mm.
So when I got into this room, that's the only window is in the door. It looks across into the corridor.
And I blanked the windows out so you can't see out.
Blanked the other one out because he dropped the air conditioning pipe out of it, did Heidi. I pulled my binoculars out. He says, "What do you plan on doing with them?" And there was a moment when I thought, oh yeah.
The realisation.
But they now keep one television the same height as the other one, so my television wings. What I'll do is I'll put a picture of this up on my Instagram later on, so everybody can see what we've got. And they can rate it. You know how you get rate my cake or things like that.
It's
so
true.
There we
rate
go.
my
so
studio.
There's a live picture that will now be in the YouTube link as well. We have got 1.5 minutes off this session to go. And obviously keeping in touch with everybody who's trackside today, Alan. It's been a lot of drink water, fine shade, wear sun cream.
Yeah, I was thinking during the afternoon about what my opening was going to be tomorrow morning, and because I do this sort of thing, I plan in advance. I know it doesn't sound like it, but I do. And I was thinking that is possibly the most important message that we're going to be banging on about all this weekend, because it can kind of spoil things, can't it? And we don't want that to happen.
Especially yesterday. I know a lot of the mechanics were struggling in the garage because you've got the heat from the bike, 40+ degrees in some of those garages.
Yesterday was much hotter as well.
Yeah.
When I got into my car to come here yesterday, sort of late morning, early afternoon, it was 41.5 degrees is what it said on and obviously when you start moving it comes down by a couple of degrees, but it only came down to 39.
Yeah, it's still pretty toasty, that's for sure.
It's 32 this afternoon.
Yeah, which is a manageable temperature because there's a
little bit more,
little bit of a wind out there as
there
well.
is.
But
and it's going to be cooler tomorrow.
Yeah, I take my hat off to these guys that we see at the side of the track, the Port West Race Safe Marshals. They're still wearing the fire retardant overalls, as we can see on one of the locked off cameras that we've got here. We've got the Port West technical team in the pit lane. We've got the doctors, the medics. You know,
everyone all in their equipment.
They can't dress down like I have today.
No.
You know, Shannon Etheridge actually picked me up for that in the pit lane.
Oh, really?
You're on holiday.
Dressed down Friday.
Yeah, well, my problem is I packed in a rush. I packed 2 T-shirts and I thought I'd put a shirt in and I didn't. So
well, this time of year, it's one meeting to the next, isn't it? You just get stuff out the washing machine and off you go again.
So it's not Angela's fault, but in any way, shape or form. But she never helped me. So
well, no, I've been doing washing this afternoon.
Oh yeah, it's just one of these things. So don't worry, I've got BSB stuff for tomorrow and the next day. So I do apologise for being a little bit plain Jane on the YouTube today, but I think it's quite fetching actually.
You look fresh.
As long as I could spill a bit of ice cream and be okay in this. You wouldn't notice it.
Yeah, you would.
But if anything else goes in it, it would show out like a sore thumb.
I'm afraid it would.
Checker flag now goes out, flies for us here for the last session of the day. And it's been taken by Scott Swan Mary Truelove and Luke Mossey. Mossey will end the session fastest because D-Bomb's in the pit lane. Carl Edwards is on track as Carl Edwards. There's a NASCAR flash. Carl Phillips, that's the heat. I'm very sorry, Carl Phillips.
I would say it's been a long day, but it isn't. It's a half day for you.
I know. It's still hard though. It's an intense heat and intense situations. 1:16.475 for Luke Mossey, 0.2 of a second up the road from David Allingham. Carl Phillips in third place on his BMW, ahead of BMW mounted Scott Swan, and then similarly BMW M1000 RR off Simon Reed. Mary Truelove there on the first of the tag Hondas, with Lewis Rollo in 7th, Ash Beach in 8th, Billy McConnell 9th, and in 10th place, Ash Barnes, the sole Rapid Honda. Then behind Barnes, we've got Owens, Dixon, Bay, Cox, with Baker, Brooks, Van Shukliris, Jamie Coward, Ryan Campion, and Max Simons in 20th position. It's been fabulous having everybody with us today. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow morning, BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.